Battery 5. Connected to LTE terminal.
Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Citrus Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius. Your mind may be a little curious, so please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing course. You can create anything you want. You can become anything you dream and dare to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You are an electromagnetic individual. Your electricity is when your emotions are active, and the magnetism is what you choose to do with your life every single day at every single moment. I got some blessings to go ahead and do for this morning. And then after that, we're going to start the jam at 3:33. And if you've ever meditated before or not, one of the biggest things I've found is just closing my eyes. When I close my eyes, I'm obviously not paying attention to the world or the things in it, and my spirit knows exactly what to do. Kennetonket is divine, a form of the Divine Mother, one of the forms, so there's many forms of the Divine Mother. Kennetonket is the water of life, and truly within, we are majority water of what we are composed of. We beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kennemadonket, hear and save. O thou Queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kennemadonket, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bride and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one, O thou who art the Lady of the earth, Hear us, O Lady Kinnament Onket, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright bead of glory through the darkening skies, so crowned with the light and life and love. Hear us, O Our Lady, hear and save by thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old. Hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kinematonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother, to save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kenemetonket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. We are the mother, we the speaking sea, we are the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Kenemetonket are we, and to our beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crowned. We are the priest, the sacrifice, the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, or ours. Kenmetam Ketari, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the vow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine of which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail and we the glory now. We are the flaming fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikupitiara upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to us, to us. Here, Lady Kinematonket, and receive our prayer. Thee we worship, invoke, and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our all. We are Kenemetonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations in order that not all should write with the same letters. We gave mankind their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Gebenakar. We are the wife and sister of the king Alsor. We are she who rises in the dark star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated heaven from earth. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Alsar, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We've caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kinematonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kinematonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Isar, 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 all, Kinematonket, graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Umna Lum, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, and even unto death, and into the next life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear as we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Reket, Lady of Beket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother and Horizon of Aru, in the Atetboat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender. Thou art overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou who art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethanomid of Camille Shin, Sekhmet, lady of flame, Sekhmet, great one of magic, Sekhmet, eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet with lioness head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikopetea Ra, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet, goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, Sekhmet, queen of the wastelands, Sekhmet, terrible is thy name. O come to us, Sekhmet, destroyer of rebellion, Sekhmet, scorching eye of Ra, Sekhmet, protector, ruler, Sekhmet, holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, Sekhmet, mother of the Nethanim, Depkamiel, Sekhmet, mistress of the crown, Sekhmet, thou art called only one, Sekhmet, beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezora greater than Ethet, Sepiparam Hasrapu Tishtif greater than Hathor, Pasha Kasa greater than Fast, Parahaka Kaparu greater than Mahat, Sekhmet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mystery, Sekhmet, preeminent, Sekhmet, light beyond darkness, Sekhmet, sovereign of her father, Sekhmet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous our dying, Lady of Ampta, of Minta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Sal, Lady of Rastol, Lady of Tepnef, of Alkur, Lady of Aru, of Herben. Thou art the Netaret, Damisha, Shat, destroyer, upholder, thou art the terror before which fiends tremble. Thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one. Tekaharesa Pusaram Kakar, Metsepipan Hasarapu Tishtif, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are the sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nanthanomadepakami El Shirnu. From the Anad of Kebalu, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nanthanomadepakami El Shinu. Preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa, Mutpasha Kasa. At the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourself in thee. Homage to you, Hikopateara, and hail to the Nethanoma Debakmi of Shin, who came forth from thy members. O Hikopateara Sasatin, hearer of Ayakara of our prayers, thou art the great high, and thyself whom we call forth. Thou art a shrine ever open, thine ears ever merciful unto those that are oppressed. O thou living flame, ending the veil of darkness, illuminated as Ra passing through the Amduat. O King of the Nantanumidapamel Shinyu, Lord of the Great Throne, Hikopatearatartit, and eldest of the originals, has created the framework of the multiverse. Active one who came forth active, Una Luma renews what already is, whose respect is great in the Anab. Greetings to you, exalted ancient one. O Tatinin, the Kab, all the living were created in the image of Hikopateara, all formed in thy thinking heart and by thy tongue. The fires of life burns in thine heart. Hiru was created from the thoughts of Hikopateara's heart, while Tahuri was formed by the words of Hikopateara's tongue. Hikopateara's heart guides the Anad, while Hikopateara's tongue directs humans. Atumra had to labor to create the Anad, Hikopateara had only to speak, and the Anad was created. Hikopateara called the names of Shu and Tefnut, and the wind and the rain gave birth to the Anad. Sight, hearing, and smell all report to the heart, for the heart is the source of all knowledge. The tongue speaks only what the heart thinks. A tumara thinks only the thoughts of Hikopateara, while the Anad speaks only the words of Hikopateara. As thy heart grants the gift of life, O Tatnan, thy tongue organizes life's abundance. Hikopateara is the creator of all crafts and trades. For Sefiparam Hasropatishtif is the great defender and beloved of Hikopateara. For Nefertum, protector of the two lands, and for all the Nethanum Depkamiel Shenu of Memphis. O Arnathanum Depkamiel Shepn of the Pineville Mound, hail unto thee. Great art thou, revered art thou, who made the heavens after the conception of Unalum's mind, who suspended the heavens by the elevation of the atmosphere. We are thy divine children of Hikopateara. As thy omens are before us, we follow thee. Thou hast led us to rest by thy side in the western heavens, like all the mysterious you of the Duat. We are associated with thy divine Anad and thy mysterious seed, like our beast, thy son, who is by thy side. Grant that we may eat the food of thy divine offerings of bread, incense, beer, shed, and wine. Grant that we may live again in the land of the blessed ones, in the hereafter Duat, seeing thee every day like thy divine Anad. Give to us thy eyes and thy ears, O Lord, and hear our plea which we make before thee. We are thy beloved children, great in benefactions. We dedicate our life to the Father of beginnings. In your honor, we dedicate our living temple to you. Come forth, Hikopateirasasatim. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously, O Hikopateirasasatim, tenant of millions of names. Hear our ayakata, hear our prayers, and shine your mercy on our sufferings. O Hikopateira in the Ka mansion, thee, Hikopateirasasatim, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously. Our hair is new, our face is raw, our eyes are new bet, our ears are apuat, our nose is kinshets, our lips are sebek, our teeth are karaupa, kepara, our neck is kenametonket, the divine mother, our hands are kenamu, the lord of Tatu, our forearms are Nath, the lady of Sais, our backbone is Sut, our privy member is Esau, our reins are the lord of Karaba, our breast is the breast of the awful and terrible one, our belly and our backbone are Seket, our buttocks are the eye of Heru. Our hips and thighs are Nut. Our tongue is Hikopatera, and our feet are Hikopatera. Our fingers and leg bones are the living Warai. There is no member of our body which is not the member of some Netanel Shem. The four regions of Ra are the limits of Geb and Gaia. Tahuti shieldeth our body altogether, and we are Ra every day. None shall seize us by our arms, none shall drag us away by our hand, and there shall do us hurt neither men, nor neither Middelkamiel Sheldon, nor sainted dead, nor they who have perished, nor any one of those of olden times, nor any mortal nor human being. We come forth and advance, and our name is unknown. We are yesterday, and our name is seer of millions of years. O ears that hear, O eyes that see, O hands that bless, graciously receive our offering. O Father, Mother, and we give you our heart, our hands, our breath, and our call. We give you our names and we receive yours in return. Our heart is your shrine. O Father, Mother, and we give you our sorrow and we receive your power in return. We become your own flesh. You become the Lord of our life. May your life become our life. O Hikopatera of light, may your light be our light. O Hikopatera of mercy, may your compassion liberate us. Giver of life to all of creation, such does the Ankh flow forth. We who came forth from your body, we are Hikopatera O Hikopatera of life, light, and mercy. Hear our ayakana, hear our prayer and transfer of energy. Life, power, and health to the child who came forth from thy limbs. Grant that they, Heru, the king, may rest upon thy throne as the king of the two lands, the mighty bull, beloved of Mahat. While the lands and the countries fall beneath his feet forever, may Kiko Patera Tartinin sword victorious. Let Unalum be divine before thee, possessed above thy favor. Extend for thou the boundaries of the nine bows, Lord of the double feather, in shining ornaments, brilliant, who makes the Netanumidavamil shed alive, radiating the Lord of light, shining in brightness, rises in every eye. Hail to you, Master of Sakarnatar. We invoke thee most graciously. You shaped Geb. You assembled your own flesh. You counted your members. You had no father who engendered you when you were born into the existence, no mother who gave birth to you. Let us go, let us sing for Igubaderasasate, many hymns, Unalum, whom created the Netanobadekavayel, sharing you, the men and all the animals, who created the kingdoms, the riverbanks, and the very green, singing on Unalum's behalf. O creator of the kingdom, a gift of the living king to Igubaderasasate, south of his wall, Succomet, defender and beloved of Hikubatearasasatim, Hikubatearasakara, Nebabshiat, and Disor Nebabrastor. May you allow our car to come forth in the day to see the Atmaral. May you listen to us praying every day like the transfigured spirits whom you made so glorious, and may you have us follow you both day and night as one of those you honor. We are they whom has been true to Hikopatea Rasasatim since first we were on a car. Let us satisfy truth truly every day, for we have turned our back on evil in their presence, nor has there been occasion for it since our birth. Let us be among the crew in the bark of Alsar, celebrating in the district of Bakar, for the spirit of the hereditary prince, sole friend, royal deputy of the two lands, royal scribe, Horemheb the vindicated, Hikupterasasa, of the emerald, scanned with a beautiful face with a Polstish beard, wearing a skull-cap crown. Thy form is hidden, though thou art in all things. From eternal spark do we bring newness and regeneration. Come forth, Hikupterasasa, we invoke and evoke thee most graciously of thy own free will. Bless us by being with us, possessing us through every day and night and into the unknown home. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tuma, tum, kansu, kansu, kansu. Arsemitorki shabo bananation thruina, arsemitorki shabo bananation thruina, arsemitorki shabo bananation thruina, abrada, abrada, abrada. Those were the blessings in English. But we are going to get into the ancient languages here quite shortly here. A couple minutes to go. In 2 minutes, we're going to start that. All right. I hope you're having a good morning. That's one. Checking the time there. Circle now, we conjure thee, that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be, for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve, contain it in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated these who may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gather nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four as one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, joyous as we call to thee, loving late and mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness, day and night, I bid you collide. Rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their cause and cause, having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwen Vile, like the blight that speed dark night in our right. The Zekia Compasiana Compasi, Dingatia Compasi, Dingadana Compa. Hear me, all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously, through matrimony, most harmoniously, through our loving family. Reynosi Sekiwe was on Futura, I Hirusha, Henzu Siruka, Koda Putijeni was more Turatu Hibis at the doors I bid to Budikishakins and Saramen. On by Sharmatayas, Wakum Bajamantias, Bar Nunani, the Nunani, Nunana, Lumum, Shishong, in Shanay, and Trias, Wakum in Shanay, and Trias, Baha, Wing on Bami Boom. Unji trashi barhando suwakumji trashi atrashi varanas vaha ruda king on the chung chung king kung humong chung chung when I have a sharmata yasuakum hayaba shaman tias vaha aha za him hanging kung unamakusana umana umanamahasma rashar nam ham ha Ring on cranking kung nanganay maya suwa kung mangaya yan mayas ba e wawe shring on cranking kung on here rochi kapatai so ba kung jorti hi chendo gichi bas yes ba no na ring on cranking kung on cherry chibatai suwa kung shishai barat yes ba Kung ang grong mo na basa no so ako man ang karti buba bubu beer borba pe pare bor bubo ka beer ong men reno si we was an kultura de hit eruja en su siru kai kor kutigeni was mo hapra tu gives the dolls I bet to do with shakins and asalamen para shukushu baru gel mak bal mamu la bo pagana rabo bolo galana bari ko sharo ba sana bala saru bo frikon belulu masana bo peruni yugine content belulu google or Igarbadi Shugila Gabolo Gilmama Shogur Zuluma Bobo Marukarai Zibu Gitu Makampranabra Bakalamuzukin and Gibilan Joshumashanana Sorolim Barmanatu Sisi Machinana Runa Monkey Muduku Rata Gigi Lugus Dorkin Mangakula Sikot Naning Gorn Beru Dedicate Naptala Barantu Butuku Kakumaskarisana Sagari Mashi Shalu Malabaka Glugador Marata Korbor Maruta Koros Saroludu Barmaskim to Dedigo Game Lugadar Makio Baron Tuku Narelo Garamakio Barno Pishu Sarolimun Maratu Sarima Shagarano Zuruman or Rabo Ibil Balak Neteramadu Tagatuku Mashamasti Sorima Goso Gorima Shadosu Serapedico Babaras Zukanpa Lugarada Borani Boy at Kingo Baradimo Adu Kakuramo Ninuam Kashti. We are sorrow no flesh whom is found perfect before the limit of Kamayal Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our heart, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also to know the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nethnum Dekamiel Shin. We are Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever predicted with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nethnum Dekamiel Shin. We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hootie, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the bettering of the Sabal. day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jed and Jediatu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Woody. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Avarni tu, Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen. From darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinamet Tonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronovus will confirm. Lady Iset and Eddie Sorapi shine bright. Support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will, as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight. Arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Likimli nuj kiri staksara betu martikuli turkni ishli bi alor ge mesher gen mesh sari lusa yansa yamila ra turmo jorjiersha Isaya riaga biesha jeleka dubira laka Isaya riega limutukuno kimokutri lekel ishamiena zumria Isayana zumria riega ina zumria biesha ina zumria zilika ina zumria dubira ina zumria laka ina zumria tatara ina zumria tatexi ina zumria takaruba ina zumria tsalniki nish mashkaptulu tamtunu nish kiber kimlulu tamtunu nish manduk mashmashalani lu tamatunu nish kishba kamikunu tamtunu ina zumria Yuta Prasama, ya, Dunani, Banani, Ba, Perik, Ba, Kabais, Ba, Carbora, Akarbora, Ba, Sakarbaz, Parik, Carbora, Ba, Kabais, Ba, Perik, Benanim, Ba, Dunani, ya, Corporia, Din, Ba, Goren, Rim, Ba, Gora, Yari, Ki, Yaksaki, Yazak, Duty, Kia, Sorrow, Tutulu, ya. Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Om Shrim Hrim 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 Vajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Om Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Om Shrim Hrim Vajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Om Shrim Hrim Vajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Om Shrim Hrim Vajva Varkani Hrim Hrim Vajvaha Anushu Bangi Gasuki Shri Goddess Ramara Yedu Guru Kalamas Nikudin Kani Naburu Najan Kukariash Shumur Kutu Siana Kampaziki Kampakalu Barana Tarbarala Shakbaragi Barala Lord Barata Lord Bala Maskim Barala Tu Barari Paparala Tu Barala Subarala Korubara Peli Tu Bara Kubara ke golor balale tu bara tu zuladina zulala zuladina zu wigin zuladina zu mula zuladina zu dinge zuladina zu maskin zuladina zu paradina zu siana Kampaziki Kampa 160 Marai Nai Hashur Kushun Urma Shashira Bari Ezika Shur Namai Sharma Ziga Namza Indori Sharki Uguag Bar Nagu Dianum Dea Sarasvita Mandala Variarti Nariana Saji Sana Sani Basic Europan Makuru Van Kariti Hari Harar Maya Putor Sanka Karanam Skaran Mantra Om Rametra Yatnam Home Rim Ravari Yaram Home Rum Suya Yatam Home Rim Batavar Home Rum Kagari Yatam Home Rum Puslet Home Rum Haranga Bahari Yatam Home Rim Mari Kariyama Om Rum Mari Yadam Home Rim Savitra Nama Home Rum Karika Nama Home Rum Baskata Nama Om Rum Rim Home Prosri Prosor Yana Yanama Parosi Ayasas Namaskari Kavarda Dina Dina Presam Palam Vera and Jesus Chasham Kajiyarate Om Ring Mong Heros or Hong Ring Bong Smash Kashapi Kashapi Ayapisha Mushapisti Akimati Nor Kutushiro Limli Shuru Lizurgu Latuku Epitashunu Kimamena Duinati Pili Tushunuli Mutuma Nakulu Blue Shunolini Shumanakulu Blue Dinin Shutikul Shunuli Tishumanakulu Tari Telama Shaluti Shashapi Shati Sharushi Sharapur Shu Shurpi Arti Shurpu Yusi Goko Shabukampang Ibigera Gibilka Shu Money and Dudu to stage Lani Oriada Mariarki Ishpari Izi Yaya Zidin Gargara Campaign Kim or Luke or Semitori Shabu Bararan Shamtarina Ishbar Bagi Bil Bagi Arazi Kavar Nurnu Shariuli Makulushi, Shariuli Lakulushi, Shariuli Sinkunushi, Shariuli Sikunushi, Shariuli Kiakulushi, Shariuli Nikunushi, Shariuli Nikunushi, Shariuli Katinkunushi, Shariuli Tanale Kunuli Kutina Sumaya Utaprasama, Agamasaratu is Masarati Sharamushi, Puruli, Shishali Muti, Animalana, Rabuti, Shimaya Rabarbi, Tinandina Laki Lindal Sikunushi, Alani Mushiti, Masaratis, Masarati, Bites Masaratu, it's Masaratu, Agamasaratu. Yamasaratu Geravamonish Mashkari Yamasaratu Ziki Kampaka Barogoro Mefri Ashatabara Masaratu Bara Vishnu Klimisnar Vertamam Sam Pumerari Gardamada Namaha Dumita Kubera never Koro from Privita to Bumi Devi Merandumudem no Secure Miniaki and Etapim Sadi Titantek Sarkari Tetere Subsarma Sirio to Sutorata Tisanaham Isanari Atnama Omiam Rai Atama Kopsrov and Ram Tesa Sakto and I am Requopsrov no Sekis Holtunam Sex Temtakis Wexaga Kartek Araneka Beg Tagna Reset Tefsaruda Pek Markola Kutulu Tata Ragnium Ramandari Atama Omami Mari Atnama Happy Amao Mabzaratura Rehaman Happy no Kapi Sekis Arunam Sekta Sekta Batat Gonsik Urneke Arte Ekore Kotana Neki Marmatu Yanu Yandiri Nani Diri Raksasam Samaraksasari Yadnama Home Pambarunari Yadnama Im Sarvanunam Savadra to Sarmala Yamatanim Sanonim Satsaki Sarunam Sexuruna Pikemen Sapsanu Nikupatayara Mautundrate subsitting Aranakabasiting Garkia Kapaza Beo Biomiam Bior Bertamambar City Mortalam Borulu Mormatu Sitting Aranakabasiting Garkia Kapau to Supporta to Kutura Kazak Duty Takai Anu Yander and Gizapeo Umring Marden Namahar Bermuna Mo Maharo Mansaratu Kasraya Merakapranu Pakapram Kabra 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 Kapru Kabra Kapru and Kaprasha Kapram Paramra Malulu Akuti Takra Nesratin Abuma Josatu Saramaswati Omukata Secors to Nebranu Mesu with Tornator. Om Prim Hom Siyari Yartamaho, Prim Stream Machandra Yartamaho, Prim Stream Chavankali Yartamaho, Om Aim Stream Bambur Yartamaho, Him Brambras Pata Yartamaho, Him Stream Chokra Yartamaho, Prim Stream Sanchari Yartamaho, Om Aim Robert Maha, Om Aim Prim Kitubertama Jabukushum Samkasham Kashia Payam, Yartim Tambrim Sava Papa Napra Toshi, Bakaram Dadi Shankati Charbam, Kishorur, Napa Sababam Namami Shishanam Shamam Mushambur Mukurta Dubishartam, Tarani Karbasam Butam Vedu Karti Sabapram Kumaram Shakti has Tam Tamagalam Pranamamiam Preangu Kareka Shar Mamro Paranam Pratimam Borham Somiam Kuro Petam Tamborham Pranamamiam Pravanam Jar Share Nam Chakurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Tam Trill Shamtam Namami Priaspatim Himakutam Reina Labam Dan Dair Nianam Paramam Kurum Sarvasa Saparavataram Karam Param Karakot Tamper Hampranamamiam Pravanam Chari Share Nam Chagorum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Tilokesham Tam Namami Priaspatim Himakutam Reina Labam de Yaram Paramam Kurum Sarvasa Saparavataram Barka Vampranamamiam Nelanjana Samopasam Ravi Putram Yamagrajan Chashaya Matanda Sabutam Tam Namami Shaneswara Matakadiam Mahaviriam Chandradi Gavimordar Ram Simika Gorbasam Butam Tamra Hum Pranamami Ampara Sapushpa Sampakarsham Taraka Graha Mastar Kamra Kuram Tam Ketum Pranamami Ambama Morari Triboda Kanibadu Shashi Burmi Suta Borasha Gurusha Shukra Shani Redu Ketu Sarva Graha Mama Super Barham Kurume Shanti on Borbod was Moram Tata Vitor Vaniam Burgudo Basse Dedini Nurpacho Dia Rotaswa Hariataswa and the scene and I'm city asini and Anabasam Ganasa Yakampa Makabati and Anakapamashita Nanaki Akiziakampa Yamagi Akamagi Asagastanki Ashtolo Golosh Nabuguru Nabukurios Morcurios Yastor Turungago Yarsan Borsmos Arsi Fornes Canapa Sasha Shintalas Canapa Bosatan Toscanpa Yakashi Sasha Kukola Maria Shia Makali Study Bari Yagushia Yanana Ashtabamacha Chakarini Yaramilo Yastari Kanpa Inana Ziarma Kapal Bizarma Kapapia Yape Lorkish Mashrudu Yaturia Luchis Katamania Yasareti Atareti Bartala Katabaria Katapazi Yarudu Yakabazi Yarustu Yakabazi Shajera Kuji Verudukanpa Yashta Kanpa Yana Korbas Baruna Kamas Barui Anakaria Yarzian Karkampa Yanka Yangaria Zelin Gergin Yakanpa Ya Kantalak Makara Kampa Marugumu Segari arda ya gari kag ma babor nes ya marutuku ya tuku sorim sugorim zarim zagarim zagazara sana bailo kuku ini kemanu yardo ki anda reazi bartu bargu dari ku baga kampa bazi zag bad bazak baron noiseling anu shudu ampi kapsuki jirgi ku goda sisara mara ya den gurut kelamas ni kuringan nam guru na sering ku karya sisumur kutu Usuvažina vážený precious so mám že žáš vagonátrom volný prarí deví varten penadanu pratam čerasi vivar de usu deví armatari a vivarti chandrata arciun vatrantri artupavan tusiama so arsupaharan ya vorna pertopara jasur jui arsashar hasprati shirbu varni visvorva kistarsia mortarsia ketrusmarna Martarm charani yarma arna chakara nirvavana vyarsi yarvrasva varsiu meva chinvarti margoni jari arti svasaras yart partni svar jarnti surbar kasuran sarran tadi vaparapva arparti vyara chahar vorte vimushart samvivarti imprat vodalvam namar sasurtin Orva marurta divi var joshresra roshan rusharan varndr ravara varti divo teatro burdia ravarti rodasi tramasa arti arti martna usha samvivar tim var mameshi dravernam bir sharmar nartasya burna urshartsvar mishalnyan varsara Mari Mastrasia Varunasia Maria Trundadeva Barnum Virarte Poratra Om Devi Karki Ganyai Namaha Karki Ganyari Namaha Maria 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 Deshwar Ninam Surtam Devi Parti Mekuruter Namaha Om Deventorni Namasturviam Devendra Pribam Mimi Vivar Hambaria Rorgiam Surikaral Bam Jardehi Meum Ring Karki Ganyai Swaha Ring Karki Ganyai Swaha Om Shankar, Racing Kojan Marji, Papi Manzai, Porusha Shatos, Stela, Beja Party, Mederti, Kurkuruswaha, Om Kati Yargai, Mahambardia, Mahayogin, Yardesh, Varti, Nam Go Parsur, Devi Party, Meguru Teratnam Hangin, De Kori, Shankaram, Gini, Yatat, Vam Shankar, Prigata, Tamang, Koru, Karianikan, Tatsutur, Bam, Om Devendra Premimi, Namastur, Biam, Devendra Pribar, Mimi, Vivar, Hambar, Mar, Yor Surikaram Chartehi Meum Ring Namahel Gori Shankar and Yiniata Bom Shankar Prigar Rata Mam Kurukagi Yanikan Katam Sudur Labam Osar Kerbeton Cats if Permas Rapu to ship at Toricata de State DNA thematically not Nakichimani to Guatemala from mother into her. Return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean as a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic key. Say it personally with me. I am the cosmic key. The tona tona torn, no tona tona torn, no tona tona torn. Ombor barvaswa hat hasavitor, varinyambar good vasa dir mahidi, no prachoda, yari, so sip shush. One short hat turora taro torora rata tua bra gang geng gong kong kring krong bang gong shrink gong bang malabaka kidaglu gadar marata karbala duka kudamo sari masikaranu erkingu baradimo sari masikaranu aduka kudamo gadar marata karbala malabaka kedag Aduka kudamo sari masikaranu erkingu baradimo aduka kudamo lugadar marata karbala malabaka kedag Om Trambakam James Dimpusti Varhara Morbaru Gami Barbaras Mur Museria Tiartamaha Rim Chum Mahuji Erke Chum Cream Stream Hum Stream Krum Kuji Erika Krum Marea Griporana Kuroazi Layum Shukraya Nama Shum Stream Him Pasrame Dehi Sukraya Om Kring Kali Swaha Sarvavista Medehi Me Mahali Namha Thanking Jo Lantian Zun Sanjing Jo Wu Lantian Jun Suhor Ostue, Share Soko Borribo, Soko Borribo, Soko Borribo, Ombor Borbaswa, Hata, Vitor, Vanya Bargurvas, Adi, Mahindi, no Prachudea, Pamadeva, three was this Supra, Karma, Prasa, Risarni, Tura, Capiano, Sornoka, Yashna, Varkia, Padwaja, Jamara, Ningor, Torman, Morgara, Viarsalo, Masari, Arsia, Corserca, Varsa, Polasia, Mordurco, Turbasa, Narada, Casial, Pagaiateus, Nicos, Notrubrati, from Tritris, Trubcerati, Arigialeati, Sarivariati, Sarvari, Tortiati, Tortiver, Prastaram, Bratri, Carti, Precarti, Merti, Apercorti, Samscarati, Axalam, Bramti, Borbor, Waswa, George Sarmati, Arni Rajavarti, Somai Sana, Savita. Gebras parti metra baruna barga ralmen karena sabasa pusa and ragni vario varm deva metra bartome bis verdeva metreka visno basu kuberas vinskaya tri montrukini paio storia casa yarma baruna bras parti brasilania verundra in kan harvarvo metra basa basu mauru sorman geras vis verdeva sfir basu parti akarda razval rudra blama visnu Arni Vayu Surya Sarvaya Vidya Ingeri Spiritually Balkaralmen Gan Harva Pusameta Varuna Vasa Vasu Haramateva Meta Varun Jeria Visvardeva Vishnu Prasupati Sarvadeva Peras Vins Brahma Harvama Devi Priya Sarya Visvabhadra Virasini Prabhavarti Jari Santa Carta Dorka Saraswati Vidruma Visara Sarvail Pirni Virnamama Tama Pahartini Surismalaya Urni Jairavasa Paramalia Prara Salva Bradra Tribarda Pridir Viarbazagni Bairo Casagarna Rasa Rupas Parsa Sarva Uparsa Prayu Barda Parni Vargarna Jarvas Arxus Vax Surutra Prana Mardas Para Burdiviarna Sira Semana Carda Sharti Arti Bardugi Sharatu Shartu Yutarni Yarsha Turia Yarbarabara Yarkan pa Ishnigara Yarin Yari Yarsangi Joju Wulan Yan Junchan Jin Joju Wulan Kin Junji Warren Borjotin Yarin Jornation who worked in Junjo Tin Ying Yon Blation Pu for Tin Junso Xing Jing Rubelan was Xing Rubelan Dormo Jo Jer Yarin Shortin Jun Shorjerian Jur Tien Jun Rang Shir Frank, Joy, Tyron, Georgia, Shar, Horus, Air, Conch, Ho, Sierra Cruz, Sierra Deus, Uji, Ju, He, Dalvishu, He, Hosh, Je, Shu, Ocean, Shoha, Hosh, Bushir, Nishi, Hu, Bushir, Reshu, Hosh, Tue, Shu, Shemeshe. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Rama Rama Ramerti Rame Rame Mano Rame Sasturnam Taturam Nam Varnarne Umvene Karya Namaha Umakatarari Averamare Vagantunda Dirmaitan Undandi Prachudaya Vagatunda Makarya Sodikoti Samaprabha Nori Kodam Kurume Devaksava Karya Shur Sarvara Shri Guru Suros Roj Rajniman Mukure Surapa Rora Gubarti Masha Sojo Raku Parachar Purhi Hin Chanutani Kitchumero Babankumar Borburi Piero Mohi Rahu Pulesu Vikarji Arimankan Gun Sugarji Karapistu Loku Jagoram Tutali Baramanjani Putubavan Surtnamaha Mahverikaj Bajangi Kumari Sinivas America Sangi Kajan Varapara Subesikaran Kundo Kushi Keso Bojoro Lu Borje Feroje Kanemos Rehu Shalche Sakar Suparni Yusrin and Dantish Pratama Jagavartan Vidyavarin Bunia Teacher Tram Kashkari Bikuatar Prabhu Sari to Serbi Karashavam Kansiraman Vasya Rekoro Shuran Surosh Rashin Mamukure Surapa Rora Gubarni Mosha Surjo Aku for Charburi Hintanu Janiku Sumero Pavan Kumar Borbori Vidyato Humo Here Karu Kara Karasar Vikarje Harimengan Gun Sugarje Karpistu Noku Jagaram to Dali Baraman Jani Putubavan Sorta Mahama Verika Bijong Kumanini Borsamerika Sangi Kajan Varam Varabisu Besikaran Kundon Kuchikis Forge Vordaje Viraj Karate Bolshare Kusorje Sikorsuva Kisanin and Dajaj Prata Mahajagwantan Vidyavarin Kunia Teacher Turan Kashkari Bekuator Prabhu Suri Surbikorasam Lamalakan Sita Mantas Yusrum Arisi Arki Vikarrup dari langkah cara para bimarup dari aswasakare ramachandra kikasan varle sansi balakan jia yeshri ragu ver horashi olari ragu bari kergi baru barai tu mampriyai parati sambari sas penantum haru yashkar de uskari shri pari kanwagar de sankari mari murasan rat sarat sari reisa yam kubar di porjahan teka kubur kari sakti kari tetumu karsagrave inkaral ram raya yerashwatiene Tomorrow mantra vibarshan manalanga swarbari issue Jana your sahasra jojan bar barnu later yotari marhora par jartum prabhu mutrikam bere murtmahi jaradilon garfa sharash nar he dor karam kars jagar kejete sura manur tumrete ram dorherde rum rakvarte warn gyarbi nu pasarte supla krahe ramore saran rum raksha kahuko darna apante samharo peten unlo kan he kerhan kapa por pasar shekara hina vema verja narn zurna nas raga harre sapyara jabar nantar hanuma bera sangat se hartuma jordu ve khar karam vajan jan jordu ve su poram tapas vera jatin ki karsan kotsum sar jawor marnu la jokwel ve so hi arme jarvan par ver charanyu par tap tumhara represija harauji ora Sarhus Sarker Turmunaguare Osorde Karan Prom Rurare Ashasiri Navni Tira Kerra Taus Varger Tern Janki Mata Ramrasiya Tumhara Pasasara Rahora Gubari Kerasa Ramhara Barjantum Rupa Vejaramjanam Keduk Basara Vegant Karagu Viarpur Jari Jaram Jaram Hari Parak Kahari Orde Tachi La Derki Aromancer Historbe Zorkori Sankat Katemite Sapir Josmera Hanuma Papere JJ Haruman Gosin Kuripukar Guru Devti Arranges Orba Pathka Rektor Hitur Terki Parima Hesorki Joria Parte Haruma Charlisa Horia Serki Sarki Kores to Sera Sara Harti Charera Karajera Sarari Jared Pavarna Sankaran Gormorti Rupuramba Katsita Sarki Araria Basa Husor Bu O Maharaja Vajoshi Sarvasat Rajahum Babu Ganesh Nam Charendi Varnyamung Namahu O Mem Hing Shri Mem Glo Mem Namuk Bhagavati Patali Pari Paramuki Adartini Namaru Rudini Nama Jamajamini Nama Mohemohini Nama Stambestapini Nama Salvadusa Perusalam Salves Savarek Sirasa Jormukugati Jiva Sambaram Kuru Sikram Vasya Mem Glum Tai Tau Masraya Pahatswaha Ani mani mani mama ne shira shiri te shabi shabi tasana mukuda mukuda bishabi shabi 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 chaya chaya sri kini sinti shabi tarani oroga bashari ne bita bat tar ne bita antara shudai kumari kerere rada radi shugai sama sama body pekeri hi tre da roma shaite so gini kuchara basha basha shurai matara matara shana roda roda shara shara shata yara baro manne taya zara makaro ki moki are rada ne da de shi ne di chia chiari nadi kunari ada labi kunabi akina kari kendari sendari matogi chukori boroshani achi devi na dabi roker kata toge tanda dai tanda data the kusade tanda shura hachi borasene sura badani batani sura besha batani so yabi shani so yikari di so hage dai tela sugara tete sura beso yumi shikara dai sura beso mo sharte sura beso de kyushara to gira shini biki yare Anya manya mana mamane sire kadite sama sabita visata bukta mukti tama sama sama jaya sak sine santa samite dadani o ke pezero sare ni rido amitari ni visa amitari parisuni ukuli kumukuli arade parade sukang si sama bol beri dam priksi sama ni korsani ni kori bai vis dani mantro serata rudu kuslaya saya varata bukula babdura manin tais va hash vala ma vala gitu buku gara bartono to batini tini vitini sitini nete batis pa Arteta Renate Barate Nari Kunadi Swaha Gari Kadadi Gentagi Mukani Krasis Kuli Precisely is Bahai to miti Swaha Adana Pata Dana Patali Dari Kusala de Sarada Pade Sabarani Abatani Sambatani Samaparixi Saman Gatani Badama Parixi Sabrazu Kusuan get a significantly Nobody Batali Swaha Anormano urmi momonmi sheri di sheri mer shero durwe sharni murdi mudulu suru wai suru sanglu suru charye archi yer kerni sharn di sharlu tulurni elu kuai kupol shu Borgerti charner me perti yardiando mirloti yardando bolli shorti holduli murjoli arlori bolloli Shorjasi arsan morsan lupo tumpi jiri jiri dar molbo liserdesan kerne Kürşer merpo şepo şero şordi Mandolo mandolo cha yerlo do yolo do sherlo sherlo he cha yero ye polu moronaldo Yakoli moher koli yurji morji erli yerlo pordine li alderne li do pordi yerjirne Wajirni Jerni nearly Gianni nearly Gian for the Yerli Nali no Nali Nalu 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 Jurana Lu Archiarmi Chiarmi Curly Carunto Li Jan Tolli Morden Kiel John Kelly Pulo Johnny Yeri Yeri Lurini Tiermin Tierti Luarti loyiti luni 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 luloji loji 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 doji 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 noji artalandi tanto pori tanto Jorsheli tanto jor toli jor toli Jotolo porvilo torbo sharmi sapo toloni porvoni sapo porcha ye podorni jole podorni renker polo charni senker nierker ni seren kersenker poker diri liardo senker do lua lori lordi Sapo senkiardi san moldi galandi sapo da morjo bolle shardi sapo sado ropo Jorgelo el nur kierdi jernepi jeri diri sasakam sahu ong hung chong gong tong go so walking so ong gong gling glong ong sor hung mong sling haring ara ring ngong heru sor ra hong pam tu mong krong ling glong ngong plum ling glong ngong krong ling glong ngong hai ling glong ngong krong ling glong ngong krong ling glong ngong plum ling glong ngong song sing glong ngong krong ling glong ngong song sing glong hung ling sing heng ming heng lam dung song sing song gong sor hung sing gong kring gong sing ra ra ong heru sor wang king song king gong de hung Dainichi Naora and Bajo Dati Pamashuku Naira and Bashkabi Musho Naira Amana Sambava Tramira Naira Amda Sambava Cha Poko Jojo Rama Mogi Serayo Kushi Naora Muru Kandali Madagis Vaha Bushin and Bushino Namaboga Barni Sang Muru Sporus Valatis Sarukana Sarbatas Vaha Short Kanji Sabo Somlo Ligis Vaha Daisy Bosom some Shosas Vaha Tarabos Nama Samata Boaram Poruna or Babetarin Titinis Vaha Senju Senjin Kanji Sabo So Bajo Darbata Batu Kanji Sabo So on Bava Hupas Vaha George Kanji Sabo So Maha Kurunakais Vaha John Dai Kanji Sabo So Maha Kalari Kurindis Vaha Norin Kanji Sabo So Parmes Sermala Isval Hum Kongor Sato Bashara Satva Arnia Bozo Rishishuta Vijay Vaha Pushon Bosom Samis Mojo Bozo Maramakan Nemaroku Boso Matres Vaha Jisor Boso Maha Habis Vaha Kukorzo Bozo Sunamo Kasiko Barrio Malika Mali Bolis Vaha Nikor Bozo Omnitutis Vaha Kukor Bozo Kandur Bari is Vaha Putul Mano Namas Matapasunam Kanaburasanas Potero Hum Tatam Gozanze my home Sin Bani Sambaum Vajara Humpa Kundari my home Mantra Humpa Taituruku Mam Strikala Ruba Comes Vaha Kongori Asho my home Srapa Yak Sahu Maizen my home Maraga Vajurni Special Sarpasha Hum Pamruku Jaku my home Mararukan Rooms Vaha Sereshi Doji Janasi Svaji Kukutrum Ratan Paramadan Svaha so chotrum viraga exhibitais va como culturum viropac tranquilibatais va tomotum visruvani va pinsatinum satisfatis va teko culturum maha kalaris va kichichutrum maha sri va caritaimum tulumari haritis va tekiniti nomrias va marishiti nomrisis va taishungit nomicums va Om Mein Brambra Harmern Serharie Bromim Fartum Veramararie Vermarhe Herania Garbaria Dermahitanur Brahma Prachurayatum Chaturmukari Vermahemes Rudaria Dermahitano Brahma Prachurayatum Rim Shrim Sim Sorcer Ram Ram Ramos Brahmaja Sharam Prataram Purusha Vihimara Purushovinaba Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devu Maswara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Prashmeshri Gurve Namaha Useknemt hebt kerfentiam pavino horror him kennebos kasutu nezor kurdi half pasti ratatouille and Stefan and the second Martin music through to Matu Ru Carvius Karune Karun Karameti on the Pepsara Karune Verus Karune Boy never Timtim Sabuari Mababu to Rikahi name ko Jahem Neferches or Teparape Charbu Tramprem Tor Sivo Sivo Rendi and the Rikim Vengator Vinkin Romota Magis Pervego Nuri Turmani Lomoske Donskor Biapior Yargel Dofin Fridley Fortin Ordin Brigita Brig Van David Gears Vertigan and Guess Virgos Things Victor Better Bonder Brand Vergo Froti Frovrin we Garvis Garvia Sergi River Skunski or Fred Leaves Skording Scarping Singing Singing Ingvi Scapion of other Herian Herani Corning Cousin Kuroski Omen befriendly sweet orgy dear York near the video mere slow boom for film from motives the dear reads rig vir the dear you most pionne for Jaime Vingar Giringung Mir och dulmen vår bästa ordin ville be sur många märker mer musti visti Nordri, Sudri, Midgård, Sator, Norfi, Nagla, Flori, Odor, Niro, Terling, Sertesken, Fexi, Rimpexi, Mundi, Fiarti, Unisolo, Vocals, Vins, Brio, Divertia, Siermi, Vir, Finski, Urhof, Robin, Sor, Jan, Vietiri, Dan, Borglad, Shamving, Goof, Morsion, Dorin, Nidi, Nordri, Sudrios, Vistrios, Yorfor, Linor, Nerving, Dane, Befur, Bofor, Bombo, Nori, Noro, Vinir, Vigor, Dovindo, Torin, Filikili, Vorndin, Valley, Thorin, Tech, Lead, Vir, Rads, Vindropner, Torsvari, Horhogsvari, Hello, Royd, Ori, do von Vori, Hefti, Fili, Hor, Siri, Vir, do for Sir, Vir, Pier, Scarfina, Yard, Ingerkins hjärti vuofusti finhinor. Jag där ser där de skorbetar vikar ner hinder jag ver skif järni arfingen kring vindlen. Asfag vas för vindlo nivens boba saras neuro dim frig lurki. Avenaria parnia visno the mania maram samaria visayarma garsnam borta daria Taraya samsara gatara divyaruna karande parimala pari berskarde suri pari para verde baba pari yacherde varne serjapi para bargarme nata tarva hamna mamarkina spam samudroi taringaka vakarna samudro nataranga utara narkarna dekaminan lurjala nunaja kumal mitra Mitra Thursday Bavartihim Bavatarskar Dharmatsar Priya Bharatarai Ravatavar Asar Darvasur Dam Paramesvara Paribariyo Bhavata Baba Babieto Hamdamodara Guna Mandera Sundravarna Varinda Govinda Baba Jalamita Haramandara Paramamdara Mapanayatavam Menariana Yara Karuna Maria Sarara Narukara Varni Vorko Corono Iti Sarpari Maria Varana Saroja Saravasartu Iti Srimat Paramaha Sapari Vrajakara Siar Sri Govinda Barya Varapuja Parasyasya Govinda Srimachaka Bhagavarta Kotosat Paristotram Sampurnam Kubero Dananda Sri Raja Dana Suvara Dana Lakshmi Priya Dharma Dana Danio Danika Priya Daksinu Dharma Rata Daya Ravadu Dania Prata Daya Valaksana Sampano Dina Radi Jano Raksaka Jana Varasarka Samarajo Daya Rashmi Virajita Dharma Rupa Dharma Burin Dharma Samnasona Sakonani Isvarone Lambone Nambari Parlakani Yardane Gunkarani Skarmoni Rupa Rava Navarnaga Samarajo Navasanka Pravaraka Manski Tardisa Mahogara Garar Vitaya Shniko Yashna Saritaya Shana Vijari Arar Sarkar Raja Kandro Ramar Diso Ranjarko Raja Pujeta Visit Ravasadia Viar Kamana Marasa Vijayo Vimalu Vanayu Parandoju Janavasala Verum Parexabea Tarmo Veragi Visvotor Morha Sabrari Alto Sarananda Sarvasa Sabar Vita Samandan Rata Sonia Sarva Paraka Supritu Sulaba Sormo Sarva Kayar Tundandar Rasamagana Priya Saksvara Bevar Bava Shri Veraji Jasvahana Samprito Akilanda Pravarzaga Viorakada Sampritam Trasvardana Priya Kalam Pramavase Harinkana Vivarjitu Darba Darba Babu Navarana Kinoreso Visravana Kakapar Vraka Lakshman Samri Yurta Viatomala Vigraha Lukaranyo Lokapali Lukavanyu Sulasana Sulaba Surbarga Surtus Kanarana Priya Santa Subrana Kuno Petesus Vata Sunana Kavara Sarvaka Marshal Sombarti Savere Kana Karka Sankan Hasata Rasrema para Jorti para Sabantikuna Sapana Soranyo di Navasana para Pagade Paparna Taron di Dasana Ibhar Tanka Sarvakono Perta Sorendra Sanve Var Vati Jara to Vitar Maria Aratarar Chalia Prata Kala Parte Sutram Serpur Vedenetener di Brusa Sriam Devendra Sri Nibham Iti Sri Kubera Stutram Omyakshaya Kubaraya Vishravania Danadanya Dipataria Danadanya Samre Derner Dehi Taparia Swaha Om Shrim Hrim Krim Shrim Krim Vishvaraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Krim Shrim Kubaraya Shalashmi Magri Hedanam Paraya Paraya Namaha Om Hrim Shrim Lakshmi Hrim Saha Swaha Om Hrim Yakshaya Kubaraya Vishravania Dana Karkashanarya Sarvaloka Vasakararya Danadanya Adi Pataria Danadanya Samrudera Mer Dedi Taparia Swaha Om Hrim Shrim Kumaraya Namaha Om Yakshaya Rajaya Dividmaraya Alkesarya Dermagi Tanakubaraya Prachudaya Zikia Kapana Zikia Kapar Ziara Kapasi Ringarkia Kapasi Ringarana Kapasi Kugi Human Compra Zikia Kapasi Rakpa Zikia Kapasi Rakmasi Ringarkia Kapasi Ringarana Kampa Gakumashkasana Zikia Kapasi Anakampa Zikia Kapasi Anakapasi Ringarkia Kapasi Ringarana Kampa Lugala Bora Meal Fall Zikia Kapasi Anakampa Om Namo Hum Trai Pararanu Sumbarum Kama Gatam Troya Sorbanya Kosani Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shara Rishara Shivishnu Bearavada Kadambi Om Sumbani Sumba Hum Bajra Hum Farum Shrim Him Him Gom Ganabataya Varavara Savaja Janme Vasha Maria Swaha Tat Porshari Virmaya Bakar Dari Adir Mahitano Dandi Prachudaya Rom Shati Shanti Shanti Om Karikari Yaksa Namahum Karpataya Namalum Proda Rayar Tamahum Ring 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 Omagadaya Vedarmare Vakandurai Dirmahitano Dandi Prachudayat Om Shrim Hring Krim Dum Jwala Jwala Shulia Shaya Shamane Shasa Vasutrum Samara Samaraksha Barnabo Koru Kuru Dushka Hum Patsvaha Aroram Karana Trangrita Shimzuta Pushan Kusha Bush Papara Chapa Medi Pira Rukamani Karahamerieva Vibavarni Shrimar Shrimar Senesvarani Shidani Kuna Sambuta Devakori Samuriata Urdia Baru Sar Saraha Charo Baru Shaman Vita Ragish Varu Papashari Kurun Kunukushu Jwala Romano Ropik Show Kandunda Panchatan Matraseka Nisha Parampara Pora Maja Brahmhalanda Mandala Pashampaka Shoko Paranaga Shora Candela Sketch Koro Pinda Manashin Kanekuteta Mandita Stanishan Rovi Barasha Delikis Dala Shovita Mukitun Kabramurukanapi Vishishaka Varanas Mangale Mungana Guru Aturan Chilika Bakulakshmi Parivaha Shalan Minaba Luchana Nava Champaka Pushvana Sadanda Vera Jita Dedicati to the Scari Pasabarano Bosur Kandamba Majali Klukte Kanaparan Panamo Horra Katanga Yugali Batapan Dupa Mandala Parmala Shila Dashi Paribavi Kapalubo Navazarum Motion and Koreatan and Charha Venugomas Dipadragaman Sikisapa Pramarasi Pradichandas Dipadragan Batum Bisham Swaha Sakti Parkila comes to the Drakaprito Tom Tapani Ugara Sarinas and Kasiapa Pramar Sartamaha Sarasi Pratichandas and Nama Mukisri Dipadragatapati Tamadi Dion Bijariana Mankuyi Swaha Sakari and Nama Bario Vakala Nama Vinay Yorga Yardamor Sampani Dia Sarines Kon Gusibiam Namari Nimjari Biam Namaran Badiam Peram Namaran Mikabiam Namaran Karenski Abam Namaha Krom Karaslara, Praslapiam Namari, Karenias, and Komari, Yatamarin, Supersras, Vamsika, Vasram Kavakayum, named Rivasor, Kromasrai, Vedi, singing his books, or mere Dick Baran, they and Debatari, David, Scaris for the Pini, Dipati, Divide, Varasum, Jamin, Pangam, Garam, Samapamikam, I smell Pushpa Piami, Viramika, Japamaka, Yami, Yamanamiki, Zam, the Sami, Vamdramiki, Yamdraman, Viariam, Nevariam, some Somikis, Pokarapajam, Samarpami, Japamalamantra, Mama, Maria, Sabrabatu, Sadifinica, the Body, Selling Asses, many, see the Baba Guzumantrom, himself, Guru Presidum, Himas, Sleep, Dormatron, Krumam, Strategy, Rime, Yabasa, Harim, Dorge, Rime. Yang kurkum sarangani skromadayi atnamah tim services rasvam sikai pasaram kabagayum nim troye pasor kromosrai petiti senangi nes profesormerti timi moka rayanam dikpitri made vediscalis for the pini to divide varasum jumain pangpujam to make karaf sama pangkas mega pujami veramike de paramakrape de amanamiki deman de sam yaman make yam terman nevi yam yami sumsbomiki zukara pujam smart pasmar pan Yatiki Tricom Namaskarapam Japam Sirabatu Medevi Prasanami Slayer Japan and Tarlaman from Umparmela Sabara the Mapriti Subaba Pavam Sabum Kurushime Patroya Sofia Rim Sitia Namaha English Grand Hugnom Nasakura Zardere of Jota or Sertiu Madri Saxino to mail up matters skip up an capject Pibacalo Kirk and Dear Merki or Mini Morgoheim Delivery Before Viateric Porch Spirits Sports Macamorco Morgan Junior Bordan Bors for Borm Mac Borda Review New Like Marima Niori Vivi Marvemi Remi Per Morning Ban or Boss or the Borsi Mir Big Divas Sandernes Sierranis Volor near Jack Pons Neva Neopaming Pas Kununica in Gresborgi Obertos Dio Borspum Via Appears at Mim Cormeras Corpus or Serens or the Nesalier Sterla Pas was Grun Lukis or Worps or then Sardi Bardamer and the Morgon Home in Jurubun. So Navy Sea of Sarli Artina and Nim Navy Sea of Armigans Artis or Navy Sea of Orslabi getting Pinching Copos Market no coming junk or one of board Morkin Ertubli Janta Cartora Captain Chroma Telchocato Sacella Bervi Persor Corn Hotum Brumpo Floor Blue Ops Bubo at the Tal Wall Motan Gerscopo go boot of to it near Terrible Guru or plane better clean for Worley Bones for a broke more borsum more short more combo shorts of the nine man can change quiller or skilling go park about goods ever scary for both of skip your brains probably your brains leisure Cosmos Warship Mosero War Brain Boko Durin and Warban Malik and Morgan War Voyage or Blue Sherm Durin Zagbi on Warber Gori Wolfikinga New Race Peru Serum Tiros Merspur or P Pressure Brushmak no Brungur Apple and Nurining Look Lu Bernablo Yamri Embrace Fredino Angeriam Embrace Prep Darwin Mardin Embrace Amera Orca Terra Tour Mogo Cella Pera Big Sobnis that Turin Tenant Toon Blake der Ronecker der Netor Elfin Twin Dweerser den Doorser Rig Work Rig Noorso Reser Safir two Frerlich Len Monek Rumbo Boon Comfort Al for the twin Doris and Twin Doors Rig Work or Rig Norso Resa Safir two Frerlich Len Monek Rumbo Rois Rois Corvir Loris or we Corvir Lord Weir Creed Lord Weed Corosi Rose Corim Scientifically Tourist Rum Prenis Nesiperintus Colis Virati Violanda Solid Toolis Ipset Corin Dominus Arten Services Narvis Coristan Difficilly Sere possibly Positivist Carte Damnidos Aripotent Rexergenetar Renios Dominatorium Coris Manum Nis Victory Constitutor Neabelium Cuprius Mervisiu Virum Fiorins Tarming Corpus Erdil or Teturis Nar Magnificent Arbarin Macum Hill Arbarin Cum Hill Arbarin Monk Lurko Frog Vormit Rocks Cum Saxum Saxorum in Vorsum Vortum Param Dina Dal Buldum Quartum Triconis near the Luturnin Turu the Arte Manga Shardana Sheraturmo Koshamu Samazamozara Chamo was Ariel Neon Trukut Paspatu the Schwelten Osikulmushilani Mushiti Kumushi Osi Mushito Mokalotum Kutum Mosi Baraditum Kablitum Britu Mashashu Kasharatu Kashartiarni Elini Tumi Biararni Eli Yawashatari Usisu Eli Eli Maria Umru Sanat Quindi Kula Salalu Mushawara Hui Martarta Alubi au portidi au prosume monastiati a martu elvilino buzi arzuti apdi izisari melani arabutishima arda barbi dini dina laki linda opus alampishati au kashati ya shapishi au mashtepishiti ya ismasaki shamushi lipshurushi shalimnuti pishi alu zaluli shardu shalu zartu shalui bu Marley Murti Yaski Mazaluli Artur Shaipushu Kishpika Makta Dili Sharmiki Shusha Portoro Apusha Suluku Kalamatusha Malasari Naki Bili Bu Elani Mushir to Sramani ya Nava Grita Gira to Pira Sramani ya Nava Parita Gira to Pira Sramani ya Riba Gritu Snila to Pira Sramani Ni Stita Gri Shushni Ladu Pira Sramani Yi Kimash Grita Gira to Pira Sramani ya and Na Kukolari Gira to Pira Sramani ya Na Egari Dabzadu Pira Sramani ya Inin Kiaskurpati to Shni Ladu Pira Sramani ya Inau be shot Gori Dabzadu Pira Sramani ya Nagi Spada Gira to Pira Siringaringian and Kabasiringan and Kabasiringan and Luran Kabasiringan and Luran Kabasiringan and Kurkodan Kabasiringan and Kurkodan Kabasiringan and Shorima Kabasiringan in that Shorima Kabasiringan and Dula Saka Kabasiringan and Dula Sakapa Siringan and Dula like Kabasiring Garzin Kurdila Kabasiringan and Meshora Kabasiringan and Meshora Kabasiringan Martin Gela Lila Gakamba Siringin in Martin Gerdin Lila Gakamba Siringer Sigish Masak Bar Dardi Darden Bole Makarpa Siringer Borbolo God a good getting and a compositing garden in the garden Garan Nura Yar Skun Karkata garden in Kampa Siringer and a compositing Garki compositing Garuki compositing and a book compositing Garish talk compositing Garishamashu compositing and a court compositing and Madu compositing and Niba Torkpa sitting at a compositing Garan and compositing in Lol Korkoric compositing in a low like Korkaric Singan ini bibilar syarek kapasiringan ini kerkarege gishian babarai kapasiringan anu nanti kerkaren yang kepas kekar mumu untuk suala sur kedim sul mula sur nggar sur maskim sur siar kapasiki kempa siringkan ini lalu korkorege kapasiringan ini lalu korkorege kapasiringan ini bibilar syarek kapasiringan ini kerkarege kapasiringan anu nanti kerkaren yang kapasiringan anak kempa siningar kia kempa papa rara termarar papa terke nerne ragara bisa bimurna tenam tata karasi bimurna tadu sur kur bimurna terara sur bimurna tergirim suri bimurna terkara sur karbi murna terlingkir sur tiarbi murna termianar bianet hasbi arbar bar biarish kashati arti marbu kashatu shatu yusani Hai Gori Variana Moham Star Veramon Kisavariana Marushidariana Monko Vinariana Mom Punar Kaksariana Mahom Vistar Venamon Vispombariana Mom Herariana Momariana Mom Savisariana Mom Savadariana Mom Saradariana Ma Umneriana Mom Nericariana Monera Sarayana Monero Palavariana Mom Nerajariana Moniscariana Mom Nipotariana Mom Nera Mariana Maha Sirana Maria Mom Sakira Mom Saraniana Mom Sabadariana Mom Srimata Namoloka Trisariana Mom Sivariana Mom Sabra Salaparaya Nama Uberarate Nama Peradaria Nama Maria Namom Paratanaria Namom Paraya Namom Paratri Nama Bunya Namom Panyat Karataria Nama Umparaparia Namom Paramare Namom Paramart Namam Parasaria Namom Paracaria Namom Pararia Namom Saude Kamaria Namom Perusar Nama Uberbarekara Paragaria Namom Sakalo Parasvaria Namom Niscalaria Namom Saude Sukarat Nama Umascalamana Mutolas Staria Namom Pararia Namom Parara Prosaria Namom Sarasaria Namom Sarania Namom Parasvararia Nama Sataria Mutataria Namom Chitukodaria Namom Chitamatraya Namom Jagamaya Namom Jamarataria Namom Jivaria Namom Jadaria Namom Jarene Saraya Nama Japaria Namom Japasturia Namom Japakata Namom Prikarte Namom Vivabe Namom Vivalia Namom Vispuparari Namom Viscoptre Namom Virustaria Namom Virusnav Studia Namom Sanitaria Namom Kesarkakaria Namom Om Shri Pradariya Namah Om Shri Timaya Namah Om Shri Sampatariya Namah Om Iswarariya Namah Om Sutariya Namah Om Anantarubariya Namah Om Pranadariya Namah Om Ritibariya Namah Om Vatariya Namah Om Varikobariya Namah Om Savaksera Namah Om Tavahariya Namah Om Jana Sakariya Namah Om Janine Namah Om Pradakara Samprabariya Namah Om Janadariya Namah Varabariya Namah Om Yugana Namah Yugisariya Namah Rekamadariya Namah Om Manigyana Namah Marne Namah Manasariya Namah Srasam Namah Om Hamsariya Namah Om Padmasariya Namah Om Piscoputra Namah Om Viraja Namah Om Suraswati Karaskariya Namah Om Jatamara Yutariya Namah Adematarariya Namah Om Saviskarta Varariya Namah Om Pradikarte Rupariya Namah Om Berharakan Marte Namah Iti Sri Hai Griva Sutara Santa Namah Vali Om Marataya Namo Marisariya Namo Magarariya Namo Kaloko Varaya Namo Maname Kuvaramaria Namo Nipsitaria Namo Pataria Namo Verakarabaria Namo Visupriya Namo Virasrikaya Namo Viramaria Namo Visaraya Safaria Namo Surusraria Namo Saparamaditaria Namo Mapakunari Namo Malikararia Namo Markatapusapania Namo Monasrutia Namo Omakaruparia Namo Varia Namo Vaskaria Namo Varaparekaria Namo Varakararia Namo Vasmaratia Namo Sodrania Namo Varakararia Namo Varasaradine Namo Devadikamania Namo Tamaharia Namo Dapikararia Namo Dadindararia Namo Mukesapata Majaya Namo Karuparia Namo Pikaparia Namo Mikadaria Namo Mersvomataria Namo Lengotaria Namo Kesabiria Namo Umbisumbararia Namo Sakaparia Namo Sapaharia Namo Saparia Namo Saranaya Namo Prakasarasa Namo Prasanaya Namo Pramadaria Namo Prakandaria Namo Prakandaria Namo Bravisaya Namo Umbaraviskaria Namo Umbarasarasa Namo Baravarania Namo Bravitaria Namo Umdaskaria Namo Varisaya Namo Sivaria Namo Baravijaya Namo Panaria Panaria Namo Umbadiararia Namo Barisaria Namo Parikaria Namo Miskalaria Namo Virapararia Namo Katakaria Namo Sarsaria Namo Sadaria Namo Tataria Namo Demarania Namo Savujaya Namo Savakararia Namo Nesaria Namo Jalaya Namo Vekaria Namo Pisaria Namo Savakaria Namo Jaya Namo Vekaya Namo Factor to Paria Namo Tamaharia Namo Yigisparia Namo Karania Namo Varia Namo Dramakina Namo Sakarata Kararia Namo Jodikoraria Namo Jivaria Namo Jadaya Namo Jabapria Namo Yuswaparia Namo Vidusuraya Namo Viduswam Gaya Namo Sriya Pradaya Namo Pradaya Namo Toparia Namo Gutaria Namo Gutararia Namo Narvastraya Namo Omana Pisaria Namo Pisagaria Namo Bioruparia Namo Saristopaya Namo Sakaruparia Namo Karuvizumutaya Namo Varipikaria Namo Sisamparaya Karia Namo Ravi Busaria Namo Nagraya Namo Iti Sri Nagada Vata Sutrata Santana Mavali. A short course, Roskulush, Pinky, Present, Agnos, Rumberen, Schranzer, Turchar, Garborsur, Ortsien, Schulanti, Sharon, Crete, Rational Chairs, Sharon, Tianka, Labros, Hermes, and True Gurtier, des Orsta, Neyman, Ter Merchants, Pure, Nerme, and Terne, Formatier, Terne, Formentier, tu laborei der tu svolgete crite tu andril gata turinante tiran marxan spiorte nerum andrul sangul rub dern tar bendran yen Gumbera ciarte de al molshur bera ciarte molchurnat ciar bera ciarne sernu morna bior sebreciad morna bior midern sva dorsaio la sersior a ciar der peru nerbere an hertjes der jordure nur Corrigier ser neer corrigier ser nur ber serang siente her sur sienen galeasier ser berta masar sur Fyri lasar mer bir massa sur merat ni bir dier ser biurar ser sper cordier fjur gos fjur genda fjurer ni aser da dur ner krurte ser krurte fjern tryre krurne mer gurs mer bir nur mer en sur en krupergus en bjur en tro meser domo så sent en tierra macargus en spjur nol nere barberen kjert nol ere tjorri Lars Nasjor med ser gus orgastjor ne pernes lum fjern en gus morbi fjur rudior bier ger fjur en krur de gus fjur nere ser tar kjert fjern ser gus orgastjor ne pernes lum fjern Karchikalindi tatava perna sagita kara muda beri nadi vardarda kamala svarda marulpa Rama sarmu brahma sarapar tigana sarjita baru jagana swami nayana pate kami bavartu me buje sabye vernum sarasi sigi vernum shogati tate dukulam neturun tesa takara kata karsam viradate saradav surima varda varna sartilila paricariyo Jaya Swami Nayana Kami Babartume Mahabores de Karasa Chorde Nirasikar Deva Santa Saranta Sahar Jabalabadre Nabardina Subadra Maria Sakala Surta Seva Vasarato Jagana Swami Nayana Kami Babartume Kerpor Pravarasa Jala Jalarda Surino Rochero Ramavari Ramasfora Damala Pacorumurka Surrendere Radia Srutigana Sirka Gita Jarito Jagana Swami Nayana Batingami Bavartu Merato Rudro Karchan Bati Milta Borderi Babartali Sruti Prador Barvam Pratiparam Barkaranya Sadartia Daya Sintur Bandar Surkala Jagarta Sindusadartia Jagannath Swami Nairabhav Kemi Bavartu Me Paraprami Pirta Kuvala Yadalo Vular Gioni Varsni Lavloni Hita Charono Nantatsara Sira Sarnartu Radha Sarasa Vapur Lingarna Sarko Jagannath Swami Nairabhav Kami Bavartu Me Nalvayar Shera Jamnat Sharkaran Karmani Vivavarna Yarche Yam Rap Yam Nikilanjana Kamyam Vara Vardum Sarakala Kala Pramatar Partina Gita Jarito Jagana Swami Nayana Batikami Bavartume Haratvam Samsaram Bruta Tararama Saram Sorate Haratvam Paparam Vitatima Param Vala Vaparte Arhodinana Tamni Hitacharan Nonis Chirte Martian Tam Jagana Swami Nayana Batikami Bavartume Jagannath Rakum Punyamya Bharte Prayarta Sushir Sarvata Papa Visura Dharma Visnur Burkam Saga Charti Tisri Matsankara Charya Virachitam Jagannath Stakam Sampurnam Brahma Moradi Sorachita Lingum Nirmala Pasita Sorbita Lingum Janmaja Duka Vira Saka Vira Sara Lingum Tapamami Sara Siva Lingum Deva Muni Bravarchita Lingum Kamarana Karunangara Lingum Ravana Dabhavina Sana Lingum Tapranamami Sara Siva Lingum Sarva Sugata Sulepetita Lingum Buri Vivadara Karana Lingum Sirum Sora Sora Vandita Lingum Tapamamami Sara Siva Lingum Kanankamamani Busita Lingum Vani Bari Vestita Zobita Lingum Taksasa Yurtara Vinasana Lingum Tapramamami Sara Siva Lingum Kunkuma Chandana Lapita Lingum Pankajahara Susubidita Lingum Sanjita Pavira Sana Lingum Tapramamami Sara Siva Lingum Devagara Chita Saviti Silingum Bhavai Bhara Bhaktareva Chalingum Dinagara Guti Prabhagara Lingum Tapramamami Sara Seva Lingum Astata Lopari Vestita Lingum Sarva Sambara Baba Harana Lingum Astata Dela Ravina San Lingum Tapramamami Sara Siva Lingum Sora Guru Saravara Rapujita Lingum Sora Vara Puspasara Jita Lingum Para Param Makalingum Tapranamami Sara Siva Lingum Linga Kamiram Punyam Ya Patasiva Sani Do Siva Lokama Noti Savira Samorarte Nataraja Nortana Sun Nataraja Jer Shiva Shankar Nataraja Karnabangkarnana Pariyam Sirambaya Viharinam Marabakumbagum Pitesvari Balaloro Surukam Sarambaka Makararam Sarambuvahini Darinam Harambo Jaga Gorum Sirambaram Vivavarya Samasta Bhakta Bosara Svaha Sabada Karakaranam Prasata
Shanti Vibhavam Nyarasajara Bharadam Karastarmurti Saranam Sarahastakantramadalam Arambusha Jagagurum Sirambaram Vibhavarye Jaragarati Tamarirtam Nithalalo Karavirtam Parakarta Saritatam Patera Pakala Paranam Notoriga Purabavirnam Putara Pasadarinam Harambuja Jagagoram Sirambaram Vibhavarye Koranga Sabaso Bitum Siram Gajara Narsitum Porangara Vikararam Varangara Gara Jerdam Gara Gara Tara Sarakam Tarangam Kotrakam Mamaram Buje Jagagoram Siram Baram Vibhavarya Amanda Barga Barjaranam Sumanda Hasa Sarmoram Sumanda Manda Gamini Gerindra Kanya Karavaram Samamada Mandalu Termabaranda Yantamat Manoram Buja Jagagurum Sidambaram Vibavaye Karindra Karama Vasasar Garin Vinda Kaparinam Surendra Mukya Burjeratam Kagendra Vahana Priyam Ahindra Bursona Charavalam Nagendra Javila Seranam Parambuja Jagagurum Sidambaram Vibavaye Malapaharini Tatesara Vila Sakarinam Palarisa Papam Jarnam Lala Mamaru Palakarnam Rasaparin Harinam Javala Jesularinam Parambuja Jagagurum Sidam Baram Vivavari Sasankabanu Viutra Rajita Trilokarnam Visalavaksasam Surer Garbaurarar Sanadirtam Digambaro la sarva paranaram dararatam viram haram boja jagagaram siram baram vibavarya sarada taranga sajaro kapapasan Garasana manandar mukta jorjarna lisik sara vikasarna paravaru kador jarna lisik sara vikasarna siram barakya sakuru swaru parimerya Butala Sara Sivo Birajarte Sara Marana Vitora Seram Barakya Sakuru Ridam Sara Virasirnam Muralikari Sekor Sarupama Masta Kam Saravasatara Laye Holy Priyatara Narne Vira Priya Kaniskala Jagaguru Ranugari Sri Sinambara Kabaka Kamara Stutram Om Sharavara Bavarya Namaha Om Tapusharya Vinmahi Mahasanarya Dermahitanus Ganda Prachudaya Om Skandandarya Korikya Pravitit Preya Ratanarya Chamahadeva Kamaraya Subhayarte Namaha Agashu vacho nomostu borndara barndar varndia parari vanayar sudakaraya sarananai metavi kuramaria gari haranada samurbava namostu tubyam paranada triantre karat samastarsya ronumarha santatra ratarnam paratarakasya hantra parakanda sorakarakasya amutamartadya sahama soramutaria Gunaya Ganaya Darara Pararia Apara Paraya Parara Pararia Namostutubhyam Sikhi Varnaya Namostute Brahma Viratam Varaya Dikambarari Yambara Sanstitaria Haranya Varanya Haranya Bavaria Namo Haranya Haranya Radase Tapasvaru Pariya Tapadanariya Tapapalanam Pratiparakaya Sata Kumaraya Humara Marinen Turning Katrasvaraya Viragina Namana Mostur Turbiam Sarajar Barne Vibo Prajar Harun Rarunda Tapakatari Balaya Kabala Papara Kamaria Sat Motora Marmaraya Toparia Mirusta Morio Tarmara tu ser namon namurgaran nambataya ganaya namostu tedamaja Kaya namo Viskaria Suksarti Pandaria Salvasya Navasya Kumara Karya Ya Koran Kararia Takamagaria Svaharia Kingiya Kakarkiya Savior to Biam Satatatam Namos to it is Riskandena Hamporane Kasikande Pankavi Masa Titamudaya Srikatiki Stakam Skandu Vachayo Visvaru Mahisana Karkiyo Geranandanas Morasanaya Swami Sankara Sambhava Gange Yastamara Kudaskaras Brahmakari Zikidvarta Tarakari Brahmabutra Korankari Sasaran Narsabda Brahma Samuduraskar Serta Saravasvartu Varsanek Moru Bargavan Burga Mokasafala Prarta Sarachar Magaras Tisapor Varjo Mordi Magakar Sarvaga Marmanan Terta Karvanchi Arthar Pradras Banar Arstarvi Masarta Barni Mariarvi Tiarpatet Pratiuser Sarare Yars Yuto Murku Vakas Pati Prave Mahamantro Mariarni Mamam Mamma Koritar Mahaprajama Vavnurti Natra Karya Kvikara Nyai Sri Ruta Mal Prajna Vipadarnam Kayam Sri Matkarikeya Stotram Narada Vacha Prana Maria Sarasadevaram Gore Butrom Vinyarkam Bhakti Vasyam Smarante Taram Yursam Marsataria Pratamam Vakraturtam Shalikarantarnian Diviti Arkam Tri Tergyam Kosapar Gargisaram Gajarvaktram Totarkam Lambodaram Pancharmam Chastatam Vikatar Meva Chasatarmam Vikatar Jardar Maravarnam Tata Satarmam Narvam Mambala Charatnam Charasamam tu Venayarkam Parasamgana Partim Varadasam Tugasharadam Devarada Satarni Narvami Trisardiam Yapatrnara Naja Vernabiam Tasya Sarvasirikaram Padram Vyarti Labhate Vidyam Darati Labhate Dardam Budrati Labhate Putra Muksati Labhate Gartim Chaperkana Partistram Sarbiara Marseri Palam Lamper Samvar Sarena Serin Jalabate Natras Sarya Stabiu Brahmana Beschar Likervayar Samar Barietas Yavir Yabava Sarvagarna Sasyar Brasaratai Srina Porarne Sankasa Saranam Narmar Garnesa Stutram Advaita Vastarmava Marte Pranamajaranam Samparanarya Dharmanamar Simarupam Palapau Sanaratam Pranater Kalvasyam Devamura Karma Pinorva Minkarpa Samudram Natajana Varkana Varprakara Siar Dergyamaras Nurui Verbur Vatra Siar Stambor nomin nam harvisnum varkso vivararam yaskare hardamurta muhartum satrarapi karunradrim nararari vabursar namamitam visnum ripudras tirtar rajar sargurma pasar smeserna Karaja Garai Ratayar Stami Parande Prarapada Porva Bragiani Karmiarham Pralardam Pranamajana Parke Korvani Divisaro Yarni Prarada Paradarm Sitram Purate Narmami Yastamaha Saradin Kodavalam Koraja Parga Diva Suradisam Korana Burjakara Kavariam Toraser Varatam Prakorvandar Marde Morkeno Rudrova Busa Kasormia Sankarankanatram Prakati Karusi Biayasya Kortar Yaratar Yara Prasidiortar Sambiurti Tishringari Jagad Guru Sri Chakardanas Der Biarvanaksim Hadbarati Zvambi Verasitem Srinera Sirma Santarkam. Jing Shin Shin Tao Thầy Sáng Thầy Xiên Yin Bang Wo Ten Ko She Po Ming Bo Ming Hai Shen She Huai Ming Jing Shin Shin An Ning San Hun Yong Shui Fu Wu Chang Jing Kin Ji Wo Ru Lei Ling Jing Ko Shin Shu Tan Shu Ko Shin Shu Huai Shu Shen She Shin Jing Ling Tong Ming Yen Shin Lang Kier Chier Chier Kier Chier Wei Chier Xiu Chier Wo Ben Ke Shin Yen Jin Jin Shin Dan Yer Lang Wo Tong Jin Shi Shan Ban Yer Do Ke Chang Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Shin Shin Jor Ling Bo Tien Jun Wei Shin Jing Di Ji Hong Po Wu Zhang Jun Min Kung Long Bai Wu Ru Jing Feng Yuan Zhong Ku Shun Wu She Wei Wu Shin Ji Ji Ru Li Ling An Tu Di Shin Jor Yun Xian Jin Hu God Wan Ling Yor Do Jin Guan Tur Di Jir Ling Jor Xier Yor Ji Bor De Wan Jing Hori Xiang Jing Do Le Wei Sheng Ling Gan Pang Wei Beu Short Tan Ting Te Shan Yor Ming Shor Xier Xiang Yor Yi La Lu Yun Li Jin Jing Rian Di Shin Jor Rian Di Jiren Han Ki Fen Shin Dong Zhong Zhong Chu Huang Ling De Yor Yu Ba Pang Wei Shin Xi Hu Xi Rang Ling Bo Fu Ming Por Gor Xier Ten Kru Lu Dar Ta Dong Kong De Shun Jean Yor Fu Xier Lor Xier Ja Gori Wan Kern Xiang Shan Shan Zhu Jian Si Yu Wen Si Shong Ki Ban Kor Ben Gan Nen Nan Jing War Yur Bai Ai Ji Wen Bo Ling Shur Shu Sher Wei War Shur Shan Hori Shu Shan Dior Ki Chang Kun Si Ji Ru Ling Jing Wan Shen Zhu Jian Di Zhong Zhong Guan Ki Ben Gern Wan Zhong Zhuan Zer Zering 无形中传人内外外落入润福有形功。有虎先些些不行定西不稳白路点的有论先说的些半仙无有共鸣现在谁为我的谁为我先手里也是天国里有上单掌外王心内破配雷雷先。Yang Ming Manning Toring Yori Jose Worke Tang Wen Jing Xiaoring Fu Zhenring Ji Ru Li Ling Xing Zhong Xin Xiu Liao Yu Xin Xiu Xin Jia Zhering Sharan Xiang Ru Yu Lu Jin Kun Der Kan Jin Ling Jar Pan Jaran Pen Jan Ling Chen Quan Go Jan Da Jar Tan Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jan Yorn Jolien Jorn Teju Hor Sher Sher Shu Shar Sher Jo Hor Ho Sher Hu Fu Wu Fang Ha Hoi Ji Er Yang Ji Yu Jian Jian Yong Ren An Bai Ne Shu Yi Er Dong Zhang Xi Shu Ying Fu Yon Xi Zhang Yang Jian Wen Nan Tu Xiong Shu Ki Yu Ming Ming Ki Wu Jing King Neng Shi Karen Shen Lo Li Ke Fu Yor Ming Jaring Yor Lai Yor Xian Sheng Jaring Du Nam mô he la la na du la ye ye nam mô wa ye pu lu ye di shu mô la ye pu ti sa du pu ye mô he sa du pu ye mô he ja lu ni ye ye un sa pu la fa yi shu ra lu ra ye ra mô shi ji ri du mi ming ga li ye pu lu ji li shi pu la ling pu nam mô lu la jen chi ji li mô do sha me sa po ala do sho ping a shi yun sa po sa do na mo por sa do da mo por kier mo pa te do da ji ta un ga po jo ji lo jar li jar lor di yi shi li mo her mo ti sa do sa po sa mo la mo wa la mo ji li do yun ju lu jaring ju lu du lu fa she ye di mo he fa she ye di to la ya do la di li ni shi po la ye je la ye ya mo fa ye mo la mu di li yi shi na ha la shin po la she li fa sha ben show Bola sheye hulu bola hulu jili shola jili shulu puti ye pu tor ye puto ye budi lilia lo la chili li sheni na po yen mona so po he Jito ye so po he mo he jito ye so po he jito yu yi shi po la ye so po he lo la jin shi so po he Mola lula shul po he jila singa muke yeso po he so po mo he ji a jol po yeso po he jerji la jito yeso po he bo to mo jito yeso po he lola jichi po he la yeso po he mo po le sheng la yeso po he na mo he la do la ye na mo wali ye po lo shi sho po la yeso po he hong ji darn dun mandur la ba po yeso po he Bore bolo mi du jin jin gan guan shi shai pu sha jing shen bore bolo mi du shi jor yan yu yorn jer kon yor du yate kur sher li ji sher bori kong bu yer shi she ji ji kong ji shi she shong jing yi fu ru shi er she li shi fu fa kong shong bu she bor me bor bo zhan shi gu kong shong wu she wu shou shong jing shi wu yan er bi she shen yi wu she shen jing wei shu fa wu yan she nei shi wu yi shi she wu ming yi wu ming jin nei shi wu leo shi wu ko jer mer dol wu je ri wu le yi wu sho re gu por ti sa do yi bo re bo lo mi gu tu gu jen wu wa hai wu yu kong wu yan li dian do ming xiang xiao jing er pan san shi zhou Poi bore bolo mi durgol de alol dol samyo sarn vorti koshi bore bolo mi dur shir da shin jol shi da min jo shi u shang jo shi wu ding ding shor ning yi ke kur shin shi bor jubu jo bore bolo mi du Ji sho sho yu xie di xie di bo re ji bi bo lo xie xie di pu ti sa po he nan mo po tu ye nan mo da mo ye nan mo sen ke ye nan mo kun ji sha pu sha mo he sha cho bai jen je da ji tu ran jo je la par di jin du mo ni mo he bo mi lu di she sha sho la har jer li sha heng ba sha he an bo ta mo jen do mo ni sho la hong an ba la tor bot nan di mi hong nam mo san man do mo to nan ma bo la di her do she so la nan da shi to an ke ji hong ru wala bola ru wala di se cha shi shi li sho po sha di sha shi li shu po wa he na mo po tu ye na mo ta mo ye na mo sen ke ye na ji ti hu lu ji du lu ji li bo ji li po ji da li bu li shu wa he a na mo ba ge wa di ya pa mi da yu li ya na su bi rin shi da der jo la je yera da gera ye ala he di san yo sandu da ye rar ni ye da han sali ba san si ke li ba li shur da ha mar di ke na sang ma wu ger di shaba wa bi shuri ma he na ye ba li wa li shu wa he na mo bo ke ar par di pir sha she juru bi ru Pola pohela sheye da tu ye dur ye ala her di samyan san boto yer da jitu wonki sha shi pi sha she sharn san moje di so he hong mane bai me hong mager ni ya Naji jorda dar bar jer naruer dali gesa orwo wartar bur liji take nabular nan nabuli jordan barna nona ma loji shor la yeso heli poli por the hill heri loni di arnili lardi pilini di moheker di jeninkyar di na mohere amido poya do toker do Yado dieto emilido por biar milido gitan mor por biar milido bijaran dia milidur pijalian dur kier mini kiete kier no girdo jali sopo hena mo fotonan mamo almo nan mo senyer kier namo shirli mo Heribiadar niar snow bolifullo Jeli san man toda sher nimo hertir he lori kier san man tojor boli di fuli no ali no da mo di mo per pia ubi di mo hemeli derlo borsen kerdi di sen kishi di san man to atuano poloni Jorten yen ran racing puartin shun lo wotan jon shon si yul shon shun mio si men teren di yu wo wei tian di yu wo wei bing shank orwan wurio wor wei fulu shor shar senior huma hung ching shi shen yi shi vi chen chen yen nangang fu yi shi vi shan Yan Hing Li Ching Jing Xing Ju Yan Ming Wu Nai Ate Heye Ya Yogi Chimani Tuko Miki Somo Poko Wa Ate Heye Ya Yogi Chimani Tuko Miki Somo Poko Wa Oki Wanixi Star Mit Star Ki He yo harna he yo harna he yo te ya torabia gina he yo te ya torabia Kina he yo te ya torhar tar bia worn gina hini yo te ya torhar bia yon gina hini yo ya hi yu ni va hu ya hi ni va hi yu ni va hu ya hi hu ni ya ni na her ner na hi ya hi na hi ni na hi yu ni va hu ya hi yu ni va hi ya he ner na yani sini hawana yani sini hawana vira kini hi swa vira kini hini swa ni tuwi na ho hu ni tuwi na ho hu warasina no ho hu warasina no ho hu ni himasi asisi ni himasi asisi Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahi Tano Vishnu Prasudaya Om Devakaranarya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dirmahi Tano Krishna Prasudaya Om Tadboshariya Virmahe Sasurakshariya Dermar Devariya Dermahi Tano Ruda Prasudaya Om Kanadariya Virmahe Vagrunariya Dermahi Tano Nandi Prasudaya Om Kariya Yari Virmahe Kanya Markariya Dermahi Tano Durga Prasudaya Om Vagdevya Chavir Mahe Kamarajari Ader Mahe Tano Devi Prajudaya Roma Devya Chavir Mahe Vashuna Partnya Chadir Mahe Tano Lakshmi Prajudaya or Minur Chechni Yaringa Tando Des Narti Marsnam Sir Tri Basori Murunkur Tier Trias Darm Duram Tier Ser Stornatar Sitam Toronto Tier Nim Chorlet Meser Pur Choriti Lori Lasrin Sin Lori Nan Karslas Mosul orter domti nasreim tibas kor basern ormiud nier niar nar bor nar berbam sirdam toinen nar findruni fierbaro hortir morrich rosor tir morrich romortir modnur niberlum morlech neem tirbas for verchen for roar fier tor morter Nimrag Banaftir Deutschland Nantor Dorgas da Dolia Deutschland Nemnetir Dulni Kore Barakor de Bjordin Dorti Orchirnam Sierti Orgirnan Jurle Orminius Nerxerxram Serdak Kono termina Serte Fur Bilinir Bjoris Narbertir Moser Charndil om dunder truggelome non sur stelom milialum mula sinsanet charmaner robojartak serbrendak serder por rier kutankur kurkumur vese robera frensbjurtur nolit purn sar domine esalus tor heru esalus ter domine esalus ter penesulas ter domine esalus ter krishna sulus ter Damane Asulo Esula Stero Super Pablum Turum Damane Benedictua Tua Ate Heyar Yayo Ate Heyar Yayo Ate Heyolo Ate Heyolo Ituni Shila when you get a kekita yayo Nitinu Shila when you get a kekita yayo Ate Heyolo Ate Heyolo Nitakuye when you get a kekita yayo Nanita Kuye when you get a kekita yayo Ate Heyolo Ate Heyolo Inching Shi Nanpe Mayose Arte Heyolo Arte Heyolo Inichigar kekete nichaga kekete ate heyolo arte heyolo charorpa wanchi charupi charorpa joan charchi arorpi ate heyolo chayari pikata ate heyolo he tuicha he uchari ho he tuicha he uchari ho hunko kile chaya he hunko kile chaya he ho Arte yehe yellow, one night yard money, Tatanka one money, arte yellow, chel me o con ketelo, yellow, cho me o con ketelo, taku mako icharika, hera mitawari yellow, taku maka icharika, hera mitawari yellow, arte yellow, arte yellow, Eya yo min ching shi te wakila che ya min ching shi te wakila che ya te ya che ya in chaga pikta che ya te ya in chaga pikta che ya te ya e yelo a te ya e yelo ha ye e ya yo a ye e ya yo Mila kin hiu mi chinchiana, mila kin hiu mi chiarna, waka blaka te ye, waka blaka te ye, unchi hey yo, unchi hey yo, puya chinyi wasna wakagin king kete, puya chinyi wasna wakagin yin kete, unchi hey yo, unchi hey yo, le hey ya hey ye, la hey ya hey ye. Kangiye oya teye wa cha on wello kangiye oya teye chaya on wello ni ya teye wa wello to wa he well one bali galeshka one yan ni hi o we one bali galeshka one yan ni hi o we mi o kan hin one laki ye mi o kan kin ye hit on one like it, hit on one like it, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, ha, yeah, hey, yeah. Min ching shimira waya, min ching shimira waya, arte he, arte, ya, wello, arte, ya, wello, yani pikatai, ya, wello, yani pikatai, ya, wello. Wasa waking kita wasa waking kita le chi po le chi po ya hey hello arte hey hello Armakwe Padawan yan Mar Aralena Makwe Padawan yan Makwe Aramakuwe Aramakuwe ina hekuo misunkala che yao mani misunkala che yao mani ina hekuo wana sapiketa wana sapiketa unchi razipa michuye arte he yellow he kierna yanka galie he kieryanka galie one lechia wana sapiketa Yarpi lo one lechia wana sapiketa yarpi lo warning carpe cagario one carpe cagario one halo mio one marian cario mi yar one marian cario cagario yarte one chanku wagager lo canikio yarte one chanku wagarge lo yarni pikete cha kola he yellow Makasito Mariane Kia one Bali Oyarte one Hoshi Yellow Arte Halo, Arte Halo, Mako, Wachaya, Okian, Petakino, Kie, Petakino, Kie, Kangyo, Arte, One Ho, Shi, Hello, Arte Halo, Arte Halo, Lena, Wakan, Wagati, Arte Halo, Arte Halo, Agali, Kinhan, Wakan, Wagagarchi, Arte Halo, Charon, Pawa, Kin, Wagagarchi, Arte Halo, Mio, Karnin, Kin, Chichuche arteilo arteilo galikini niarkarta arteilo arteilo minchinshi tayera kubie minchinshi tayera kubie makoche one washte ayagali pikarte arteilo wana wicheshka artie wana wachiashka artie wahurte o marni vihurto o mari o katarda o kartana korean Michuria warin kerte michuya hiara hiya wasawatinkite ahia wasawatinkite hanpa wachege tewakila lahe when bleni chala har karielo when bleni chala har kariye Lord te kucher when gela kinkite dokiche when gela kinkite ni hun kun helia ni hun kun heyelo wakanya yakin kite one kan yani yankin kite chagalishka one luzani yankin kite chagalishka one luzani yankin kite one way yagaru po one way yagaru po what the halo en Israeki sorne besutin truas renujes kapusara dem rusheps kabun genjero katem sekem nebun gincha femi urun skomaran shikar nem courage saram nem shora shirab sotabin sutin making you not capacity balak kemnu tefnabu nem sekompetem ta shoring nepin tomi the taparin suru of suru important trus min mohalcha tai toros never gebano mudu nu da pepe kasent neprata de mishes set up una fita down tata namak pertapset neprotek tata may tana tim nuwa ting nu shap sing ti ham marhan arisha biskim nas kan di mehara mishi jut param kapru to adam karu ana papa shashara ya besara bin ya sapi sarpu apek namarin ti manakat kob dromari karata karamaru kurti haru tabaru nejura de peru ahere nedu heru tada namanan pu heru ad benu heru say sa happy oi get that empty spent hobbit kin organius mamor bad get di pesset spent toys are nem skereps skeru karemi sharing canus craze craze on metus when katu turbetu is a gunish sinisu where para para manik some canus ram dari shutem shitis kaparat into we are it illumination is not of can be never can maraka sensu having get to get you guess he set up a new dominate and has run pets at Tapper and Nana Shusharketo, he shot him a second one pet nap to shoot the tap up what Sikim and Petim Toyer and Mamma Jeffy you up up and Sikim wife and every moon that Sikim and Bus became a stud per bus to a sage was a Sikim and has rob up the future but that's already meaning courses absorb by course Kerman sediment as Udi Kumushi Kursu Rudi Miskabi Gabber sediment that's all the maps of that. It's had a second of a out in the Harvard mensen public kesu socialist cartage bombs and from secular maratini mutu trevor mana bere shiki koru taking saru kasi para terekanamenti on the bevel so taking a babu in the pretensions of Mabu Turkin and the permanent cautious of Tabana beneminated to him at the investment to Supakabushi certificate to Marty so much my patient is from a range of petals and everything for them as their Tansun and kept game and the Economentu Romas Catan Nupan Recanamus Nutapertut Ramas Usiatican Jajartu Anatenti Napati Saturn and Williamson and Eastern Shisharek and Xanakari Corishajak and Escari Pojorek and Nascan Curry Poikum Sharim were Picanum Shornasian and yet he set in Mutapati to Abico Baco to Agnucakisman Robert Sagamakona Pikur Sadek. He said in Tefla High Rabi Wabak to Albaru to Agnucasman Wabsikamako Nopri Udus Sarafmenti Usuraki Pertum Signasa Gerti that you are the Onu Kamsutak to Naman Pishaw to next time and Henu Pempumni Piso Katum Tatagni Pupari Surti Arnandek Tatumni Funimaka Kanasanani Fui Bawu and Can head and Mahati in Japan and had each Jatas today. Hotep, Amiki Kuaramamura Kakan to Senati to Maria Psu can had barang you Amitu pet but Mahara the meat and never one head Tati that's the sort of Briam Nekanam and Heriu that in Manupanian and the dead Paniam Sisters Mario come a Hotem never down worship some more Sigma man Canary Nuku saws looks saws that America Paramon Dakamas and never never Nakabrakadin Madu, Pesacrafna and Tabnaman Stray and Dwight Operam Shishani never Jagaya Bakat to be such a time Satu and Dan always sapi orang tiram saro tapi au seperti mau tapi om pati mati pari tapi yang mat relation tu mutak rodem kena promo baru seni yang berna tadi yang sam ramai mau ini keberatan merotri seberat keberat seberat saraman jarat unami nu akan musik kosong mau ada koi serik tu peti rasu pergamanan terkait mereka suak sekakat nu tak kuat dan bernu kuat thora ang pada tertoi mek Unubdam kiu komisar fuajak toya makurchu tu na prematinu and pet moi food and one amasic sum petra sex and attack natri saptapim sakapana nu kara ora terem sana katikua maku and kapra numesa sutin droy perem kat mutafna abu na kurti and kesuti sinneki o benen sinenek time hoig natri sim and takim nemi pet Naturmen hen suar hen upsike kujurin miskeda koi my enjoy hen in the 3-1 hen pleasures which up to rapishar the new and egg vision as you get a crowd war on a patumamin masaru to a certain tamaringu never an eshakaroshan spooky ari desk mamon and get a capru of him to pros on the throne number I can crop is raking in English again and get the truth or now your rectal she's a crop can carry can but use the ticket no shot at them taken in Wajar so dapat apa wajar Hamson Shizarman during Pesana and said it can only see today is the reason of it about you snap at Shani said when I'm second book of Cabro never Cabramanish Cabrum Pramara Tambam Yasuna what now and can attend manting a bear who would have been can be a Mrs. Rodriguez coming Kamimi or do I you to Ranis the Rasabi water and a bag Kabeg Semua persiaran koren lai penasari sana perseri coba pesingan besuti sebuah kadang berem US kemudian kode jarato mau betem toi karena kan amar kuramen sebenarnya punya beri karena baru sesuai rusun semua mau aman meski peran makin baru aman absen tuh beri kesamdak sekian korwa piko kuai baik kebom kan ne wa baik misalnya ro besar sekian korwa per kabrik shirune baik kor saat ikabrik mikir baik nundek kabrik kan enggan terus Nashara Bishop had taken he had any goon some on new pension medic you had to secure an enemy to an few sacar and cabin and or loosen and Mikaisan and any something can up who attack no para American and defense nervous become many got sexual taparatic and shoot up to an independently were happening and through Mr. Secretary and had to deep assuming informants against the son of the most and Jerome office got over officer in a couple of so Quebec and coat up the rapper which you know to the independent and not through EMS. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, I peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden within my flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden locket, a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well, whose waters rise from deep within me, and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time. I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from that sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Newt, Geb, Zikia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Geb, Newt. Kipra, ra, tumar, simitor, kishabu, banana, shimtorina, higher simitor, kishabu, banana, shimtorina, higher simitor, kishabu, banana, shimtorina, kansu, abrada. hope you're having a good morning or a good day or good afternoon, wherever it may be where you are. Thanks for joining. If you were wondering what that was, if you've never been joined us for that before, essentially it's blessings in many different languages. And some of these blessings go back thousands of years. Some of them are a little bit closer. We got some Latin in there, some Kemetic, some ancient Egyptian, ancient Japanese, Chinese, Sanskrit. And I found in my life that many solutions to any situation is always, always good. Multiple solutions. You know, you think about, I think about cleaning something, and the first layer is going to be a tough clean. That part hasn't. That's going to be the scrubbing, and then the next layer of cleaning. Well, we can get that shine back that we had before. You know, maybe it takes a few applications to get to that shine and of cleaning. And so I found the same way in blessings and pretty much anything else that I want to handle and messing with in life. See if we can make sure and get these all boom boom. Y'all are looking good. Good deal. Just make sure this right here. Alright, you two, let's see. Let's see if we can get this done properly. Boom. Just need you to be charging. There we go. Wonderful. That is great. Boom. Excuse me, I thank your patience so much. Patience is a very valuable commodity to possess. Most people don't have patience. They just have frustration without proper planning. I want to talk about resurrection today. Touched on it yesterday. What kind of got my mind in the place of, well, that's a reality. There's been a lot of people pretty dead in our world. They've been dead to 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 kindness and love. They've been dead to their own aspirations, to their own goals. I mean, us on this journey, on a journey of life, we get choked out. We're this fruit, vegetation, wheat. I don't know if we go back to that good old book. You got the wheat growing, but what happens? What happens to a garden that actually has a bunch of weeds? The weeds wind up growing around the other plants, and they choke them out. They choke them of life. And also on the roots, they're still in their sunlight up top, and they're attacking the roots down below. The weeds are much more than just simply growing next to you. You get some bad weeds in there, you never know what they can do. And people get turned to other things that they're not. And resurrection, we immediately think, oh, the physical body is dead. The next life is the one, whatever the case. Oh, how do we, get into the medical field at that point? And I'm I'm I don't know all that medical stuff. I'm not a doctor in those terms by any means. Um, More a natural healer kind of individual, and but the resurrection truly is of the heart and the mind. It's that child. It's the child who got killed. It's the child who was slain. It's that heart. It's that playfulness. It's engaging life. And we engage life, and at some point we lose it. That's why no matter what our age, we can look at at youth and learn. We can get that zeal back. One of the books I read through, it has very specific information on two different accounts. And on one account, it mentions that, if you're within this younger age range, you have all the zip and pep to go do it, but you lack the wisdom. So plan a little bit better. And then there's another portion of the book, and it brings out, it says, well, if you're actually older and within this older age range, this you're going to deal better with this situation because you're actually slower to react. You're not going to jump into it right away. So it's going to give you time to see your situation and you're going to be better prepared. So if you're younger, hey, take some time, pay attention. So like, it's you can learn on both sides and be motivated at both ends. I've been younger and lost my energy. I've been closer to the age of where I am and lost my energy, but I don't mean like energy as in just living. My body's still going, obviously. I mean my energy is in my desire to want to change things, to do something better with my life. And that runs out. What's the dream? Maybe the dream's just experience. I was in the Renaissance world for a good many years. Met some friends, met some people that she practically acted like a second mom, and found a bit of a family, and it'd be pretty cool. I'd just be walking by, and somebody would, hey, what's up? Oh, come on over. Like, what's up? And they're like, we just got this new pipe. Let's smoke weed. And I was like, sweet, yeah, cool. I mean, it's a completely different world. And depending where you are, there's a whole bunch of different worlds out there. There's a whole bunch of different venues and groups of people, and who knows what you might fit into? Who knows how it's on my journey. I was not hitchhiking, but I was walking like cr- across a city in Texas. So Texas is a pretty big place. So from one city to the next, that could be quite a ways. You know what I'm saying? So I was walking, but I was not thumbing for a hitchhike. I was not asking for rides. I was on my spiritual journey, and one person. There was a lot of people driving by, boom, 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 and man, I was carrying a lot of weight because I had water on me to last for the day and everything, and so I had to. I was at one of my portions and found a nice good portion of shade and took my stuff off and sat down at the side, and cars just passing by like crazy, and I'm just thinking to myself, man, what if somebody would pick me up and give me a ride? So much business or something. I didn't say anything to nobody. I didn't thumb a ride bus. I don't know. So I just sitting here. I might be passing up a good opportunity. And the spirit was like, get your rest. Rest up completely. Don't cut it short. So I got my rest and I put my bags back on me and all that water jugs and stuff. I got to walking and I can't remember how far later, but somebody pulled over and they picked me up. And I told them I was heading to a Renaissance fair, and they said, "Well, that particular one's not active right there, and there's nobody there." But there's another one going on that people are headed to. How about that one? Would you like to go to that one instead? And I said, sure, that sounds great. And we pull up into the gate, and instead of going towards like entry for people, I don't know if it was going on that day or not. It was going on that day. It was. Instead of going to the entry portion, we go to the we go to the back portion where like the employees are, and then like we're driving by and there's like all these tents and stuff where obviously like people are staying who work there. And I'm like, well, like I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just this is all new to me. I've never been behind the scenes anywhere. This is what? And and we drive up to this like I don't want to call it a mobile home, but it's a long home. It's really long. It's like multiple. It's not mobile homes with wheels, but it's like like a trailer, like a long home, but it's like two or three of those things put together. It's pretty decent sized place the way they got it set up, and and they invited me in and talked and the guy left and I had a place to stay. They had me sleep out in a tent for 1 or 2 nights. That's it. It was 1 or 2 nights, and then they were like, "Come inside," and there was someone else in the room. They had their bed, and there was a bed for me, and they said you could have that spot, and so I got to have a spot. And that evening, I was running down I was with the ram and battering down the front door to the castle, and the castle's on fire. Well, like things can change in an instant. There's no plan. There was no thumb in it. There's no. It's just I have to love me, and I want to, shoot. Maybe somebody might give me a ride. There's a right person pick me up. What if I was still walking when I was resting and somebody else picked me up and took me through the front door? My life would be different. I would have never met the people I met and got the life I got. That was a whole nother life. Shoot. Talk about God pick you up and set you somewhere. New life, new place, new information, resurrection. My whole up to that point, my mom was my best friend. She died. My wife left me and took my 2 daughters, and I had nothing. I had nothing, and I walked in, boom, one thing after the other, one thing after the other, and then I found out people have problems. They get upset at each other or whatever because something wouldn't get weed eated or this wouldn't get done or whatever, and I'm like, that's Sawyer's problem. You feeding me 3 meals a day. Shit. Point where the problem is. I'll take care of it. There's one day we were like, no, we're not doing any yard work today. You do whatever you want. Shit. I went and grabbed the weed eater and fucking took care of all this shit. I'm not saying other people didn't do stuff. They did. But but I I'm happy to I'm happy to improve my community when I can eat, when I'm provided for the way my body needs to be taken care of. And there's many times that I've done that without being taken care of, just carrying my own. And that's what I'm going to do because that's what I want to do. And that gives other people a chance to have their own resurrection. For instance, while I was there at the Renaissance Fair, I've been going with those memories for a bit here. They had this they had this schedule with the dishes, and they would wash. They had like I don't know Thursday. Thursday was the day for people to clean, And so every Thursday, everybody got together. Somebody vacuumed, somebody washed. Everybody had an assignment kind of thing, and everybody would do their thing. And I'm just like, I'm watching the way people are cleaning. I'm watching how slow it is. I'm hearing the complaints. I'm watching the friction. And I'm just like, this is stupid. This is stupid. So I just let the day pass and went with it. And then after that, I just started doing this shit every single day. Well, let me vacuum this. I have 5 minutes. Let me vacuum the hallway. I got 20 minutes. I don't care. Let me go wash the dishes. What the hell am I doing? Fiddling my thumbs, going to play a video game, going to run around outside. I didn't have video games back then. Whatever the case, what am I going to do? Well, let me help out because people are getting upset at each other for this and that. Well, let me just clear that out. So I did so much cleaning that Thursday cleaning was canceled. It just stopped happening. It wasn't needed. It wasn't needed anymore. Now, I didn't blame anything or put on anything on anybody. That's just what I'm doing. And I don't know how long it took, but it was rather a short time. It was a surprise to me when it happened. But out of nowhere, there was, I say younger ones, but they were like upper teenage range, like dudes and stuff. And so they're not gonna freaking. You ever try to get a teenager to wash dishes? It's just, no. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ever try to get them to vacuum? Like, nah, like, you better put that on the chore list and see you have to, like, you better force that on them. Um, but they each observed my behavior. And then one day, without asking, without demanding, without anything, without it being a Thursday, without anything, there's one dude just randomly cleaning. And that was a pattern of behavior that just continued amongst us. And now the work was light and could get that out of the way whenever we wanted. We didn't have to wait till a day to clean the dirtiness. I could grab it, boom. It got too much, knock that portion out. Boom, that got too much, knock that portion out. Just keep knocking that stuff out. And then there was no problems. There was no arguing over Thursday argument. Thursday crap never happened again. It was a great and that's the type of influence to that I've sought and worked to have upon my environments. And there are particular environments I've been to, and people don't. There was one person many many years of my life, and I'm going to tell you how it worked. I cooked, I served, I served them because I like a hot plate. Everything nice, fresh, and hot on the plate, right up as it's served. So I serve them. Boom, I'm getting my stuff ready because it's all at the finishing stage. It's just the final warming stage. And by the time I have my plate together to sit down with them, they're literally done eating and they never wash their own dish even. So I just eat by myself and I cook by myself and I wash the dishes by myself. And it wasn't that I was complaining that no one was helping me, but it's nice to have a partner be a partner. You know what I'm saying? And it's nice that other people have a motivating heart. Now, perhaps they don't have time for that. Maybe they're too busy doing something else or working towards something else. That's understandable. Like a loving mom or dad. I think more of a mom, but I can imagine there'd be a few dads out in the world at least who would have this quality. But kiddo is upstairs or wherever they're at, their room is, and they're doing their work. They're focused on what they're focused on. And what does mom or dad do? They bring in a soda pop or a drink or a sandwich and some chips and some food, a plate of food or something, because they know they're not going to leave and stop what they're doing. And they know that they're going to forget about eating because they can just keep going. So they're going to make sure they're taken care of along that way. And, they're not trying to interfere with them, and they know they're busy. And that's just the love in the atmosphere. And, that's different. That's a different atmosphere. It's important to pay attention to those kind of things. So much wonderful, so much. It was just extraordinary to see the teenagers like move into that, to take that lead like that. I wasn't putting it on like that. I wasn't trying to do that to get them to follow my lead. I was just doing it to stop the arguments, because the less arguments that happen, less frustration that happens, the more people can do things. Like when I've lived at different places, I notice all that there are. I say, we got things on our shoulders, we got concerns on our shoulders, we got those weights on us. And if I can observe where those weights are on somebody and I can help remove them, like, if something's continually, I can just like, boom, I got that taken care of, no worries, I got it. Then they don't have problems on the shoulders, they don't got all that weight on them, then they can do what they want. And I have been in, this has happened in a multitude of places where I've been, and people are like, wow, I got to do this. And, I haven't done it in so long, and da da da, I've been wanting to do that. And I'm like, yes, because I didn't even need to go back and explain anything to them about the weight on the shoulder. It worked. It worked. The weights were gone and they did what they were wanting to do. Now that they weren't burdened with the thought of having to do that crap every day, they actually could be like, what do I want to do? Boom, that's what I want to do. And they did it. And that's for each person in the world. That's where you find the motivation within yourself to keep going, because you're like, boom, yeah, I did what I wanted. I got what I wanted. You know, like it doesn't matter if it's this or that look. Some people do things that harm their body, and some people do things like drink Coca Cola. I knew a guy, he drank 2 liters of Coca Cola minimum a day. That's 4 liters of Coca Cola a day minimum. This is what the guy drank. He didn't smoke. Did he smoke cigarettes? I don't remember. Probably. But the dude, that was his thing. That was his fix. It can be something plain. But you know what? Sometimes that might have been a little excessive, I'm trying to battle. But anyway, but what I'm getting at is everybody has their own vice, their own satisfaction, their own comfort, their own, feel good. Look, you know what? I don't even have my favorite coffee right now. I don't. I don't. People sent me money for a coffee pot to get the one I want. $187 coffee pot. And I got the money sitting up there. Because if the end of the month comes and I got nowhere to go, well, I'm $200 away from paying rent, and at least I could cover a couple weeks and pack my stuff up and get out. So, um, that's okay. I'll do a tea or water. I just want something hot to sip on. Really, at the end of the day, I just want something hot to. I do so much talking or whatever the case. I like the heat on my throat, and I'm satisfied with that. It's good enough. That's good enough. I'm not complaining about it. But if you don't take care of yourself and what you truly want and what you can have, it does start to chip away at you, because people are complaining about all these other problems, and you're like, what the fuck does that matter? What, you've been bothered by that problem for 5 minutes? I got one that I've been bothered with for 20 years, and it's about 16,000 times bigger than your concern. What do I care? I don't. And then we go through life in a nonchalant way, putting forth a show, a display to be accepted, to fit in, to make people feel the way we want them to feel. What's that? Let them experience reality, and if that's the proper thing, man, they got it. I knew somebody for a long time, and man, how they felt about something was everything. It was everything, and it drove their actions. Their actions and their emotions synchronized into a oneness. But every single time they were literally just about I'll say the majority of times they were upset, and their feelings were this way or that way or this, if they actually waited and thought about it a little bit more, they would see that that wasn't correct. That idea, that information they had was not reality. If they would have saw reality, they would have had different feelings. Being able to see the truth. One thing we go over in the morning, it says you have caused the truth to be considered beautiful. And I think about that in my life, and I think about living in this world and in the different experiences I've had throughout it. Shoot, I lived at one place, and I didn't put all this together until after I was gone, not living there anymore. The dude was videoing, he had me on audio surveillance. Um, he was literally um, um, talking back. He was literally carrying on a conversation with me. He would hear what I say over here. He would re-articulate what he had to say, and then he would present it in a different way. And I had to put all this together later after the fact. There was one point. This is how much the spirit talks to me. Okay, multiple sources, multiple sources. But all of a sudden, and out of nowhere, emails, fucking stream insert, everything. It starts presenting. It starts having me search for not search. I'm not searching for it. It just pops up advertisements for devices that can locate, like a camera or a microphone that's hidden in the room. It can find anything like that. It picks up all the sensors, and I don't know, it costs like $40 or something. It's not crazy expensive. I'm sure you could get a more expensive one, but it kept saying, look for it, 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 buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. And then I moved, and I looked back and I put everything together, and I was like, holy crikey. Yeah, that's exactly what was happening. And we do live in a world where people have the ability to go buy all sorts of gadgetry on that scope of things. It's insane. It's out there. It is truly the sci-fi of that type of state of being that people can reach. And there's something I learned about my travels. You see, this program is entitled Invisible College 333, and recently we began striking the gong at 3:33 in the morning, current time, Eastern time, and then beginning the ceremony. I found out about the Invisible College first, but then after my journeys, I found out about the Temple of Silence. We've got the Invisible College. And we have the Temple of Silence. This is why meditation is so important. This is why all the shamanic journeying is so important, because it leads you to the Temple of Silence. When you're in the Temple of Silence, everything is worked in silence. There's no thought creating the plan. There's no vision creating the plan. There's no voice creating the plan. It's straight attunement and manifestation in straight up pitch black nothing. Because when it happens, ain't no one could have seen it coming. Nothing and no one, not even the omnipresent could see it. It's in the womb of the mother. It's in the womb of the mother, and she is the dark. She is the sea, the dark sea within everybody. She is within us. She was the vastness of the cosmos before anything manifested truly, because she brought together primordial forces. Those primordial forces created a mound. From that mound arose the Divine Father. The Divine Father is the one that winds up fashioning the world, the physical manner, the mother of magic, mother, mater, matter, physical matter. The Temple of Silence is where all your work gets to, so that you can actually make a change in the world. It's the only way to make a change in the world. You can't do it any other way. They can hear, see, feel, pick up satellites underneath, above, between, and everywhere. If you can master the shamanic journey, if you can go on that oracle expedition and truly enter the Temple of Silence and learn how to operate within that, you will be a sphinx every day of your life. You will be a walking enigma to everybody that looks at you. You will fall into the Loki, the trickster, the shapeshifter form, because everybody will have a different opinion of you. Everybody will see something different. Good. Be a sphinx. Let them read a big ass question mark. Be a riddle to them. Be a big ass riddle and let them keep asking questions, because that's the only way you're going to keep your peace. If you tell them, yep, X on the map, that's where it's at, well, then they're going to go to X on the map, dial in your digits, and they're going to push your buttons over and over and over and over till you go, rah! And you do something bad, and then boom, your life is truly screwed. That's what they want to do. That's what they try to do. That's what their efforts lead people to. And that's why I learned what I learned so long ago by the divine themselves. They sent me on a journey. They sent me on a journey to learn all these aspects. Resurrection is nice, but staying alive is better. It goes along with these lines. Look, personally, I recommend don't ever pick up a cigarette. Don't ever pick up a cigarette. The reason why is because once you start getting a taste of that tobacco, you're going to keep wanting it, and you're going to have to work to quit it. But if you never start it, you never have to work to quit it. See, if you start something and you decide you don't want to keep doing it, well, then that's the part where life can get tough. But for me, my own personal experience, I'm going to tell you what tobacco helped teach me. It taught me I have the ability to quit something I love doing. I have the ability. I've done it a multitude of times. There was one year I quit no less than 3 times for a more than just a month's time. More than I quit and I let time elapse. Enough good time to elapse to where I didn't even have the desire. I did if I did it more, I did it more, but I did it no less than 3 times in 1 year. And I did this within 1 year's time period because I wanted to observe what I went through. I noticed every time I tried to quit smoking cigarettes, I went through this and I went through that and I went through this, and it lasted a certain amount of time. And if I exceeded that amount of time, I no longer wanted to have a puff of a cigarette. So I wanted to test all of that out and I wanted to get repeated results. So I did it a multitude of times so that I could get repeatable results. Now I know what I go through when I want to stop. So if I'm going to stop, then I know exactly what I need, okay, to put in place, because I'm going to go through those things. One of those things is I'm not going to talk to anybody for 4 days. I'm out. I'm out for 4 days. I ain't talking to nobody. Nope. 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 I know exactly what's going to happen. Nope. I need to get to 7 days. That's what I need to get to. In 4 days, guaranteed, I gotta go into self-imposed isolation. I can't be around people. No, because I'm gonna go get another pack right away. Yep. But I need to hit a threshold of time first. So boom, I hit that threshold of time, then I'm in a decent mood, and whatever comes my way, I've had that time to formulate myself, and now I can take those boom 3 extra days, and I can actually be around people and be okay, and that's all right. And now I'm at my mark, and now doing that comes down to personal choice, control, and ability, which taught me that my mind and my heart, when they team up, they can overcome a desire, they can overcome a temptation, they could overcome anything that's going to pull me in a direction I don't want to go. A lot of people, they'll just fast from something. Oh, I'll fast, I'll do lint. Got some lint in my pocket. I don't have pockets, I got pouches. I don't think I got lint in my pouches. I might have a little piece of wool. I got a little piece of wool in a pouch. That's on me. I know that's for sure. So it's got a little piece of wool. It's got a little piece of dried bread, and it's got a little piece of charcoal. And essentially, it's so that your Yule log will burn long, and so that you'll have food to last the winter, and then there's a third element and fourth element. Anyways, yeah. Blessings, blessings, blessings. Mojo pouches. You ever heard of a Mojo pouch? No, you have. Yeah. Okay, Mojo pouch is Mojo Magic. Same thing. Same thing. So Mojo pouch is a magic pouch. A stone, an herb. What was the third thing? At least a stone and an herb, and a pouch of color. And but you can look up different things online. You can look up ingredients for a Mojo pouch for anything, and you can literally make your own. I talk about talismans, the ability to create talismans. And literally, if you don't know, I'll say it. I'm not going to give you the long explanation, but we'll do a short one. So I'm going to get like rose quartz, right? Stone. And let's say I want this one to be like full of happy energy. So whenever I watch a movie and I feel happy, I feel genuinely gut happy, I'm gonna go grab this stone from its spot. I'm gonna pull it to my gut while I feel that, and I'm gonna keep that nice and close It's going to feel my resonance. And then when that moment's over, I'm going to go set the stone back over there. I'm going to do that for months, maybe even years with the same stones before I ever use them for anything. And then that stone will now be vibrating at my resonance. If I use something such as a sound bowl, sound bowl, I'm not gonna play it right now because it'll wake up and it's Sunday, and I think people have been working, whatever the case. So, but you play the sound bowl. The sound from this is legit science. It's true. I ain't making it up. And I discovered the science after I had actually experienced the results and shared the results with others. So the science backed up what I was doing is affirmation, if anything. But the sound bowl over the cords is going to activate the energy. The molecules within you are going to start to vibrate so fast that the energy from the stone is going to start pulsing outside of the stone. It's going to create a field of energy. So now that I have a talisman with a field of that heat, anything that causes the molecules to heat up in the stone is going to cause those molecules to be active. Okay, so even follow me. So even if that stone, that talisman is kept on the body, at some point where it can stay warm, it's going to be resonating. If it's on the body, it's resonating that energy. It's hit. Okay, so you take your talisman, put that in with the correct herb, choose the color of your mojo pouch correctly because the color is going to support black absorbs. So black's good for hiding, red's good for defending, blocking. There's different colors for different reasons. Going to amplify whatever energy you're working with or wanting to protect it with. Maybe you want to put two backs over it. Anyways, you got talismans now, along with some herbs in a bag. And that energy, when you walk around, if somebody has a negative intent towards you, that negative energy comes towards you. But the mojo pouches you got on you, the stones or whatever, yeah, I got more over here. The stuff that you carry on you, it's pulsing at a resonance, at a frequency. You, with intention, focused that these energies collapse upon each other and act as one. As an alchemist, you created a mojo bag, you created a magic, and now that you carry it with you, nobody else can see it. Oh, me, you can see it, but you don't have to make it to where it's visible on you. And now you're rolling with your own extra energy. It's your talisman. You pump the energy into the stone. It's your own energy that's resonating out. So now it's almost like having a partner backup of energy that now people, they can't just overcome that too easily. They don't work like that. They don't have backup energy. They think rocks are weird. They're just they're like nature. We just, that's over there. Let nature be your friend and your ally. No, the stones don't create your abilities. They certainly amplify them, though. They amplify your abilities. Though I'm pretty sure to some degree you've heard about the Divine Mother and the Divine Father on the Egyptian side. Seen a video on it on YouTube, maybe. I'm picking up a lot of no's, genuine no's. Okay. We'll go with some story time, but I'm not reading a book. I know this stuff is, this is like, I've decided this is my family. It is my family. I had to learn my own family history, my own ancestral history. So the time that this story takes place, it's so old that there's never even been a single mummy created. Nobody's been wrapped up for the afterlife. Hasn't happened. Egypt's kicking. Kemet, old Atlantis, it's kicking. But there ain't a single tomb for people living that's been created yet. Hasn't happened. That's how far we're going back for this story. And you have Alset, Kenemet Donket, the Divine Mother herself, in the flesh as human. And you have the Divine Father, embodied is Ra himself in the flesh. And they have their life and they're living. The world is good. Everything is well. Prosperity abounds. Balance exists. Set, Ra's brother, walks in one way or another, one reason or another, takes Ra out, kills his own brother, takes control of the kingdom, and decides that's enough. Alset, the Divine Mother, she plans to get Ra's body and to perform a ceremony to bring him back to life. And well, Set hears about this, and Set is like, nah, you know what? He gets Ra's body, dices it up into 13 pieces, and literally scatters it out into the four corners of the world. Just scatters it all over the world. Boom. The Divine Mother, she is the mother of magic. She created magic. She knows the power of a name. To be able to know the power of a name, you could do anything. She knew and knows Ra's true name because there was this incident well before, and she was able to devise a bit of a plan. And Ra was sick, and the only way he could get better was if she told her his name. Well, he revealed it. So, okay, she not only she knows and she can work magic. She created this stuff on this world. She is the mother of it. So she actually travels around the world, and she's able to find 12 pieces. His phallus was eaten by a fish, which says, hey, this couldn't have been an actual physical thing. So it's just the point of the story here is it wasn't about anything physical. She goes and she collects the pieces of the body, and her sister is Nebhet. Nebhet, she's the mother of nurses. I mean, she is the mother nurse. She's of healing. She can do all of that. So together, magic, nature, and healing come together, and they unite the body into the form. They sew the body together and they mummify the body. It is the first mummy ever created on this world, wrapped up in that fashion. And there was, I forget which the piece was, but they put a ceremonial piece for his phallus in place, just so that the body would be intact. The mother of magic, she goes forth and she performs the ceremony. And in the ceremony, she is able to draw his soul, his very soul, his spark of life into her own womb. Immaterial, just as a soul can travel through walls or anything physical. She performed the correct ceremony and drew her husband's spark of life into her womb and gave birth to him as we know him to be Heru or Horus. She not only had to resurrect her husband physically in giving birth to him, but she had to resurrect him mentally and emotionally. See, Heru, he grows up and he goes after Set. He wants to reestablish a kingdom, put this up correct for his dad. And the first time he goes and runs, he fucking falls. He fails. He fails. He wipes out. Huge loss. All that, he thought he was his dad and he just had everything. Nope. Young gun, you move too fast. So his mom tells him, look, you got to go to Tahuti. You got to go to your uncle, divine wisdom. You got to get yourself some divine wisdom. Tahuti will he'll tell you what you need to do to get through and to get the win on that. And so Hiru goes to Tahuti and Tahuti Hiru says, well, he says, how do I defeat Set? Tahuti says, he says, well, you have to become Set. And Hiru, what? Nah, no, I'm good. I'm a dad. I'm not evil. What do you? And Tahuti goes, chill out. It's okay. It's okay. Look, you have to become Set. He was on the shamanic journey, but he failed to learn the lesson that he's on. When you become his energy, you're going to figure out the lesson. You're your father. You're Ra reincarnate, bro. But you gotta have the lesson, and the lesson is to become that energy. You'll overcome it. Don't worry about it. When you overcome it, that's when you can defeat Set. For you cannot overcome anything that you have not grown beyond. Be very aware of that. Man, that took Hiru back. That took him all the way back. Hiru left. He couldn't go fight Set right then and there like he wanted him playing. He thought, yeah, I'm gonna go get some advice. I'm gonna go kick his ass right away. He gonna give me the 1-2, how to dodge him out. No, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. It was a journey that Hiru had to go on to discover who he was. He was Ra. He had new life. He was youthful. Man, he didn't have that patience like he did in that older age. No, he had to remember who he was. And this world is going to throw us so many different curveballs and shove us down in the ground. But that don't mean that we're done. That don't mean that who you are can't come forth. That don't mean this show is over. Just because they rung the bell, guess what? Life's still kicking for me, bro. I'm still breathing. And all I know is this shit goes on until the end, till the fat lady sings. And I ain't heard no fat lady sing yet. That becomes each one of our stories. The mother of magic. She knows resurrection. She knows true resurrection. True resurrection. I have another story to share with you. And this story is true. It had multiple eyewitnesses, multiple accounts. It was in the papers. It was real. It was real. This individual in India, there was a bird that had died. I don't know how long ago this was. There's a bird that had died, and it was legit dead. And the dude did his magic. The bird came to life and it flew. Now I don't know how, I forget how long it was between. If my memory could be wrong, I believe it was between 30 seconds and 2.5 minutes, somewhere around there. And the bird flew and it dropped down dead afterwards. He was able to. What happened? Literally, I know what happened. What he literally did, what he knows how to do, and we can do this. We can all do this. We transfer our life force, our literally energy sustaining our life. We can bundle it up in a package and we can transfer it to somebody else, to something else. Just like I talked about earlier, it all started with the stone. It all started with cooking some food. It all started with a talisman. Okay? It started with an immaterial object first. And then we learn how to do that with living matter, with living people, with individuals, with life, so that we all keep each other balanced and healthy and all that good stuff. And that's what wound up happening. It didn't have, it didn't, it was, that bird didn't get full memory recall. It wasn't the mother magic. That was somebody's personal ability. That's what she, and no doubt, she teaches these things. She can teach one how to do these things. She is the mother of magic. She can bring you back to life. And that's honestly, that's why I read the words of power and the blessings for darn near 2 hours consecutively, as proficiently as I can every single day, because it is a ceremony. And if you do close your eyes and you do connect, you can get your resurrection back. In those 2 hours, you can get your connection back. I've done it for people. I've done it in person. I've done it over the phone. I've done it on the internet like this, and people have messaged me back, called me and talked to me and told me how their life changed for the better, and how. And there was one person in particular, and he was like, I remember he was. I made one video. You might have seen my videos or whatnot in the past, but this was well before that ever happened. Um, and I performed the ceremony for one person, and he said, I'm back. Like, he got his memory recall. It came back to him. Like, he literally changed like that. They traveled from out of state to come where I was at that time. Um, and that's really why I go over that and provide that time, that ability. Anybody who wants to can sink into it. It's not nothing. You don't have to learn to do it. You don't have to believe in this or that, or follow that way. When I say believe, you don't have to follow any other way of thinking than what you do naturally. I found that the ceremonies, the words, the frequencies, the correct combination, the correct arrangement is going to cause you to have that full memory recall, if one wants that, if that's what they're looking for. If they don't, well, then if their vibration's not resonating in that tunage, then of course they're not going to. Nothing spectacular is going to happen. Their spirit's going to have the information. Their soul can update them at night. It'll give them some abilities so that their life can smooth out, literally. And I found how to talk to people's souls. I can literally be hanging out with somebody. This happens to me all I don't want to say all the time, but often enough, okay? Because I'm hyper conscious of it happening. And especially if it's on the invisible side, then I really keep that very present in my consciousness. I want to remember where I need to step on the invisible side of the world. My eyes and my ears can hopefully catch my environment here whenever something is happening. The focus of where you put your memory. Um, but when I'm hanging out with anybody, I know that me and them are having a conversation that we're both cognitive of. But it's like I can, when somebody says, do you feel me? You feel me? I feel their heart. Like, I feel their heart. I could hear anything coming out the words, but I feel their heart. And I'm just like, I'll say something, and then they're like, dude, you go deep. And I'm like, yeah, that's all I know how to talk about, because I don't know how to I'm verbalizing it to you here, but not to them in the moment. But it's like I feel your heart so much. I feel your soul speak to me so much. Like, that's who I need to talk to. That's who I'm talking to. And then your physical conscious cognitive mind is like, How do you know that about me? Yeah, that's real. And I'm like, okay, good. We're on the same page. Because in that moment, what's happening is the person's conscious mind or physical fleshly mind is merging, is actually having a merging with their spirit. It's actually coming into a oneness. And that's going to make me happy. That makes me happy because now the person and their own spirit, their own heart is communicating. That's a win. That's a win. That's that's everything. Because that's your childhood self you talk to all the time. That's the one who needs the attention. That's the one who needs some toys in the room or needs some an action fit, whatever, man, whatever. Dude, I go back. Like sometimes I go to the store. I'll see somebody with one of those neon color binders or something, or folders, and it just takes me way back to fucking grade school, like fourth, fifth grade, middle school years. And I'm like, yes, yes. I just need one of those in my room, and I'll be transported to the fourth grade every time I look at it. And those are the kind of things where I put together that the association with sound or an object, mantras, blessings, healing, whatever the case, it could be art, whatever. If you continually do two activities together, if you do an activity when you're feeling the same way, let me be clear, let me start over. If you're doing one activity while you're feeling a certain way and you do that over and over and over, then that activity, that physical thing in the world is always going to bring back that feeling. It's always going to bring back that mood. It's always going to bring back that existence. So you can literally create like stamps of your memory into physical objects that they're produced forever, and it's all pictures on it. You probably have several copies of it yourself, whatever the case. Like that's how we can literally, that's how I have been formulating my own memory processing. Because and it is true, people's memories work differently. Okay, some people, they remember pictures, they have a pictorial pictograph memory, and so everything's like a snapshot. Dude, that's like they don't even need to write a cheat sheet. They don't even need to write the cheat answers, the answers on their hand or something. You know what I'm saying? They got a picture of it on their head. Damn. You arrange those in the correct order, and you might have a flip book, and that shit could play like a movie now. I'm just saying, like, if you pay attention to the way your brain works and you work with it, your heart's going to get involved. Your heart and your brain are going to direct your body. 2 for 3, we're going to go 3 for 3, solid alignment. Now you're going to conquer everything that's in your path. Because why? You're familiar with the way you think. If you know how you think, you can navigate any subject at any time. You could learn anything from scratch and get from zero to the top in no time at all. And they're like, how the fuck can you do that? Good. Let them keep guessing. Don't tell them. Well, if you told them about me, then they're going to find the video and get the answer for themselves. You got to learn to keep some things in your own back pocket. Share as much as you can, but don't forget about your own back pocket. It's going to save you in a pinch. I'll tell you what, as much as you do good for others, they'll turn around and use exactly what you gave them on you. And that's why you keep something for yourself in your back pocket, because you didn't know I had this one, did you? Go on and come at me after that. I got more shit I never shared with you too. You gotta look out for number one. All right, it's a true thing. Look out for if number one's not taken care of, you can't take care of nobody else. What do they say in the plane? Put the oxygen mask on yourself and then on somebody else. That's what I'm talking about. That's the mentality. That's the mindset. See, a lot of people, they're going to argue and nitpick with little pieces of information. For me, that was a trap they fell into because it's not the technical information, it's the moral of the story. It's the moral of how our heart aligns with our mind to direct our body. And if you get that, you got that. And if you're playing with little minutia words, then you want to fight against change. You want to fight against being able to be smarter. Now, there's a lot of words you could use for that, but I'm not even going to go in that direction at all. I'm going to swim away from that. We're going to go the other direction, okay? The mother of magic. Lives within everybody and everything. Now, I was watching a video yesterday, and as the video was going on, before it said what it said at the end, I got the idea. And I was like, I didn't say it, but it was in my mind very clearly to say. And if I did, maybe I did say it, but like they said it at the end of the video. What I'm getting at is that they were talking about, and I talk about this a lot, okay? If we focus our perception on something, then it like the energy collapses and it creates an event, it creates physical matter, okay? If we take our attention off of something, the energy literally just spaces out into nothingness, into the empty space that it was, okay? So, so if that is what happens, then who the fuck's watching everything all the time when nothing else is? Does a bear shit in the woods? Does a tree make a sound when it falls if no one's around? Someone's always watching, so yes, it makes a sound. It's always being if it wasn't being watched, it would go into nothingness, but it doesn't. It's always there. Always has been. Before we have our recorded history. This is science. This is real. In my own sense of things, I think when they said that when no one's looking, I actually, where my mind went on that was the individual leaves, the plants, the individual plants, the trees, nature itself. Because a plant does not have eyes. Correct. It does not have eyes. However, it does grow towards the sun. It does have awareness of its environment to some degree, to where it does have a path and some type of reason. Its roots go down and so forth and so on. So it might not have eyes, however, it's sending out vibrations of awareness. So it is being watched in a sense. Good question. It's that they presented. I really like that. I never thought of that before. It was staring us all right at in the face. Somebody got the bright idea. Somebody received that information. Boom, released it. Now we can start thinking about that. That's what I love about philosophy. Philosophy is what I'm interested in. Philosophy is my fun. Philosophy allows me to shoot a great idea out to somebody else. They hear that great idea and they go, hold on a second. They modify it, they add to it, whatever the case, and then they shoot it back to me, and I'm like, whoa, yeah, actually, and then I had an idea, and I shoot that back to them, and that's us passing the ball of energy. That's us passing the ball back and forth. Philosophers working, and this happens all over the world and doesn't stop. This is the activity of the invisible college in the world, actual fruitful produce that's never really stopped happening. It might have hit a low, it might have hit a dip, but it never died. It might have went out of perception and went invisible, but it was still heard enough that you could find the Temple of Silence. We were talking about the Temple of Silence earlier. The Temple of Silence truly is something that is massively powerful, and it will help you develop the best poker face in the world at any card table. Nobody will ever be able to read you. We talked about earlier becoming a sphinx. To be an anomaly is a strategy. To be something that even an AI system cannot predict from massive amounts of hours of video and book and mind and all that stuff, and still can't predict. Still can't predict you. You outthinking computers at their fastest angles. That means you're gonna make it. If the world was if our world was to make it, it's really going to require the wisest minds to just be able to get together without seeing some personal independent interest dominate their discussion or their path. The wisest minds would be able to get to the same room, and whatever powers that be in existence to protect them so that they could talk amongst themselves freely without interference, without being pushed one way or another. And for that council to come out wise men of all sorts of astronomy and science and legit stuff. And you know what? Our Earth is going through this, and we got these weather patterns, and that's going on, and we actually think this will be a good idea. What do you think about it, world? And the world could be like, you know what? That doesn't hurt anybody, and that's going to take us working together to do it. But you know what? Let's try it out. Y'all on board? And the rest of the world's like, yeah, 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 okay, yeah. Got one guy in the corner over there. He's like, no, I don't like it because I'm not doing it. I'm not leading it, man. And everybody's like, who cares about him? They're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, let's do what they said because actually that sounds like a better interest because they're not profit. This is not about profiting or winning or getting or gaining. They might get a Nobel Peace Prize out of that thing, but this is about fixing our world, which is going to bring humanity some actual civilization, some like sustainable, prosperous civilization. I mean, I could imagine right now in the moment, like living in a kingdom, and that king's been there, and like 50 years we haven't had a day of war. Man, what a celebration. Every single time something bad comes up, I don't know what that king does or talks or works out, but we don't got to go to war. There ain't no fighting, that's for sure. Heck yeah, man. To more building and growing and developing. Let's keep that going. Woohoo! Shisha. Where's the celebrating for that kind of thing? Nope. They're like, man, I need my numbers to go up. Let's start some problems. Come on now. I am drinking tea today. It's a good tea. It's got licorice. Like, I love licorice. Licorice is delicious. Licorice. Yeah. I got a weird taste. Look like back in the day. I worked my butt off, and I earned what I had, and I get what I like. And I noticed, you go hang out with some people. This is many years ago. You can go hang out with people or whatever, and get some beer, go to a party, hang out or whatever, and other people bring their, everybody shared. Well, I don't know how or what, but I tried Guinness Extra Stout, and I love that stuff. And I'd take it and I'd offer it to other people, and they'd be like, nah, nah, I don't taste good, blah, 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 whatever. And I was like, nice. I could offer to people and be nice. I'm not like this anymore. It was like I could offer to people and be nice and be able to keep everything, keep my stuff for myself or whatever. I was like, that's pretty cool. Nobody else likes this stuff. But shit, if I'm gonna drink like a ale, let me drink my meal. That's a pretty good, decent stuff. But my taste buds, I've naturally crafted my entire life to be what other people aren't into. Everything that I do has been crafted to be what other people aren't on purpose. On purpose. I mean, if I don't like it, I'm not going to keep doing it. Don't get me on that kind of. Don't get me wrong on that page or whatever. So, yeah, what's up, bro? um, it's been a very interesting. It's been a very interesting life that that I've crafted, because by not being into the things that other people are into, guess what? There's no line over there. There there's nobody arguing over there. Mm, It's been very interesting, and that spiritual life has helped me learn how to break all the habits of like lustful seeking kind of stuff, and I've been able to stay on the shamanic journey. The shamanic path, it taught me everything I needed to know about myself, and that's what it didn't teach me about other people. I wasn't learning about other people. I was learning about every single thing I learned about. It was something different about myself, and so now it seems interesting because I never nah, well, I certainly don't feel alone anymore. I'll tell you that much. I don't feel alone anymore. I mean, that changed a little bit ago, but I don't feel alone anymore because there are other people who have been thinking along very similar ways that I think as well. I've learned through an old oracle system how to be able to process the words that were in my mind and how to get them out of myself. This is something that we all go through. It doesn't matter if you're on the shamanic journey or not. This is the blueprint for everybody. And rather than reading a book, I'm just going to tell you about it. All right. Give you an example, tell you how it works. And if you're interested, you can shoot me an email and I can send you a link to the book on my Google Doc. And then you can download it for yourself and you could have your own free PDF copy. And if you want to buy it, it's also available on, it's not my book, it's a different book. It goes from 0 to 10. Okay. 0 and 10. 10 is like on and 0 is off. 10 is the actual experience, it happens in real life. And then we move, usually when we're young, we repeat it over and over and over and over. We go through the experience, we keep knocking our head against the wall, so to speak, okay? We go through it over. And then at some point in our life, we're like, you know what? I'm tired of knocking my head a wall against the wall. I'm tired of going through that problem. And we're like, I don't want to repeat this anymore. When we have that epiphany, when we have that desire, when we have that inkling within our own heart and being and conscious mind, the Divine Mother herself is like, oh, they want to learn their lesson. I'll stop by and see what they would like. So she is within us naturally. And at that stage, okay, that energy is within us always. We just activate it. So now that activated energy is going to help us get into the direction. Do we really want to do this? Be reminded about this and that, okay? And we're going to work through a couple of things. And then we're going to get to Anpu, the gatekeeper. The Divine Mother is going to hand us off to Anpu. And Anpu, he's going to introduce us to the rest of the family. The rest of the family is going to help us work out all of our problems. We are talking about the Tree of Life. Yes, we are. And so in Egyptian, in Kemetic form. And it is the one I love the most. I could follow this one better than anything. Anyways, yeah, better than the um, that one. Yeah, the Jewish one. Um, so essentially, so then the mother she hands you over to Anpu, to the gatekeeper, and he's able to keep you secret. He can keep you hidden. Anpu's guiding you through the subconscious hidden world within to figure out down into the roots what's going on with this problem so we could stop it if we want to. For this occurrence, this activity, this action, and so if that's in that stage in field 8, that's when we're going to get the feeling and the ideas, and you've had the experience, you know what you want to say, but the words aren't there. You're like, and the words just fail. You search and search, and you just can't find the words. Somebody else even tries to say it, and you just know it's not finding it. It's because you haven't worked through stage 8. You haven't worked through Ampu. Now, when Ampu actually hands you off to Nebhet, to the Divine Mother as to the nurse, to the Divine Mother as a nurse within you, and you work through that, then essentially when you get to the next, boom, you can literally it comes. That's when it comes out of your mouth. And a lot of people work through these things quite naturally. They have no clue it's happening or going on. And then usually it gets all the way down to about the number 3, number 2 stage, and where most people with a good heart, good intention get stuck at, because it's just never shown and it's never known, it's never told. But I found it, I applied it, and it works every time. Now, there are some situations when the personal interaction is possible to happen. And then there's situations where the physical interaction is not possible to happen. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You get them a gift, a physical, real gift, and have that given to them. If that can't be done, then give them a blessing. Seriously think about it. And oh, by the way, that physical gift, it can't be sarcastic, it can't be mean, it has to be legitimate, it has to be a good gift, it has to be purposeful, it has to be with good intent, and or the blessing, and the blessing can go out as well. And so essentially that's done, okay, what winds up happening is the energy is being balanced. Whatever wrong, whatever anything, it's all balanced. The energy's balanced now. And at that point, you walk away from the situation altogether. Because when you walk away from the situation altogether and the gift was left, then that's only room for a good memory. If there's a bad memory left with the other person, then that's on them. You secure the good memory, you focus on the good memories, you see that the energy is good on both ends. It is good on both. If you see it like that, that's how it exists for you. If they see it like that, that's how it exists for them. However they see it, it's your world. So by giving the gift, not only is this positive to all the divines around, Fae and so forth that are watching, but also of our own reassurance, of our own body, of our own vessel, we have of our own consciousness and our own heart. Trying to say that energy leads to balance now, and that allows us to move on. And at that point, essentially, oh man, it's I'm not gonna say it's a cakewalk, but it's pretty much wrapped up from there. It's gonna work itself out. You're gonna move through. That's gonna get you to one, help you find your true indwelling intelligence, which says, you know what? Hmm, just because I did something wrong or bad or a mistake doesn't mean that it's forever like that. I can change that. I can do something different. I can leave a gift. I can go through these stages, realize my thoughts, work through it abstractly, look through it analytically, put all of that together, bring the opposites together into a wholeness. Now I see the whole situation. So now that I can see the whole situation from any angle and I have full perspective of that original event that happened in the beginning, number 10, at zero, being able to get the full view of it, I can turn it off. I can stop the event from reoccurring on its own. And I found that a lot of times that event is not necessarily a bad event. It's just an event. Now that I know what that can cause, now that I know everything of it, in and out and all around, if I need to turn it on and have that event happen for me in my future, I can do that. I don't have to work through it again in the future. I could turn it off right away when I want. So I could turn off on when I choose to. Why? Because I worked through it, because I'm familiar with it, because I know what it is and I it came to life. It died. I brought it back to life. I fixed it. I healed it. I put it away again. Like it's all good. Like anytime in the future that happens again, I ain't got to worry. I ain't got to concern. I don't care what happens. I'm confident that we're going to get a solution to whatever that situation was. And that changes the perspective because now I'm walking into an environment with confidence versus fear. See, confidence is something you have to build and work towards. Fear is what exists when there's no work that's been done. That allows you to know if somebody's done shadow work or not. Right away, is fear present in their life? They haven't done shadow work. They're afraid of this and that and that, and they don't trust themselves. If I know that somebody doesn't trust themselves, well, I know not to follow them, and I know to give good advice, and I know I want to be helpful, and so I'm going to approach this from a teacher perspective. But they didn't exactly say they wanted to be a student, so I'm not pushing nothing down their throat. I'll throw a good idea out into the air once. They take it, they take it. They don't, they don't. That's not on me. I have to do this as a friend, not as a teacher. Because if I approach it like a teacher, I'm going to get frustrated with the student who doesn't want to be a student that I never told is a student. See how you can create your own world of problems when you put people in a contextual description of what they now are without telling them, especially without telling them. We do it by mistake. We had good intention, and we did it by mistake. And we wind up creating those problems because we're trying to force something into something else, and it just, the square block is not going through the round hole. Uh, could you give me the drill? I would have punched out a couple of, yeah, I'll make it fit. And then the problems, they start up right away. It's yeah, avoid those by knowing yourself. This is what this is all about: knowing thyself. Know thyself, and you can be free. You can truly be free, and that truth, it's not an easy truth. It's not an easy truth to know. You might have watched some videos before. The people who've been on the journey, well, they know it all too well. But it does cause you to go through a massive stage of loneliness, massive, massive loneliness. Not because somebody put you into loneliness, but because you know now that everybody you were hanging around with was bringing you down, or 99%, or all that kind of honestly. Dang it. Shoot. Uh, and there's a time when our magnetic pole is shifting. within us. That's in the hermit mode. That's in the self-imposed isolation mode because our magnetic pole is shifting because our behavior changed. We're not hanging around the other people. We're not doing other things. We're focusing on one thing in particular. I might play a video game. I might read a book. I might watch a bunch of videos. But you know what? Every single thing I watched was related to the one thing. If I couldn't compare, if I couldn't take the game in an analogical kind of a way, and be able to apply it to what I'm going through, then I stopped playing the game because like, well, there was no relation, and I'm in I I'm tuned into one channel right now. I'm living one vibrational energy from 10 till 0 till 0. I got to get all the way from the experience to being able to turn it off, because if I don't and I pile another thing on time and then another thing on top, and I won't keep going on you, but you get the idea. Then I have all of these different things that can turn on and off at any random moment, and I have no control. That causes true fucking chaos in my life that I can't control. That's going to get me into a problem. That's going to cause me to want to be friends with something, to get something I don't need for something I don't need to have my hands into. And I've lived through. You know, I'm. You might wonder how old or young I am, but I'm 40. I'm in my 40s, and I'll put it that way, on the lower end of 40s. I keep trying to forget my age. I would like to forget how old I am until I'm 50. I don't exactly know how that would work out, but I'm pretty sure my soul, my spirit would be like, "Hey, you're 50. Why don't you look at the year now?" I've been able to forget the month pretty easy, and I've been able to do on purpose. I did these things on purpose because I was disassociating myself with time, with people's perception of time, and I was connecting more with the cycles of nature. And in doing that, I did that for about 3 years or so. And in doing that, honestly, I can't tell you when the new moon is or the full moon is or whatever the case, but shoot, actually, I wind up performing a ceremony or something, or a jam. I call them jams because I'm not all formally. You come as you are. I don't care. Throw your own piece, your own part into the jam if you want. I'm good with that. Like, if it's all towards the same good energy, like, let's resonate. You know what I'm saying? And but in those jams and all, it's um it is about resonating the good energy and the blessings. Um, uh, Truly does allow the recalibration of the direction of my energy. It allows me to maintain my focus. In the beginning, I couldn't maintain that. I couldn't maintain 2 hours of that. There was one time people ask about the experiences, and I had one experience, and I went over a blessing for about 5 hours and didn't get up. I didn't get up for 5 hours, and I was not an isolated moment. There was others that they went, and that's the type of dedication behind closed doors to affirm who you are. We were talking about going into hermit mode and having the magnetics within oneself, your own magnetic pole shift, because your attention of what you're focused on is not what everybody else is into anymore. It's about truly yourself, not in a selfish way. At this point, you mastered selfishness. That's not what we're talking about here. But you're able to go on the inside and truly see yourself. And in seeing yourself, you can clean off what you don't like. You can make changes. And then once your pole is actually changed and shifted, you have new habits and you're a different person, you go back into life and you happen to be around the same environment, you start talking again, you start interacting. But it's different now because you're attracted to truth. You're attracted to kindness. You're attracted to prosperity, not in a bad way, not in a gross, grotesque way of any form, but prosperity as in development and growth, helping each other and seeing the good of somebody else, see somebody be uplifted rather than anything else happen. This is the divine shift from human to divine. That's what the pole is shifting. It's shifting it from the lower vibration to the higher vibration. And this is exactly what I did with myself before I knew about anything spiritual. It's one of my words. I forget the word. I want to bring it up and read it all out to you, but I just want to tell you about the experience more than I want to share it with you. I do enough reading to start with in the day. Every blessings, that's enough reading. Um, I think that's what people feel, anyways. And but this is what I did. I was living in the woods, and I became aware that my subconscious was very much aware, more so than my conscious was. That's how I was able to be led into situations that were favorable for me while I was in a state where I was despondent. I was in a state of need. And good it good situations I would be finding myself in. I was following my heart the whole time. I wasn't trying to find money. I wasn't trying to scheme or do this. I was on my shamanic journey. That's how I saw it. I'm on my journey. I'm not homeless. I'm on my journey. The world is my home. I have home. I'm not stuck in space and dying. That doesn't mean other people's property belongs to me. That doesn't mean I get to just have anything that's there. No, I still respect the world and the way things are in society. It's just I'm not seeing myself as homeless. I'm seeing myself on a journey. So my whole mind is changing the way I view things in order to survive in that state. I'm very aware that this is happening. And so I literally allowed my subconscious state to take my conscious mind, literally the position in my conscious mind of my own personal, like you could think about your, me, mine, my own personal desires and thoughts and wants every day and all that kind of junk. I said, you know what? That stuff can go down to the bottom, but that subconscious is so damn smart. I'm going to give you the authority in the seat of my consciousness, and that's what I choose to follow because you're not leading me anywhere bad. You are leading me somewhere good. I have been taking notes. I have noticed the situations. I have noticed the alignments. I have noticed that out of nowhere, I followed what was in my head and in my heart. Sometimes it came straight to my heart. Sometimes it came straight to my head, the words within my mind, just like thoughts to myself. And I'm like, okay, I'll do that. And it put me right where I needed to be, where I didn't have the money to get what I thought I could. Because the dude said it's not, and I'm sitting there literally practically crying, and this lady comes up to me and she says, sweetheart, what's the matter? And I told her it was my glasses and I couldn't see and now I couldn't afford it. And she she paid for all of it. She paid for my glasses because my eyes are bad. She paid for the better lenses and she told me to pick out any frame I wanted. I got the cheap ones, whatever. I didn't care. And that happened because I was late, because I missed where I was supposed to go, because I followed my heart and it said, go this way, go that way. And I followed my mind and said, run, don't run, run, don't run, run, don't run. Oops. Bus comes around the corner and it says, get on this bus. Okay, get on the bus. And it literally dropped me off exactly where I wanted to go. Literally, across the street. There you go. Fucking something's helping me. I don't fucking know. Something's divine's working. divine motherfucker. Faith is real. Faith is real. Faith is fucking real. Oh my God, that subconscious has it. That's that information down there. If you could access that all the time, sheesh, nobody can beat you. Nobody can get ahead of you. Your subconscious being able to operate in your cognitive mind, there's no delay from heaven to earth. It's fucking instant heaven to action. Huh. If you are interested in my book, just talk about this experience and way more. It's called Cetra. You can either get it by sending me an email at cetra@yahoo.com, SETCHRA at yahoo.com, or you can go to amazon.com and pull it up, Cetra, SETCHRA, and it'll be in softback and hardback, 20 and 40. 20 I put for the softback, I get very little revenue, and then 40 for the hardback, I get a few bucks revenue. So I've made it to where like people could afford it, and then like where I can make a couple bucks if people want to, go for the upgrade. So um, but I document, I kept track of those experiences throughout my journey. And that was vitally important to memory recall. Memory recall is it's memory recall is the being able to access a memory that's been dormant for 5 years, but all of a sudden, because the situation presents what it presents, the memory jumps back up into the mind, and you know the entire. For me, I know the emotion, the situation. Like going back, I know how to turn it off. I could see it, the whole thing. So I'm like, boom, got it. It's done, taken care of. No worries, got it. And that memory recall is very important. That's really like if you want to think about shamanic initiation back in ancient Egypt and Kemet, that was the scribe. The scribe was the shamanic initiate because they're learning memory recall, pictures, images, hieroglyphs, writing systems. This is memory recall. How do we access memories? Through images, through letters, through words. How can we access it faster? Can I go down to an image to access it? Can I go down to a sound to access it? How fast can I access my own memories? Because all the solutions I need, they're in my past. Every situation I ever been through, good, bad, ugly, or not, it's all in my past. If somebody whooped my ass, guess what? I can go back and look at that memory full tilt, full circle, up and down, left and right. I can see exactly where they were emotionally, physically, mentally. I could pull that into my being right now and embody it and conquer what I needed to conquer. Good or bad, I can pull into my past and use it to conquer the obstacle in front of me. That's why memory, the shamanic journey is about memory recall for your own memories. You don't need to remember my name. You don't need to remember what year it was when you heard the song. You don't need to remember the name of it. You need to remember your own memories. You need to categorize those memories, being able to access them. That will allow you to be able to maneuver at any present moment without interference of emotion or judgment. And when you can operate with your indwelling intelligence connected with your subconscious and your body is moving all in synchronicity, that's what you call lightning. Zeus is moving, brah. The energy is, the electromagnetism is well, what were you focused on? Nobody else was. If you were focused on it, you had three sites of focus on one thing. You triangulated its position and manifested it. A lot of times, we just need the initial event to spark a series of events that will lead us where we need to get going. It's the journey is very important to the destination. It is the path. The path is the journey, the destination, and the starting point. All of it's all together. That's the whole path. You go on your journey and you discover what you discover so that you can conquer and get where you're going in the end. A lot of people, you already know. It's easier it's easier to just forget about something and just keep acting like everything's hunky dory. But that's, for me, I watched somebody do that for 6 consecutive years, and they fought me on every piece of good advice that I learned to live life on. And I said, fine, I guess, if we do it all your way, then it should go good, right? Nope. Did not go good. The boat flipped over and everything fell out and shit back hit against the rock and well, it was a mess. It was a mess. But to be able to utilize your mind, to be able to access your subconscious, to be able to allow your subconscious to process things, you can focus your attention anywhere and give that portion of your body more juice to keep doing or plugging away at the situation. Perhaps the spirit can see more of the situation. Perhaps the physical eyes can see more of it. Perhaps we need to bring the physical and the spiritual into one. So now I need to watch something completely unrelated and look at an abstract application of that information, because the abstract application of information is going to allow me to merge that physical and immaterial, and now I'm going to be able to actually have an understanding of that. It's not important that in that moment I be able to explain it to anybody else. That's not the idea. I don't need to fact check this with anybody. I know my life. I've been keeping my journal. I know my past. And that is going to allow me to I'm checking in with myself. That's what we learn in math class, right? If you do your math homework, you got to show how you did your work. And showing how you did your work, really, that's just, you always check your work. You double check, make sure I got the right thing. I put that, yep, good, okay, yep, that's it. Check your work. Check your work. Check it before you send it out. And so that, for myself, that was a big portion of my journey. All that checking was on me. I couldn't allow somebody else to do that checking. The best way I could let somebody check my own work was to write a book and to say, if you really want to criticize my life, read my book from beginning to end, and I will be happy to hear everything you have to tell me on that criticism afterwards. So I made it available for other people to check my work. So just in case you want to. No, really, that was not that was part of motivating reasons, but that was not the sole reason of that work. That work, it it came to me. I was in the woods. I was living in the woods, and before the fire, and it there was, I mentioned this yesterday, there's a symbol in the coal in one of the logs, and it looked so unique to me, and I was like, boom, right away I went ahead, I copied it into my journal, and then after copying it into my journal, the word popped into my head. I wrote the word out. It's cocoa law, and then as soon as I wrote that out, I sent it out. I wrote it out. As soon as I did, it said the universal understanding of it all, and I wrote that out. And I was like, huh. And every single night, I get another symbol and another word and a meaning. And then at a certain point, they started flowing at me. One thing I've learned with the spirit is, in the beginning, one has to establish the connection. The bond must be secure, and that's going to have to happen during a particular time. Moon rituals or ceremonies, certain things at certain times of the year, so forth and so on, times a day. Like there's one time For many years, I was all of my blessings were going out in the blue hour. You can do some research online, but the blue hour happens two times. I'm not going to try to explain it, but the blue hour happens. It's around sunrise and sunset, and it has usually about a 30-minute window, if not less, or maybe a little more. And so I was making sure that my blessings I was speaking was going out during both blue hours every single day. And the reason why the blue hour is very is important is because during that slot of time and that literally blue view color being predominant, this is allowing super extra a great communication with the spirit. Um, People think like, oh, October 31st, November 1st, Halloween, these times is the best time to connect with the deceased. Uh, Blue hour, the blue hour every single day and night is the perfect moment. That time is a better longevity of time, special time of year indeed. The You can follow the connection there. And so I made sure and stayed on top of the blue hour every single day, every morning, every night, every day, every night. If I missed one, all man, I felt bad about it, but man, I just went over my blessings anyways. And but I did that for quite some time. And but after that connection, once the bond is established, there was a particular time where I was very directly within my own being. I could feel the energy, I could feel the presence. No, I wasn't on anything. I talked about smoking weed, and that's about it. And we've talked about other ways to be able to get there in the zone through meditation, literally chanting and so forth. Um, but the divines came up to me and they said, "Look," they said, that bond's established. So now it doesn't matter when you want to communicate, you communicate, and we're gonna hear you crystal clear. There's not gonna be any interference. We get it. We hear you. Good to go." And so I was like, "Huh, amazing, interesting." And I've had that happen well more than once for different connections and bonds on spiritual types of things of what we're discussing here. And so in that, that's where I link the habits with a new habit is something very shamanic, very spiritual journey is putting a new habit into your life because you're going to do this new habit for so long until you do it without thinking, and now it's just a part of you. And that's the same way the spirit's working is they're teaching one thing, and then once the bond's established, okay, now I could just access it anytime, just like the habit. Now it's going to happen anytime. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm just going to do it. So I feel that's a habit. And so the spirit truly has helped me understand that we are very much in control and capable to direct what we want to become, and to focus on that and to go through the correct channels, the correct heart, the correct understanding is this and that and so forth, the baby steps that are going to get us to the top of the mountain. We don't leap from the bottom to the top of the mountain. That's not how it works. We take a bunch of little steps all the way to the top, especially if that ground is shaky or unstable to any degree. Rocks just piled on top of rocks that are going to slide. Of course, we're going to take these babies and make sure that we got 3 points of contact and not just two. To make 3 points of contact, one for pivoting. That's how it always works. Three. If you didn't know, it doesn't just apply to mountain climbing. This applies to anything you're doing. You up on a ladder, you out doing anything. 3 points of contact, and the fourth appendage is the pivot or move. That's how you make sure you don't fall, lose your grip. And so I've learned to do the same thing in life. We may only have two hands, but we got two legs too. Hopefully we got those things. I'm sorry for the people who don't. Didn't mean nothing. Um, they got some amazing technologies. They've got some amazing technologies. Oh my gosh. I mean, even for I saw one the other day. It was, I think it was a dog. He had a whole leg. I was like, whoa, the leg and everything. She's like, dang, they get really good with that stuff, man. All the way to the animals. That's something else. I thought that was cool. you want to see my favorite coffee cup? My favorite coffee cup. You might have to read backwards, but you know. I love it because, like, you know, a lot of times I just use it to, currently I use it, but a lot of times I just put like all my stuff in it, like my pens and scissors and this and that, everything I need. And, because if I'm looking for something, it's my cup is shut the fuck up. And I'm like, well, boop, I will shut up and grab what I need and do what I gotta do. On TikTok or YouTube. I'll do one. Would anybody like a tarot or oracle reading? If you would, the first name I see on either TikTok or Instagram, I'll do a reading for. Amy. All right, Amy. Dawn Twinleaf. I will say Dawn Twinleaf, that with all of my readings, I wind up providing the oracle as part of the tarot. There's oracle and tarot both involved. And when I do readings, they always have a solution. They always, if there is a situation in the life that one is dealing with, there is going to be a solution of legitimately how to get out of that situation. And legitimately, there was a lady I did a reading for many years ago. She came to me 3 years after the fact. I pulled three cards and I pulled three words from the language. I let her pick the numbers, and not that she knew the language. It was just, you know, she just picked three numbers, and so each word in my language correlated to one of the cards. The cards represented the situation that was going to happen in her life, and the word in the language was the solution to that situation. She came back to me 3 years later, after 3 years, and she said everything you said came to pass, and she was so happy because every event it was one event per year that happened, and she applied the solution. Boom, skated by it easy, literally. So when I do readings, I'm not just doing a reading. We're giving solutions, and with me, I'm sending out energy. I'm sending out energy that those solutions are able to be applied at their correct time, along with, you know, your own energy. Nothing forcefully, but all kind blessings, 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 massive blessings sent through the reading, as well as is happening, just in case you may change your mind. Um, but boom, boom, Amy, let's go back to Amy. I love the frogs. Those aren't frogs, those are dinosaurs in waves. I was watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles this morning, and there was a couple of frogs in one. There's a couple sea turtles in another that went to Atlantis. You know, did you know there's a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle episode where they go to Atlantis? This card reading is for Amy here. It's for Amy. Doing a card reading for Amy here. So the first one we have, this is a Keymaster Tarot deck, and as I mentioned, I do, as an author myself, I do appreciate people's choice of words, especially on specific decks. And so we got the Ace of Spades here, correlating in the swords. This is the gift of clarity. Use your ability to understand what is going on right now and use the correct language that is needed, whether verbal or in thought. The next card we have here is back to an Egyptian tarot deck. And this is the Magus, the magician, standing in the attitude of the willpower about to act. They are dressed in white, the emblem of purity, with a circle of gold around their brow, emblem of internal light. They hold in their right hand a scepter tipped with a circle, the emblem of creative intelligence. They raise the scepter toward heaven to indicate their aspirations to wisdom, science, and moral force. Their left hand points towards the earth to show that they are ready to dominate over matter. In front of him, upon a cube, the image of absolute solidity, or found a cup full of human passions, a sword, the weapon of the braves who fight error, finally a golden pentacle, a piece of money, the emblem of the reward granted to voluntary labor. His belt is a snake biting its tail, the symbol of eternity. The ibis upon the cube typifies vigilance. This arcane means a firm will and confidence in yourself, guided by reason and the love of justice, shall lead you to the object of your ambition and save you from the dangers on the way. A firm will is something that this world certainly is going to try to pull out of your hands, out of your possession. If you have a firm will, don't let nobody take that one from you. And if you don't have one yet, may you develop that firm will all the sooner than later. The next card here, the last card, is the Nine of Hearts. And this brings us to new projects and opportunities to grasp, especially in career terms. If you won't allow yourself to be distracted by delays, doubt, or dismay, your wishes will be fulfilled. Have faith. Have faith and have confidence. Have confidence in yourself and have faith in your own abilities to connect, find, and become whatever is needed to become. It's interesting to me how a lot of stuff that I talk about is right in the cards themselves, because that's what I've surrounded myself with. That's what I said is what I need to do, what I need to become. I read things and I see a list to have a new checklist. I gotta take care, gotta do that one, gotta do that one, gotta do that one, gotta do that one. If I do all those things, then I'm gonna be able to move forward. If I don't do those things, then I'm gonna stay right where I am. That's I can't say I've always been like this, because I was living at this one place in this one neighborhood, and at the time I had no confidence in myself. I had I mean, I can go accomplish a job, I can go take care, building something or whatever. But as far as going off into the world by myself, I didn't feel like I could do that. I didn't feel like that was possible. I didn't feel like I could survive it. My mom says she tried to do it. That's why she went back to the Jehovah's Witnesses, because the world it was too harsh. It's just too much without any. When she wasn't in the religion, her whole family ousted her, so she had no help from anybody. And so a lot of people have tried. It's not an easy success. It takes work. But I was in it. I was in that mindset where I was going to stay right where I was, and what I needed was going to find where I was. And there was these two. They were elder individuals, straight up, like nice and kind, and they had their mobility and whatnot about themselves. And um, but they were up there in age, because everybody else in the area my age, they were whatever they were into generally was not what I was. As I mentioned, I've developed other interests primarily in life than others, usually, typically. And but this one gentleman, I remember this one day in particular. I don't know, he shared a story. He talked to me. He said it in different ways, but it stuck to me in a positive way. And it was just like, that's not going to work. You can't just sit there and expect it to come to you. You got to go look for it. You got to seek for it. And the lady, she 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 built my confidence up. Like, I'd share my book with her, and she was into etymology, the origin of words, the sounds of words, and all that kind of stuff. And so she'd look at my language and the words, and she'd be like, "Does it have this kind of meaning or something like that to it?" And I'd be like, "Actually, it does." And so, like, without even knowing, I was matching with historical etymology in my own language that I plucked out of thin air. Like, I didn't create it just with any sounds. These sounds came to me within my mind. They were like, just write that one down, write that one. That has that meaning. That has, and that type of life is going to build inner confidence. When you this is something we're talking about. Inner confidence is a part of that resurrection. We were talking about resurrection today, the mother of magic, how she resurrected her husband. Not only spiritually, not only through her own womb physically, but also in direction and being able to guide him. She letting him know where he needed to go. She had to teach him as a kid all those years. He wasn't just born with his memories of who he was. He was born with the energy and the frequency within his DNA to be unlocked again. He had to unlock it in the new life. And after all of those unlockings, after that journey, boom, he remembered who he was. He was able to conquer his adversary and reestablish what he needed to. And that's each one for their own life. That's where this story comes in. It's not just an ancient story about gods or creator beings in the beginning. This story correlates into every dynamic correlates into our own being, our own presence. All of these energies we read about in ancient stories, they exist within us. We feel these passions, we connect with these interests, we have those similarities. And where that exists, well, for me, I say, I see, said the blind man, I see. I see that the world is very much telling me what it is. And people want to show me something different. There are some good people out there really sharing good information, releasing good stuff, disclosure, all that kind of stuff. That's awesome. People sharing gadgets and inventions, all sorts of things. I've seen all kinds of videos on there. Generators, all sorts. Together we're stronger. There's some geniuses out there and they can really put things together like nobody else can. Maybe you're one of those people. And oftentimes you get overlooked. I want you to know you don't get overlooked. You get looked at more than a lot. That's why they're pretending to overlook you. Because they know if they put you there, you'd excel. Other people would feel like you're doing a better job than they are. And so, out of this futuristic, self-imposed sense of jealousy from another person, they pretend to overlook you as if you're not there because they know if they engaged you, that you would conquer, you would win, something else would happen, and they wouldn't be the big spotlight anymore. That living that kind of a life, that taught me my value. That taught me how valuable I am. It didn't actually, in the long run, it didn't make me feel bad and hurt. I just followed the cues when they came up, like the script was running and the show was going on, and their cue was my stage left exit. That's all right. Because I'm going to take my skills and my abilities to someone else, and then someone else, and someone is going to really appreciate it somewhere. And then I really get to shine like never before. Don't lose your dreams. Don't let people take your dreams from you. It's possible that you can achieve them. It's possible you can achieve them far before you think that they could even happen. The Divine Spirit's powerful and has worked literally that kind of thing with me. If just FYI, if you do like the program, if you do appreciate the tarot readings, if that was beneficial, if you do appreciate a copy of the book, of course you can, like I said, just shoot me an email at citra@yahoo.com. But if you do appreciate any of this at all, essentially, I'm shooting for $200, and $200 I'll be able to have it covered. I haven't secured another place to move to just yet, but so I need to get some donations if that's possible. If not, No worries. Thank you for viewing. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being part of it. Thank you for taking in interest. And if you do want to make a donation, if you can, on my main page, it has a link to my GoFundMe, and it can be donated there. Thank you very much. Not going anywhere. That's just let's throw that out there. The resurrection is no small feat in this world, and to get your spark of life back, to get your joy back, as when you were a kid, I'll I'll throw it all out there. When I was a child, I remember seeing a large, as far as my could I could see, people, but it was all black, and the people were outlined in blue, like a royal bright blue. No, I do not remember seeing any white present. It was all like royal rich blue, or a lighter, and like a lighter blue, almost like, I don't want to call it a flame. It wasn't. It never made me think of fire. More hazy, but it would go into a softer blue, a lighter blue, and it would just be like shoulder. I would just use shoulders and necks and heads, just, and the faces were blank. I didn't see any faces. It's just the outline and the color, and everything else was black, and it was as far as I could see. They would always be present, and they were always there, and I would be like, what do y'all want to do? And they would be like, whatever you want to do. And I'd be like, I want to do this, and they'd be like, okay, let's do that. And I'd be like, okay. And that's how I would interact with life as a kid. And then I grew up, and stuff happened, and I stopped seeing them. I didn't see them anymore. And I lost that sight because of the world. Depression. I was in the world now. The world rolled me in. That's what the world does. We're told and admonished to be no part of the world, but it jumps you through emotion or whatever other form, and knocks the crikey out of you, and next thing you know, you thinking like they are now. You're in their club, and they're telling you to not be part of the world, but you're in their club, and their club is technically labeled the fucking world. Like, and and after I went through my life, and I got to be about darn near, I want to say upper 30s. I had to be in my upper 30s, and I recalled how I used to think. I recalled that I saw them when I was younger. The memory came. I was taking lion's mane mushroom powder for an extended amount of time, for months consecutively, every day, twice, two, 3 times a day. Lion's mane mushroom powder, and amongst other mushroom powders, cordyceps, and like, there's a king trumpet, and there's other ones, and they're really, really, really good for the body. Gosh, I can't think of all the names. There's like 7 or 8 of them, but I was able to have those on a regular basis. My memory started coming back. Lion's mane mushroom powder will regrow the cells in your body, including brain cells. So you'll wind up getting your memories back that you thought were lost. They're not lost, and they're not gone. They're just, they're a bit dormant at the moment. They're not accessible. And so with the right ingredients, we really can allow that to happen. Those memories started coming back and flooding in, and I remembered that. And I know that there's a massive truth that when we're like 3 to 5 years old, our brains and our vibration is resonating, so that we can intake information and we can learn super fast. And that's why somebody younger can learn multiple languages, whereas somebody older, it's going to take a lot longer. They won't, maybe just one, but it's someone younger, they can actually learn multiple languages at once and be able to keep them together. And anyways, it's harder when we get older. And so I'm very aware that the monks, the shamans, the individuals who are in this type of going through meditation, that's the state of being that they're getting into, the frequency, so that they can be able to intake and actually resonate at a divine present level. It takes a divine resonance within our own being in order to connect with the greater consciousness, in order to connect with the great energy that's all out there. I mean, we're always connected, but to truly understand the information that's coming through and to be able to get that information correctly understood is massively important. There's a lot of times where people are not fully connected, they're not active, and they'll try to follow that guidance, but there's misinterpretation coming in. There's personal desire of something maybe physical that's just what my body wants and myself wants, but that's not what the divine wants. So I feel like my heart's going that way and I want that, and so I choose this other thing over there. I got the whole thing off. My life's a crash. I was told to follow my heart. I followed my heart and I crashed. Well, that you weren't that. The journey starts with the heart. You got to develop that heart first to know what you're seeking after is going to be truly lined up with something divine or something earthly and human. I associate personally Earth with human, and I associate Gaia with divinity. So people that are divine, they're going to understand that our planet is Gaia, that it is living and alive. Perhaps you go, it's interesting because this is with the moon and with the earth. I find this is interesting. If we go back far enough in Egypt, Earth was known as Geb and had a male aspect to knowing the earth. The earth was it had a male name, Geb. Geb. Before Gaia ever came up or mentioned, Geb. Geb was it. And the moon was Khonsu. It's a male. It's not female, Khonsu. And now we associate with the earth as Gaia, female, and also with the moon is female. So I find those things interesting as well. See, energies wind up changing, and so their names wind up changing because we're trying to understand its frequency of being. If we're in a divine sight and a divine mindset and heart set, then we're trying to understand its frequency, its state of being. Because then once we understand it, we can support it, we can put the correct things around it. The wrong things in the environment cause bad things. We can make sure those bad things aren't present so it can have its own life and do its own thing in its space. There's plenty of room all around. And in that, we're doing what we are meant to do, to create and to preserve. We are very capable of destruction, but our purpose, our parents, they were not destroyers, they were creators, preservers. The destruction was, well, it's hard to keep a good thing going. It's hard to keep a good thing going indefinitely. And as we all know on this world, one bad incident is going to bring in some safety measures. So we can't do those things anymore. We got to respect that a little bit more so that that bad thing doesn't happen again. And so those kind of things happen over time of working with anything. Only truly when we become lazy do we start paying attention to everybody else. Because the lazy isn't just our activity, it's the side of our own state of being in our own heart, of our own mind, of our own experiences. And that's how you can see whether somebody's balanced or not. Paying very close attention to their words is going to let you know whether you can give words of advice or words of encouragement. Those are two different things. Advice at the wrong moment can take somebody who's not doing good and make them feel really bad. It can do that. So to really recognize where somebody is, we might just need to give an encouragement to lift them up. That doesn't include advice. Just we're picking them up. And maybe if they do get picked up and now they're in a state where they could take some advice, now we want to be very, very careful with our words. We want to use some good seasoning on them words so that the advice comes out in a way that they can actually digest it positively and they're not being dropped back down. We don't want to pick somebody up and then drop them back down. That's not kind. And I'm talking about the emotions here. Now, I don't know why, but somebody out there watching, you got some image of wrestling. I pick them up and let them down. That's what happens. People do that. They pick you up and let you down. And I, in my past, not being aware of my own limits, being aware of my own capabilities, being aware of my own words, my intentions, I meant good, but I didn't have the ability to follow through. Pick someone up. Make sure they stay there when you leave. Leave them up. Even if no advice comes out. Them feeling better, they didn't need the advice. They know exactly what they need to do. They knew it from the beginning. That's why I dropped them down. Because they knew they didn't live up to what they knew they could do. You go to if I go anywhere and I see somebody, I don't know, a library, somebody studying, or, I go to a gym and see people working out. Generally speaking, at the library, if you're trying to get assistance to study, if you're trying to, usually somebody come over and help you out, give you some good words, help you find a book, whatever the case, maybe recommend a good book. If you're at the gym, typically speaking, I would imagine people would be kind to assist or help or whatever the case. Yeah, here's this, do this, I'll help you out on your stuff, boom, boom. Help each other out along the way. Help each other grow, help each other be better, help each other get stronger, smarter. By building each other up, then we feel happier. I feel happier towards each other. Because if I'm going to spend time trying to build somebody up, I'm living one vibrational energy as well. So then that's what I want to keep doing. That's what I want to keep doing. Our topic today is resurrection. Actual resurrection. And the mother of magic, she came in, she resurrected her husband. I believe to some great degree, when she stamped in that resurrection spell, it was kind of permanent. Like every single time the lights go out, coming back. Every single time. It's like the very first life that we ever lived, we just keep reliving it in every other life in different ways. If you go back to the first traumatic event that happens to, and if I go back to that first event that happened to me, what I wound up doing, I broke this. You can break it. You can break the cycle. I found it's a cycle. You can break a cycle. You can support a cycle. You can do either one. Anyways, but that original event happens, and subconsciously, we wind up running from that our entire life. But as much as we run from it, it's all that we know is familiar. So we wind up bringing it into our present life again. And that's why we'll run and we'll bring it right back into our life through somebody else. Complete different place, different state, different situation. And you'll bring that type of person right back into your life. Okay? because we're trying to run from something. However, the body, the mind, whatever's familiar is safe. We wind up running to familiar, trying literally to forget the past. So when we see something new or someone new, then that's not the old one. That had a different face on it. So this is different. And then I ignore all their bodily gestures and I ignore their words because I'm trying to help them do good, just like I try to help them do good, just like I try to help everybody else do good. And then it comes back to me, and then boom, I'm out again. Right? See? You see the cycle. So the only way to truly stop that cycle is that shadow work, to really look at that original event in every single aspect. And now that I know what happened and I can see it, when it comes up in my future, I could dance all around it if I need to. I don't have to run from it. I don't have to join it either. I don't have to fight it either. I don't have to be part of it. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. I experienced enough pain in my past. Boom. That's recognizing future events comes from being able to catalog, categorize, and essentially be able to quick reference your own memories. That's what it comes down to. Do not be fooled that people will make all sorts of people. You might not know who Shiva is. Maybe you do. Heard his name, know he's that blue guy. A lot of people think Shiva's a girl. Shiva's a dude. Shiva was seen as being intoxicated. They thought he was intoxicated all the time. He wasn't drunk on nothing. He had nothing that he was sipping on, nothing that he was smoking, nothing. He was high because he was connected with the spirit. And now there is actual scientific proof. You can believe me or not, but it is scientific reality. And by chanting, by meditating, by going into these states of being within, we literally can create our own cannabinoids and our own DMT, enough to have a significant trip. It's possible. It's not only possible, that's why they were saying he was intoxicated. That's why people see and hear me and they're like, what the heck are you drunk on? What are you high on? Nothing. I mean, weed, marijuana, that's pretty legal in a bunch of places. That one's changing for the better. Woohoo! I think I read an article that the amount of people that smoke weed in America now exceeds the amount of people that smoke tobacco. I was like, that's kind of cool. A little mile marker on that one. But no, we literally have the ability to do this for ourselves through the right methods, through the right techniques. There is no outside substance required to make you feel good. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Nothing. You can make yourself feel all sorts of happy every single day. And yeah, disruptions come. Yeah, things get pulled off the mark for a bit. And that's why we realign every day. That's why we realign that every day. Every day is a resurrection. Every single day is a resurrection. Let me explain to you how I see every day as a resurrection. You might have noticed this in your own life. And if not, start paying attention. You'll notice it. Yesterday's things, they're going to come and they're going to go. And I'm going to develop my thinking up to a certain point. And then I'm going to go to sleep. And I'm going to forget some stuff. And then I'm going to wake up the next day. And my life starts out and I go into my activities. I'm talking about years ago, just regular stuff, not shamanic life. and I go upon my day and I go through something and it drops me down. I forget stuff. When you get extra sad, when you get all sorts of sad, you start forgetting stuff. That kind of chaotic vibration, it'll cause connections in the brain to disconnect from each other. And that's when the immediate memory goes whoop, out the window. So I wind up having to relearn things because events happened in the world. So now I make sure and I keep my mind up. I stay focused. I'm gonna pull this memory over. Let me go back rather where I am. So in those days as I did that, I started becoming very aware that when I woke up, I want to start with all of my awareness of everything I learned yesterday, my greatest portion of understanding. If I made some philosophical discovery or something within my mind that I found how to live better, then that's what I want to keep attached with me. That's what I want to remember. I don't want to forget these things. The world will try to shake your own immediate memories from you through chaotic situations and events. It doesn't even have to be the person, okay? It's not even the person's, you can't even put blame on the person. Yeah, that's what they do every day. Yeah, that's who they are. Yeah, of course, you should be. Look, there was bad energy coming, there's chaotic energy passing through the environment. They were a node where they could actually capture and resonate the energy. So as the energy moved through, they excited the energy, and the event in their actions and behaviors that you didn't like, it came from them. It wasn't necessary for me, it wasn't their fault. That's what they do, and that's why I'd be real careful. I'd be real careful about those regular interactions because at any moment they could, and we're going to have a real bad experience. And if I'm aware that there's bad energy in the atmosphere, then I'll just stay away altogether until it's completely gone. And then once it's completely gone, then I'm going to come back and interact. You could correlate it into something like a retrograde kind of season. Like retrogrades coming around and you start notice things are a little chaotic and problematic. Well, I don't get involved so much. I just kind of stay out the scenes. What happened to you for a couple weeks? Oh, yeah, retrograde, whatever. Personally, though, that was an example. Personally, when retrograde kicks in, life is smooth for me. It's so smooth. Retrograde is like gliding on ice. And then when retrograde goes away, like I need to do a little bit more work than normal. Retrogrades, I don't know. I got comfortable in that energy. I don't. You can get comfortable with anything if you stay in its environment long enough. And that's the thing is allowing one event to open the door to another event, and being aware that each event in of itself is predicating the next event in its style, in its feel, in everything. So always leave yourself a way out in case you go so far down, and you're like, you know what, I don't like this actually. Boom, at least you can get out. Leave yourself a way out. Don't get so far down you can't get out. Leave yourself a way out. That's a fact. The High Priestess. It's kind of interesting. The other card over here that was drawn earlier was the Magus #1, and I'm just looking at the High Priestess. Number 2, the magician learns how to transform. They're not just the shapeshifter, they're not just changing their shape, they are becoming something else. That's why we have different experiences in life. Some good, some not so kosher, not so kind. But after every single one that I've been through, I would not change my past for everything that's happened. I wouldn't change a day in my past. Everything I've been through crafted me into who I am, and if I would change one thing, I would not be. The good and the bad, even in the relationships that were bad. And I'm thinking of one down in Texas. I mean, there it was just, oh my gosh. But over the years, I've caused myself to focus on the good memories. So when I think about that past, I only think about the good memories. The bad things that happened, a lot of those I've been able to stop from ever happening again with anybody in a friendship situation or anything, because I'm the one who allowed myself to go that far, to go that distance. I did not set my limits. I did not set my own boundaries. I have boundaries. I have limits. If somebody else wants to respect those or not, that's up to them. That's not my ability to dictate. I can't dictate somebody else's chosen action. But what I can do is recognize where certain things aren't, where respect isn't flowing, and I can set the course where I need to. Because we're all learning in life. We're all developing in life at different points, at different levels. Age, age is not a it's not truly a factor for wisdom. I mean, a lot of times, sure, it is. But there are some younger folk, and they have been through quite a number of things quite early in their life, and they don't want to repeat that stuff, and they learned it very quickly, and they were able to attain that wisdom at a young age. Now, with their brain and all, when I mention young age, 25, I have been aware of people being able to reach abilities beyond their time. But when we're young, we are very much drawn to things of personal desire because youthfulness knows that it has only so much time to gain the experience it needs. Youth looks at its environment and looks at people their age, and looks at people beyond them, and says, well, crikey, I better fit all of this stuff into that small time slot now. This is subconscious processing. We don't think about it. And so we got to run from this to that to this to that to that to that to that to this. And a lot of times as a youth, we are very excited when there's something new, ice cream truck coming down the road or something, new flavor, new ice cream, new place, new people. Always we want to discover. We want to discover what the world has to offer. It's an interesting place all the way around. And that's why it's important to recognize one's own age, their own state of life, where they are, not at the eyes or sight of another, but the eyes and sight of the self. Because then you can understand where you are in life. And that's one of the biggest problems that people have, is not knowing where they are. If you don't know where you are, you feel lost. If you feel lost, you start to panic. It's like crawling in a cave. You ever crawled in a cave before? Space starts to get small. Can't really move too much. You gotta take really small stuff. And start to set in on you. And then people start to panic. I forget what it's called, but the panic sets in. start breathing real fast. And all the time when that happens, they're always, if anybody else is around, they say, calm down, slow your breathing. It's okay, slow your breathing. It's okay. You can get out of here. The mindset, the body, our vibration, our temperature, our flow. When we use energy, when we use emotions, it takes years. Improperly used, it can take years off of our life. Every single day in a bad state of being, that can bring the end of life way sooner. Again, the calm state of being, mentioned this yesterday, I'll just mention on a short note today, but being in a calm state of being at peace, allows the body to regenerate. It allows it to go into that state as if it was sleeping, and it can actually heal itself while you're awake and moving. This is very possible. Meditation, all again, the chakras line, letting the body be as it's supposed to be, very possible in a state of peace. Yep. And don't our bodies need to regenerate? Don't they need more help to heal and get better? As much energy as we can give it? And so if I'm giving all my energy to somebody else in anger or frustration or trying to block energy or diss or fight or any other way, then I'm contributing to my own destruction within my own being. My vibration is chaos, and I'm contributing to somebody else's destruction in whatever form that was coming out. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to do those things. I don't want to destroy. I want to build. I want to grow. I want to do good things. I know that much. I know that much with my life. I've never been a fan of bad guy. I like the idea of the the hero. It's got a, you don't know if he's a hero or a bad guy. He's just kind of on the edge there. Like he could be good one moment, but he could go do something really kind of, oh, what the hell? Or you never know which side he's going to be. I like that kind of guy. That hero is pretty cool hero because he'll save anybody. You don't care. That kind of hero, they'll go save anybody. They don't care, rich, poor, whatever. Man, if the situation calls for it, they're there. Ain't nobody telling them whether to do it or they gonna do it or not, or whatever's in their fancy to do. I like that kind of guy. They still got some free will in them. Your resurrection of who you are, your connection with your inner child, knowing that they're still around, they're still okay. That's pretty big because you're our soul, our spark of life. That's the first one they talked to when they got here. That was the conscious state of our child, of us as a child. That was their first friend in this life. And we just shoved them away in some hole down and put a latch on top and a rug on top and forgot all about them down there in the basement. And then we want to get spiritual, want to connect with the divine. The first thing to do to connect to the divine is connect with your own spark of life, your own soul, your own spirit within you. And that you got to pick up where the conversation last left off. You dipped out, just like me. We dipped out. Not that it was our fault. The world hit us, and we lost that connection with our inner child, with our inner innocence, with that purity, because our purity and our innocence is very connected with our inner child. And so to be able to bring them back, I saw myself back there. I brought that back. And then I started realizing how all the omens are happening, how all the synchronicities are happening. Because I got a numberless group of individuals that I've helped in every single lifetime. I've been a healer in every lifetime, and they're going to help me in every physical life I live because they know I'm going to help heal more people. So they're on board for that, to protect it, to make it happen, to support it, and everything. When I got that sight, when I pulled that memory back and I said, you know what, that was real. I really interacted with that. That was real. And I pulled it back. I was like, I started talking to him again. I didn't necessarily see, I kind of seen sometimes. I was like, oh my gosh, y'all are back. They said, we never went nowhere. We've been waiting for you. That's when my journey really kicked off. I was finding all sorts of books online and all sorts of stuff and mantras and Egyptian stuff. I don't know. I do know. I mean, I was in a religion, and they really press studying in book. I remember I had like 10 or 12 books around me, literally 10 or 12 books, all open up to different pages, and I'd be going through all of them and pulling that there and this here and putting it together. So I know how to read a book and see if it's legitimate or if somebody's just throwing some junk out into the universe. Um, and so I was able to get my hands on a good number of books. I went through them, scanned them, and was able to decipher which ones were legitimate, which ones were not so much what I was looking for. So some get outdated. Some authors will come up. They'll publish a paper, write a book, and it's a big work and it's a massive turning stone for the entire world. But 50 years, 100 years can pass, or more, less. There's new discoveries made, new understandings have come to light, and their material is outdated because their theories are no longer actually sorted. They're replaced with evidence of what really happened. So they were good theories, but not accurate. So those kind of things, being able to pay attention to those kind of things as well, is very important. Um, yeah, that happens. That happens quite a bit, more often than not. So, for instance, when I started doing research on medieval history into specifically the 15th century, the 1400s was what I specialized towards, and then but I learned like back into like the 800s and coming up and that kind of change and stuff like that, armor and whatnot. And the books that you're going to find in a store, generally speaking, by the time that the book hits the store on legitimate information, it's there's usually something that's been found out in the field and it's already outdated. Literally that fast. That's how stuff gets outdated. I'm not kidding. It's not a joke. And that happens all the time. That's happening all the time in any field, whether it be archaeological research or scientific research. There's theories that are sitting out there in every single field and beyond, and more fields. And then we discover things in our own nature, in our own environment, and in our own processes. And that's happening constantly every single day. Every single day, there's people plugging away, discovering things. And that's the thing about even hanging out with somebody. I mean, we're talking about the world here and philosophical ideas and moving forward in active field of research versus catching the latest book that came out on the shelf. And so that requires intense digging, searching, desire, wanting, finding keywords, linking keywords, and being able to get to. There's a lot of people, interest groups, and some groups they'll go to a historical level of their accuracy, and you can go into the forums and you can see chats and they're like, oh man, that's a it's a full suit of armor, and they're like, oh, that's nothing historically accurate, da da da, that's wrong and that's wrong and this is wrong and that's wrong. And other groups, they're like, yeah, well, this is what we do, and well, there's nothing really historical, but throw whatever flavor you want in there. We're aiming towards the historical side of things, but you do whatever you want. Different elements are being involved. So some people take learning something to different degrees. Some people just want to have fun with the subject matter. So being aware of that group, that book, or whatever you're getting into, knowing that there is a variety of levels of becoming familiar with that information. As I continued reading more and more books on medieval history, I came to find that many of our modern words utilized to describe things that happened in our historical past in the medieval era are modern words that don't correlate to the actual definition of what was happening back then. And so that really gets into academic research. And when I say academic research, I'm not saying that you had to go to a college. I'm not saying that you had to go to a university or you had to go to a person or, anything of that sort. I'm saying your interest took an academic level. You no longer cared for the foo-foo, shiny, friff. This is what everybody's into. You want to learn what's happening right now with it. You want to understand what they're discovering in this moment. You want to know what just got cracked open under that microscope last night, and being corrected to the correct sources. That information is being released. That information is being found and is being shared. And so we can be a part of that depending on which level of interest we have in any subject. That is how much we're going to get involved with it. The more involved you are with something, the more you understand it. The more you understand it, the more you can do it. The more you can do it, the more you can explain it. The more you can explain it, the more you can teach it. Once you can teach it, shit, you just mastered it. Done. That one's it's in my side pocket. It's in my holster right there. I'll pull that out anytime and use it. And that's what this life is about. Doing that, rinse and repeat, rinse and grab another one, grab another one, grab another one. And then you got your Batman, you got your superhero pouch, and you got this little thing, and you got that little thing, and then boom, whatever you need to use, boom, you could use it. Right? That's why you got the gadget pouch. So boom, got this, got that, got that. But yours is invisible. They can't see it. These are all abilities that you have within you of things you can shift and change into. They expect you to be all timid little Timmy coming back with all your fear. But when you show up with some confidence, your shoulders are feeling a little better. They see your posture and they're like, whoa, dude ain't leaning over slouched. How you doing, Timmy? What's up? I'm doing pretty good. I went to the gym yesterday. I got some muscles on me now. I'm gonna get some more tomorrow. Haha. Oh shit, Timmy's getting strong. I don't think we can pick on him like we used to. Better get your licks in if you want them. You might remember right at this point. You might want to leave him alone. I wrote a story years ago. I don't think I have it anymore. It was about Tim and Timmy. I've got a shofar. I used to have a thunder drum, um, and I had a couple of other things, and so I had all the instruments set up so that as I told the story, well, like he walks into the forest and it's dark or some crap like that or something like that, and lightning strikes and I hit the thunder drum, or it sounds like thunder, percussion instrument. Oh, yeah, they got them. They got them on. You can find them on Amazon or other places. Make them better or whatever. But it's a thunder drum, and it's just like this. You know, it, it's kind of like the sound bowl. I mean, it's bigger. It's a lot bigger. But it's like this, and then but on the bottom it has like a piece of leather, and has this coil, this wire coil, and you shake it, and it sounds like the thunder. And so that's pretty cool. I like thunder. I like thunder. and other people get scared or whatever. I don't know. I like thunder. It's cool stuff, lightning and all that good stuff. And he blows his shofar, and different parts of the story. And it was, man, it was about he went through, and at first he's known as Timid Timmy, and in the end he comes up. He's like he's strong, and man, he's like he's helping people out, and it's a complete swap of who he was. And it's a story of all of us. Now, I believe very much that we are living in the era of Set, and that era is moving into the era of Hiru. And when I mention that, see, Set is chaos, and Set is the energy that we need to become so that we can learn how to settle that chaos. We cannot fix anything if we're not within it with our hands, working with it. And so when we become a particular energy, that's recognizing another part that was always within us. This energy was always within us, but we were afraid of what this energy could do. So we kept trying to hold it back all the time. And holding it back, we had these little bursts, like the volcano bursts. And when it burst out, that was us not being able to hold it back, and it caused something bad to happen. So then we always associate this ability, natural inborn tendency, we always hold it back, and because it's always kind of causing these problems. Well, once we become that energy, we can start becoming familiar with it. We can start containing it. We can start saying, no, that's not how we do that there. No, that's not how. Okay, that's the way the energy is. Well, we're going to do this instead. That'll do good stuff instead of bad stuff. Boom. Start working with it. And we are all living with that chaos of Set, as if Set, as pure chaos, came in and ruled our lives personally, independently, free from any law written by man, free from anything. It's we're imposing this on ourselves, this chaos. And so to become familiar with Set and to be able to calm that storm, Hiru, who we truly are as that childhood self with all those good intentions, the pure heart, the love, the innocence, true pure intentions, the innocence, the innocence and the pure heart. We pull that guy back and we give resurrection to our childhood self to say, hey, I got an adult body with an adult mouth who can protect you. You could play in the world again. What do I like to do? Do I want to play with dollies? Shoot, I'll go get a dolly and play with a dolly. What the fuck ever. I don't care. Whatever the heck it is the kid wants to do, let the kid play. That's your kid in you, who you are after all these years. That's who died. That's why you're sad, because you can't play anymore. Everything is work, chaos, problems. Gosh, can I just do something to forget all the pain and chaos? But when we truly resurrect that part of us back into existence, that innocence and that purity, that light, that shines so bright within that the chaos, it's no longer dark. It's illuminated. Now we can see what's actually happening. Now we can actually let Hero grow up. We can let the hero of our own story, the hero within you, can actually grow up and handle the chaos. Pah! My presence just put it out. And light extinguished darkness. Vavoom! I didn't even have to think about it. I just brought them back. Boom! Turn on the light. That's it. Life changed. Now people, they try to fit you in a box. Say well, you're the employee and you do this and do that. Ooh, ha 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 ha. When I was a little kiddo, I was up to all sorts of things, and not to hurt people or do bad stuff, but I could say how I all up. You never know where their minds are gonna go. I'm having fun with life again. It don't matter where I am or what I'm doing. I'm going to have fun. If I got to deal with something, I'll deal with it, take care of that. If I got to pull the warrior out or the king out or the healer out, okay, we'll pull that aspect of myself out there present. Boom, they'll deal with that. They done? Okay, put them away. Kiddo can come back and play again. Good, we're good. Because I don't know about your childhood self, but ain't no human alive could wrangle my ass into what they wanted me to be. Not one of them. Not in my childhood youth. You could try to dress me up in them clothes and send me to the Kingdom Hall with them Jehovah's Witnesses, but guess what? Even as a baby, I was a rebel. hmm I had a mohawk. As a baby, I had a mohawk. My mom tried to lay it down. They put gel on it. They put a damn can of hairspray on it. They did everything they could, and my mohawk will go come right back. Shit. That's the resurrection you're looking for. Look, even the dude, even my bro, all right, the big J, however you want to see him. He even he said, or maybe it was John. I thought it was a dude. I thought it was my brother. He said this baptism by water is symbolic of the one to come. The water was symbolic. The water actually didn't change nothing for you. It's symbolic. That's symbolic of what is to come. You don't have your transformation going through the water. It ain't in that moment. That's symbolic. That's just like a foreshadowing. You ever heard of foreshadowing? No? For those who haven't. When you're watching a movie or a program, they will foreshadow something. They'll show a clip of something. They'll play a portion of a song. They'll allude to something, but they'll keep it very close. So it'll be like it'll just be another part in the movie. And then later in the movie, boom, the whole song plays out. The whole scene plays out. The whole thing comes out. And you're, oh my gosh, oh, I didn't see that coming. Because you were aware of it. They planned it. They foreshadowed what was to come. That's what we're talking about here. It was symbolic of what was to come. Your true resurrection is getting your full memory recall, getting that childhood self back, realizing that you're part of the divine family, and walking as that. Not because some group of people are around you, not because some people gave you kind words, but in the deepest, darkest pits of all that the world could put you through, that you survive. You don't just survive it, you conquer it, and you thrive. You thrive through all of it. Now you know you're divine. Now you know you can conquer that human conditioned state. Not some other human. The conditioned state of our being, limiting us to just human deeds. You are magic, and you are the cure. That placebo effect, I'm telling you, they got magic shining right in front of your face, telling you with proof year after year, study after study, that it works, that you can transform anything for your body to be what it needs to be to get better. You are a creator. You are an alchemist. Without even, these are people that they've done these things, the placebo thing on. They never had a day of spiritual shamanic training in their life. Shaman what? What's a shaman? I don't know. Spirit who? and yet they're able to do these things. Magic is not because you joined a group. Magic is not because you fit into a crowd. Magic is because you know thyself, and thyself is stable, and the planet can connect with that stability, and so can the heavens. We are the medium in between two worlds of existence. It was truly our job to turn this world into a paradise. From a young age, religion or not, what was put in my heart was we're supposed to go somewhere and turn it into a garden, and go somewhere else and turn that into a garden, and go somewhere else and turn that into a garden, until the whole world is one huge garden. And that's the Garden of Eden right there. And now we're living in a garden of abundance. That's what I was told. But when I grow up and I look at the world, you got maybe like one person kind of doing something in that direction. They're trying to go in that direction, but everybody fighting them. Like if they wanted to do any good, they need money, and they're not getting no money unless they do what the person giving them the money wants. So then the world's not going. That's not going to happen over there, and they're limited over there, and they're suppressed over there, and well, nobody's doing that. Well, fuck it, I'll do it. Not like I can like make the whole world a garden, but shit, I want to fucking try for my bit. I was told what to do. I got a shovel. I'll go. I'll go start digging. Let's get this going. Gaia needs our help. And the only way we can help Gaia is together. We can't help Gaia if we're separated, if we're fighting each other. We can't choose half of the world to destroy and the other half to grow like a garden. That's unbalanced. And that's why I come back day after day as a testament that there is somebody else out there. There is somebody in this world that wants to do more. And I am just waiting. I'm literally I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the call. I'm waiting for the next call, for the next project, the next thing to get involved with. I enjoy coming on here. I enjoy making videos. I enjoy chatting with you and passing on the information. And I want to keep doing this. And I want to make. I literally for years I've got a whole idea of a program and other people and a whole freaking like neighborhood of beings, characters to real character, real people to interact with and learn things with and something to give the world on that kind of a platform. But until then, I keep doing what I can do each day by myself. And that's why I mentioned you keep your eye on the prize. You know what you're heading towards because there's going to be a lot of offers that come your way. And those offers that come your way, is it going to let you do what your heart wants to do, or is it going to override it with some other interest? Because for me, if it's going to overwrite my heart with some other interest, I don't care. Shove me in the gutter and let me go out in the woods. I don't need it. But if I can do it with my interest, my heart intact of what I want to do, and help somebody else along the way, and help the world, and do all the good, I'm ready. I'm ready to get both hands or both claws dug in and get shoosh. Your heart is precious. Don't don't sell it. Don't sell it. Don't sell it for a pack of peanuts. Don't sell it for $1 million. Don't sell your heart. That's your soul. It's yours. And I don't care what you think. I don't care what you believe. I don't care what anybody said in any movie or book or anything. Ain't nobody, nothing can own your soul unless you give it to them. And if you ever just take your own soul back, your own heart back into your chest, that's yours to take at any moment to claim. Nobody can keep it. Not no signature, not no blood oath, not no spell, not no binding, nothing. Your soul is your own, and you're free to have that for your own. And that correlates directly into your own will. That is your hero. That is your hero that was defeated by the world, the tyranny of the world, the chaos of the world, Set. And when Set conquers something, Set doesn't just conquer it, he turns it into him. That's what happened when we got hit in the world, when we got knocked out and rolled into the world. They fed us every day with bad news, bad comments, bad advice. You did bad. You're imperfect. Blah, blah, blah. You're born and haven't done anything, but oh, you're imperfect. All of it. All of that. They killed your will to do what you desire to do. And when you're able to get that will back into your possession, and choose to do what you want to do, not because of some emotional feeling, not because of some, oh, I gotta have this sensation, but out of direction, out of alignment, it works. It's beautiful. Your resurrection can happen at any moment. A lot of people think they were reborn, and I'm not saying they weren't. I've been through 3 rebirths in this physical lifetime. I've had 3 rebirths. People talk about having a rebirth. I've had 3. I've had 3. 3 complete, massive conscious shifts. And I suspect perhaps something in the unknown future could always happen. Another one could always pop up. This goes back to the construct of the Russian doll. You know, you got the little egg, the Russian doll, the Russian egg doll. You got the egg within the egg, within the egg, within the egg, within the egg, and it goes all the way to a real big egg, and it goes all the way down to a little tiny egg inside. Okay? That's who we are. That's who we are, and we're discovering at each layer that there's another version of us, there's another element, there's a life we can move into. See, divinity is so much beyond human. Divinity is, you can shift in so many different resonances. It's amazing. For growth, for development. See, the human experience is truly for the divine within to upgrade. This is where the divine upgrades. This is where we as immaterial spirits are able to literally upgrade through development, through learning and interactions with each other. On the other side of the veil, it is quite different, especially on this plane of space that we collectively walk on together around the whole globe. But your resurrection is worth everything, and that's what your journey is about. That's what the shamanic journey is about. It's about collecting all the pieces of yourself, finding it in other places and in other things. Your life has been scattered throughout this world. And when you really want to know the Divine Mother, she's going to come to you in the most kindest and loving of peaceful ways. Your body will feel peace when she's present. Just complete peace overwhelms, properly whelms the whole body. If peace doesn't overwhelm, it's not an overwhelming sensation, but as peace took over, takes over. And she'll guide us to the experiences that we need to find pieces of ourselves that have been lost. Because she's within us. We are her. The invocations that I read over, in all of them that I've found, even more than I read, I found the old ones, they, I am the mother, I am Kinametonket. Not just, it does mention her that she's out there as well, but they always say that they tell one to personalize, to envision yourself as that embodiment. Because if you start envisioning yourself as that embodiment now, well, I got to I got to live to new standards, don't I? If I'm seeing myself as something, I got standards I got to live up to. Because if I'm not living up to those standards, it don't matter what I look like. That ain't no good. I got to be real. This got to be who I am. So it has to fit. It has to fit with my character. It has to fit with my heart. It has to fit with my vibration. And that's how we find our tribe, our particular tribe that we first connect to. And that could be any tribe, anywhere. You could have somebody from that very tribe living in a major city, and they wind up finding you at a local Starbucks. And you wind up having the most amazing conversation ever, and you never planned for it and never expected it, but somehow it happened. Why? Because you were ready and they decided they wanted to share with you, because you weren't just working with immaterial spirits, you were actually working with people who had superhuman abilities to be able to communicate beyond their body, who were able to be conscious of their astral presence and be able to find you even in the physical and bring you a positive, loving experience as a welcoming. These things happen, and they are just as equatable as to being within the tribe and dancing around the fire. Our world is shaped differently than it was before, the way that humans have made things to be. So our experiences have changed in being able to connect with each other, but they never stopped and they never lost their value. For some people, they changed their value into other forms. And in these days where there is resurrection happening for thousands around the world, remembering who they truly are. And that's for each one to continue on in their own path. And that just opens the doors for everybody, for you and for me, for kindness and for love. And the more that's predominant, that's the more we're shouting for. That's the more we're shouting for. That's what the world's going to serve us. That's what we asked for. We didn't ask for war. We said we don't want war. We said we don't like that. We said we're not entertained by that. It's actually disgusting. We're not buying it. No, we're not paying for it. Nope, none of it. Nope, not mine. Not from me. I want to create. I want to do good. There's enough people doing all that other stuff. And so together, we do create a beautiful future. And we can turn our environment into a garden. And I'm not talking about physical garden, even though that's what I envision. But I mean a garden of positive energies from people. Imagine in one home that every single person was resonating at a positive, solid, loving vibration with no fear and no doubt and no worries. The whole house, mom and dad and kiddos alike. The only problems that really come up is from bumping into each other one too many times. Frustration. Whoops, didn't communicate that too well. Sorry, I'll communicate better. I won't try. I will communicate better next time. I'll let you know beforehand. I won't do it, and then you find out, tell you, and then I'll do it, and then you won't get surprised, and that'll fix it. Okay, cool. We'll do that from now on. And compromise is a beautiful thing, especially if it's not infringing on either's boundaries, but all the more upholding them. See, many times we'll start a new friendship or relationship, and things are happy and they're good, and that's because there's certain elements within the body that are actually being produced, and it's causing a happy feeling. What I've become aware of is that that happy feeling, I'm happy that the feeling's there, but that's not going to run my day. I still got to honor and I still got to respect. I still got to follow that proper lead when it comes up, and I got to lead when I know that the other one's not available or no one else is going to be there at all. Sometimes the whole thing's getting taken care of, and I just got to step out the way altogether. I got to get out of the way because I don't need a lead. I don't need to follow. If they got it taken care of, I'm out. It'll get better. No worries. It's all good. And that helps us stay in our flow of attunement, of alignment. That helps us be able to continue with a positive attitude. And that's the kind of garden I'm talking about. A garden that's cultivated not just because of following feelings, but because boundaries have been honored, because respect has been maintained. Even if emotions are off, hey, our space is respected. A blow up doesn't happen. Peace and love can thrive, and in that kind of a home, well, that family's going to build something together. They're going to make something, whether it be immaterial or material, they're going to make something good. And the world's going to notice that. Somebody's going to pick up some ideas. They're going to try it out. Their life's going to get better. And on and on and on and on. That's the kind of garden. So every single place I visit, I try to do my utmost to turn it into a garden. And like I've been talking about for many days and in many ways, there's many things we can't change. To recognize that. That's something we just got to get out the way of. Can't change that. Can't do that. Try to provide the supporting environment. Try to do that. Try to do this. Okay. I won't, I won't change my direction over here now. People expect loyalty from day one till death. Okay. Loyalty's great and all that good stuff as far as alliance. I like the word alliance and ally goes. But when somebody is just a certain way, that's to be respected. And I'm gonna mention this again by choice that it is better to have an ally than a friend. And in case you weren't here for the explanation before, a friend, you're gonna keep rubbing elbows real close, real close. You're gonna keep rubbing elbows. And then at first it's gonna be good and okay. Things are gonna set in. You rub elbows too much in the wrong way, the friendship dissolves. An ally, well, you're not always all that buddy buddy, friend rubbing elbow stuff. You respect each other, you do what each other does, and if so and so needs some help, or so and so needs some help, or blah, blah, whatever. We come together, allies unite. We overcome the obstacle. You good? I'm good. All right. Go back home, do your thing. Come together, hang out every so often, maybe once a year, maybe once every couple of years. We're good. I mean, we're on the friend level, but we respect each other more than trying to change each other. And that's huge. Some friendships are great and can be maintained, and you don't just rub elbows, heck, you lock elbows and you do a four square dance with the person. Heck, y'all know how to move that stuff really good. There's some people, shoot, they just got that best friend and they never argue a single day in their life. They're just best friends, and that's just the way that goes. Second nature, like a twin, like a brother. Those things happen too. And that's the thing about our world is there's many different outcomes and possibilities of one reality. We get to contribute to what that reality becomes. We get to contribute whether we maintain, whether we work towards it, whether we don't maintain it or let it go to waste, stagnate, so forth and so on. Flowing water is usually clean water. Water that's just staying still usually winds up becoming pretty stagnant. Mention this all the time. We are 70% plus water, most definitely. At least 76% you should be. So we're at least 70% plus water guaranteed. And so if we just sit still, if we're just still in our own being from the same monotony over and over and over and over, that stillness can start to, yeah, stagnate. And that's why it's important to flow, to allow our emotions to flow, to allow our words to flow. Here's a real big reality for me. Anybody that has frustration problems, I found that my anger and my frustration stemmed from not saying what I wanted to say. So now in my life, I say what I want to say at any given moment. I've thought about stuff in the past. It's not coming out just whatever. If I don't know something, if I'm not dedicated to, if I haven't decided something, I'm not going to do that. But if I've done my research already and I feel a certain way, I'm going to say it. Johnny on the spot. I don't care. I'm not waiting for the perfect moment. I'm going to say it. Because then I'm not thinking about it no more. It's in the other person's ball court. They get to decide next. If they want the situation to get better, they'll respond a certain way. If they want the situation to get worse, they'll respond a certain way. That's on them now. I want the situation to get better. I always want the situation to get better. Other people have different interests, so that might not be the prime of their concern. The situation doesn't get better. That's why your focus and your heart and your will is so important. That is who you are. That is what you decide to do at any given moment. Your indwelling intelligence chooses, I want to be this for a moment. Okay, we're gonna be that. And then your indwelling intelligence says, okay, I'm done with that. I'm gonna be this. Okay, I'm gonna change and alchemize and I'm gonna shift into becoming that. It means I have to learn about that, I have to get involved in that, to study that, so forth and so on. It's going to take work. It's going to take effort. I'm going to have to say no to other things that I wanted in life, but this is more important for me. So this is what I'm going to put first. This is my will. This is what I decide to do. When you're able to get that will back into you, and ain't nobody else in the world can change your will. Respect and honor always, not, don't get me wrong on that. But when you get your will back into your willy nilly, you got your life back. You brought back. You can act now. You can do. You're not just a slave no more. You got freedom now. You actually can choose what you want to do. If you don't have your will, if you don't have your heart, if you don't got that childhood self back in you, then what you choosing to do except fit into whatever mold you need to fit in, to provide what you need to provide, to have what you have, and do what you do, what the world expects of you. Because remember that old scripture said, be no part of the world, and somehow shit became part of the world. And just, there's many reasons why I dress the way I dress. There's many supportive reasons. They're all legitimate. But that is a big reason why I dress the way I dress. Because I can go outside. I could turn on pretty much darn near any video. There's some people that dress up pretty awesome and make me feel like, hey, there's a brother or sister there. Cool, what's up, bro? But generally speaking, I walk out into the world and to go to a store or anything. I see anybody and I look at myself. I'm not part of the world. I'm not wearing their uniform. I'm not trying to fit in. I'm doing exactly what I was told to do, not by a person, but through the true divine, through the true divine that left all sorts of seeds everywhere. See, the divine, they love to leave seeds because it's going to grow inside of you. The world of man, they really want to explain not everything, but they want to explain so much, so they got your ear and they got you entertained, and you taking what they saying and doing what they doing, and now you winning. Nothing grows in you. See, man don't want to give you a seed. Man want to cut the tree down and serve it to you, but you were the tree the whole time, and they cut you down before you could even grow. That's the reality of that. The divine, they're going to leave seeds for you. You pick up them seeds, you let them mature within. You feed them properly with what you take in, and that seed going to grow into something that no man ever saw coming. And that's, again, that is how heaven is walking on this planet. We are going to love Gaia every single day of our lives, and this world's going to see the planet differently than it ever did before. It's going to know that the planet resonates with us, that our heartbeat and how we feel and our resonance has an impact on the stability of our planet. We can create a chaotic environment for Gaia, or we can create a hospitable, peaceful environment for Gaia. And she will rebound that energy back to us tenfold. That's your will, that's your decision. For each one to choose or not, for their own. For free will is existent within each one. I love you. I thank you. Thanks for hanging out. I did not look at the chat logs, I think once for a reading, and that was about it. If you are interested in communicating with me, shoot me an email to citra@yahoo.com. I'll be more than happy to respond. And my email's there. Mentioned the book earlier. And here's the GoFundMe. Mentioned that on the main page. And we'll be back tomorrow, 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Another good day. Again, thanks for joining. Thanks for hanging out. And Donna De Goai. Until we see you next time, much love and many blessings.